Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Under the Fujikawa building. The bright summer sunlight of the first season hung high in the sky. Holding her belongings, Yukino stood on the concrete ground, unwillingly turning to look back at the Fujikawa publishing house. But after staring for a while, she could only turn helplessly and walk towards the train station. Her posture, once always upright and her head held high, could no longer bear the weight of life's pressure, and she lowered her head. Chapter 57, Capturing Yukino Future and Training Bachi Yukino. The second daughter of the Yukino family. A true genius. Even without having to study hard, she could consistently top the rankings throughout her high school years. When she got into university, it was called the Year of Yukino. The National University Entrance Exam, with an absolute leading score, she was accepted into the University of Tokyo. It wasn't that she didn't get into the University of Tokyo's School of Medicine, known as the Gathering Place of Monsters. It's just that Yukino chose the finance department instead. A person as brilliant as that should have shone brightly when entering society. This needs to be repeated once again, in this society of Japan, where the class system is clearly divided. No matter how dazzling a genius is, in this world of clear class division, they will be somewhat lowered. If you don't bend, you can't live well, you can only live with difficulty. And Yukino should not have to endure this. After all, she is the second daughter of the Yukino family. It could even be said that she is one of the people who benefit from the fixed class system. But the condition to enjoy this is, she must obey the arrangements of her family. Because the Yukino family must marry into a family of equal status. Even if the husband she must marry is someone she has never met. What's worse, this person is a scoundrel who is said to have turned women into playthings, having harmed countless women. Still, she is forced to comply. Yukino could not accept this. So she ran away. Leaving the Yukino family's house in Chiba. She went to Tokyo alone. She wanted to live freely in this place. But looking back now, true freedom was a luxurious and expensive commodity. She boarded the Shinkansen back to her rented apartment. It was a small room on the outskirts of Tokyo, where it took her an hour and 30 minutes to commute to the city center every day. The space was cramped, there was no natural light, the soundproofing was nearly non-existent, and sometimes the water or electricity would go out. She closed the rusty iron door behind her. Leaning against the door, Yukino hugged a cardboard box and slowly slid down to the floor. Tears flowed uncontrollably, dropping one by one. They ran down her flawless, pale cheek, silently falling to the ground without a sound. Yukino didn't even have the right to cry out loud. Because her sobs would echo far. Perhaps they would disturb the rest of those around her. Her neighbor was a single woman, who, after divorcing her husband, raised her young child on her own. The child was probably still asleep. That mother had to struggle desperately to make a living. Yukino felt that she shouldn't disturb them any further. But the more she thought like that, the more the feeling of humiliation in her heart became harder to suppress. She closed her eyes tightly, curling herself into a ball. In her mind, images from many years ago resurfaced. The boy from that year, the one who gave her courage. That spring, when she returned to the Yukino family's main house. A stranger boy was sitting in front of her mother. Facing the mother she had always feared, the teenager wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was a little arrogant, speaking loudly and confidently. The memory of his face had faded. But the words from that day still echoed in her ears. Want to borrow the Yukino family's reputation? Who do you think you are, dreaming such nonsense? The teenager, borrow? Am I not paying? The stock transfer agreement and store transfer contract are right here. How ridiculous. Do you even know what the Yukino name represents in terms of status? The teenager, to put it bluntly, it's that you don't have enough money. You flaunt your status as if you were once the prime minister. Humphrey, you're right about not having enough money. And I also find you repulsive. What can you do to me? The teenager, fine. I'll go to another real estate company in Chiba and see if they're interested in Yukino shares. The teenager, at most, I'll take the money and disappear. That should give you quite a headache, huh? Wait until they drag you into the shareholders' meeting for a debate the shares you hold. The Yukinoshita family has the right of first refusal. The teenager, fine, I'll prioritize you. 30 billion, do you want it? If not, I'll sell it to your rivals. They'll definitely buy. After they buy, I'll play 2 rounds of golf with them, and after hitting a hole in one, I'll even give them the red envelope. You. The teenager, what about me? Humphrey, fine, you're good. Give me the contract, the Yukinoshita family will adopt you. That afternoon, under the cloudy sky, the teenager took the contract and then raised his middle finger. I don't need the Yukinoshita name, you keep it and play with it yourself. Some birds are born destined not to be caged. Each of their feathers shines with the light of freedom. The teenager walked past Yukinoshita Yukino that afternoon. Even though the clouds were thick and there was no sunlight, a golden light seemed to emanate from behind the teenager. That brilliant light had led Yukinoshita Yukino to escape after graduating from the University of Tokyo. But now, the last flickers of golden light in her soul were gradually fading away. The inability to fit into society, being fired multiple times from jobs, resumes sinking like stones into a deep ocean, rent due soon, and a tight financial situation that barely allows her to afford discounted lunchboxes. One thing after another, these struggles slowly wore Yukino down. They forced her to return to that gilded cage. Ding! In the dimly lit rented room, even during the day, a clear reminder sound echoed. Yukinoshita quickly wiped the tears from her face. She pulled out her phone, her eyes still blurred with tears, staring at the screen. Hello, Ms. Yukinoshita Yukino, our company, Laplace, has reviewed your resume. For a talent like you, Miss Yukinoshita, we are always eager to collaborate. We would like to discuss possible opportunities with you. May I ask when would be a good time for us to meet and talk? Seeing the message pop up on her screen, Yukinoshita Yukino hurriedly unlocked her phone, checking the message urgently. Like someone drowning, clinging to a lifeline, she feared it might just be an advertisement from some unknown app. After carefully checking and confirming that it was from a job application platform where she had submitted her resume, and that Laplace was indeed a legitimate company recognized online, Yukinoshita Yukino gripped her phone tightly in her hands, nearly bursting out in a joyous exclamation. This message was like a ray of light breaking through the darkness of her world. It made her reach out, desperate to seize the future that could be hers. Midday, the sun shining brightly. Finally, I've arrived. What the hell am I doing here? Gota Hitori crouched next to a pile of sand in the park, holding her head in her hands, lost in thought. This week had been an extremely difficult one for Gota Hitori. At the end of spring break, she had experienced something she never dared imagine. A super handsome, high-class guy had struck up a conversation with her. The two of them became friends and could even call each other by name. Gota Hitori wanted to describe her experience like that. However, the reality was far from it. The other person was too cruel, completely exploiting her personality. Just after one meeting, their relationship had quickly escalated to the point of master and pet. Moreover, that person had asked to meet again. Bachi was filled with anxiety and unease. In a restless state, Gota Hitori entered her first day of high school. She deliberately chose a high school far away from home. After enrolling, no one knew who she was. However, this didn't mark the beginning of a new chapter. During middle school, Gota Hitori had been unable to make friends due to communication barriers. And this, even in high school, showed no signs of improving. As a result, as expected, a week after school started, Gota Hitori still hadn't made a single friend. In an attempt to make friends, Gota Hitori brought her guitar to school. She hoped someone would notice the prominent instrument and strike up a conversation with her. However, despite trying, Gota Hitori remained all alone. Listen to my song, I quietly died in the corner of the room because no one cared. Reflecting on the events of the first week after school started, Bachi took out her guitar from behind her and began to play and sing by herself. Yes, she had brought her guitar. It could be said that she was completely immersed in her own world. With dark, somber lyrics, she sang through the entire song. Finally, she ended the performance with a strong strum of the strings. Bachi, as usual, bowed in all directions out of habit. She acted as if she had just completed a major performance. Usually, these self-performed moments were only faced with empty air, and of course, no one would respond. But today, a round of applause rang out from one side. Bachi froze in shock, her whole body stiffened, and she slowly turned her head. Yukino Azuma was standing there, smiling in admiration, clapping his hands non-stop. Please forget what just happened. Bachi felt as if her entire life had just collapsed. What was she supposed to do when a social anxiety sufferer like her had her self-destructive moment witnessed by someone else? How could I forget? Bachi played so well, really reached the level of a professional guitarist. Yakama Azuma praised her seriously. Although he wasn't highly skilled in music, at least he had a basic ability to appreciate it. If he had to quantify Bocce's guitar skills, Yakama Azuma guessed it would be somewhere between level 5 and level 6. That was true professional level, even standing out among professionals. Bocce covered her face with her hands. Though the praise made her genuinely happy, being complimented for a self-destructive moment felt no different from being publicly shamed. No. That's not right. Azuma-kun was just complimenting my guitar skills. Bocce reassured herself in her mind. Her confidence instantly surged. Seeing that Gota Hitori seemed to have regained her spirits, Yakama Azuma extended his hand toward her. Let's go. However, when JP dog sound, Gota Hitori suddenly lunged forward, pressing the tips of both her hands against Yakama Azuma's hand. She looked just like a puppy at that moment. No, she had even made a sound like that, so she definitely was a puppy. Bocce, so you actually have a hobby like this? Well, I don't mind it anyway. Yakama Azuma mimicked Kato Megami's tone as he spoke. I just wanted to show absolute obedience to you. But earlier, when you said let's go, where exactly are we going? Bocce tried to explain her actions. We're friends, right? What do friends usually do on the weekends? Get tattoos, pierce their tongues, something like that? Let's go with something a little more normal. Eat out? Yeah. Go shopping? Yeah. Watch a movie? Yeah. Rent a room? Bocce, do you want to be friends with me that way? I'm fine with that. Bocce's face immediately turned bright red, and she tried to bury her face deep into the collar of her hoodie to hide her embarrassment. What did I just say? And Azuma-kun is way too kind. Let's go. Yakama Azuma proactively took Bocce's hand and led her forward. There was no other way. If he didn't take charge, Bocce would probably cling to him in the park all day. Bocce, holding hands with him, didn't react as strongly as he had expected. For her, the biggest issue wasn't the difference between men and women, but the difference between someone with social anxiety like her and the rest of humanity. Yakama Azuma was the first person to cross that barrier and stand in front of her. As a result, she had no idea what the proper distance should be between friends, or between men and women. Since we're friends, holding hands is normal, right? Yeah, Hitori, show some spirit, don't be so shy. Come to think of it, Azuma-kun is really handsome, and his style is on point. Compared to him, I'm just hopelessly uncool. I've got dark circles under my eyes, my back is hunched, and I probably smell bad. After all, I spend all day hiding in the cupboard. But I think I still smell like insect repellent. Meanwhile, Azuma-kun smells so nice, I really like it. Bocce noticed Yakama Azuma wasn't looking back at her, so she secretly leaned forward to get closer. A pleasant scent drifted by. Bocce. Yes. The moment he called her, Bocce immediately pulled back to maintain some distance, turning her head away as if nothing had happened. Being around crowds might be hard for you, huh? If you feel uncomfortable because of people staring, you can get closer to me. You can think of me as your shield. Upon hearing Yakama Azuma's words, Bocce turned around in a daze. Then she saw Azuma-kun smiling at her, a smile full of trust. An angel. Azuma-kun is definitely an angel. For the first time, someone cared about the issue of being watched by others, something that caused her so much pain. Gota Hitori felt like she might burst into tears at any moment. Even if Yakama Azuma asked her to kneel and swear lifelong loyalty right now, Hitori would do it without hesitation. Chapter 58, Because we are friends, it's normal to take off clothes. Gota Hitori, who had been completely led by Yakama Azuma in every sense, had completely forgotten her initial resistance when invited to go out. On the contrary, at this moment, she felt an unmatched sense of security when she was with Azuma. The reason for this sense of security was perhaps something Bocce didn't consciously realize, but Azuma understood it very well. Due to her social anxiety, Bocce was extremely afraid of bothering others and receiving disgusted looks. She was always careful and cautious when doing anything, which made her feel pressured and distressed all the time. But when she was in front of Yakama Azuma, how should she put it? Gota Hitori had almost exposed her lowest limits. Azuma ignored the awkward behaviors caused by her social anxiety and continued to treat her normally. Because of this, Bocce unconsciously considered Yakama Azuma as a safe zone. That feeling was akin to the mindset of letting go. After all, he already knows I'm a hopeless person like this, so pretending anymore doesn't make sense. Although Bocce didn't consciously think this way, her body acted as though it did. In Tokyo, in the Ginza district, on a busy street, facing the bustling crowd, Gota Hitori instinctively pressed herself against Yakama Azuma, almost wanting to bury her face in his back. It was her first time truly strolling around, and Bocce now saw Azuma as her only lifeline. "Shall we pass by the fashion store first, then go eat Chinese food, Bocce?" Sure." Although she wasn't sure she heard everything, she immediately responded affirmatively. Gota Hitori's mouth was faster than her brain. Only after responding did she start to think about why they were going to the fashion store first. Does Azuma-kun want to buy clothes? Is that where this is going? In her mind, she pictured Yakama Azuma changing clothes, while she waited outside the fitting room. When the curtain was pulled back, she would compliment him. Such a scene. It seemed like something she had seen in youth films before. Recalling the times she had been hurt by the youth dramas on TV, Gota Hitori felt a little joy in her heart. Perhaps when she looked back at that scene in the future, she wouldn't feel pain in her heart anymore. Alright, I must definitely compliment Azuma-kun enthusiastically. Should I search online for some compliments to use? As Gota Hitori was thinking this, Yakama Azuma had already pulled her into a women's fashion store, and before she could even process what was happening, she was pushed forward. Immediately, a store employee appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Inside, Gota Hitori was screaming. She had never liked shopping, and one of the reasons was because of the store employees. Just a glance, even for just a millisecond. The other person would definitely appear right in front of her and start talking, a terrifying creature. Bocce completely couldn't handle it. Please help her become even cuter. Yakama Azuma said. Bocce, eh? Yes, please wait a moment. The saleswoman smiled brightly. She loved customers like this. Saying that kind of thing meant they probably didn't care about the price, and if they tried on something nice, they'd buy it right away. Unlike high school girls, who tried on a bunch of clothes but didn't buy anything, and didn't even bother to hang the clothes back where they were. Saleswoman feeling resentful +1. Wait a minute. Azuma-kun. I. Oyster. Crab. Fish. Bocce clung to Yakama Azuma's arm, softly calling out with a pleading voice, gradually turning into strange words. At this point, she no longer cared about the distance between her and Azuma. It could only be said that, compared to the saleswoman and the new clothes, Azuma was much easier to accept. Her head was almost shaking non-stop like a wind chime. However, her objections were very faint. Even if Yakama Azuma heard her, he pretended like he didn't hear anything. Paying attention to Bocce's thoughts here would definitely be a negative point. That was the path to a bad ending. These are the outfits. I'm not sure what style you prefer, but I've prepared 2 popular sets, you can try them on. The saleswoman handed clothes to Bocce. She wanted to lead Bocce to the fitting room. Yakama Azuma took the clothes from her. I'll handle it, she's a little shy. Hearing that, the saleswoman nodded. Watching the 2 of them walk toward the fitting room, she couldn't help but smile gently. So sweet, so sweet. If only I also had a considerate, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend like that. Even if he wasn't that considerate, it would still be great. After smiling for a moment, the saleswoman's smile faded. Saleswoman sighing +1. She was pushed into the fitting room. Bocce gently held the clothes, continuing to shake her head incessantly. Yakama Azuma didn't hesitate, reaching out to press her head down. Go change. Hey, Bocce, you know, this is a favor from a friend. Bocce's eyes widened. Master Order version 2.0. However, even though she realized that Yakama Azuma was giving her a forceful order, she didn't want her friend to feel disappointed, so Bocce slowly pulled the fitting room curtain closed. She reached up to unzip her hoodie. There's only a thin curtain, so Azuma-kun can definitely hear me changing. Just as this thought crossed Bocce's mind, she suddenly heard, from outside the curtain, the sound of a famous band playing guitar. It was surely a song from a chart-topping playlist. Bocce had just listened to that song not long ago. As she began to relax a little, the initial thoughts she had returned to her mind unexpectedly. Wait, can Azuma-kun really read my thoughts? The music masked the faint sounds from inside the fitting room. Yakama Azuma had waited a long time. Long enough that the saleswoman had continuously glanced over here, as if wondering if something unusual was happening. Finally, after a long wait, the fitting room curtain slowly opened. Bocce appeared before Yakama Azuma, no longer in her simple pink tracksuit. Instead, she wore a black and white look-like maid-style dress with puffy sleeves, looking incredibly cute. She even had a small white round hat on her head. That really suits you. So cute. The saleswoman standing beside her complimented, then quickly left. She was quite perceptive, clearly noticing that the customer didn't want to interact with others. But a compliment was still necessary, it was part of her professional duty. Bocce, startled, looked like a dead fish. Yakama Azuma still said nothing. Bocce felt extremely tense inside. Humiliated, she felt like she wanted to die. Indeed, cute outfits like this didn't suit me, a country bumpkin like me. With a death wish kind of mindset, Bocce decided to pull the curtain back to change into her old clothes. With the thought that it didn't matter if she died, she finally looked up, planning to sneak a glance at Yakama Azuma's expression. And the result, when her gaze lifted, the expression Bocce had expected, disgust, didn't appear at all. So, how should she describe this expression? It seemed like he was just stunned. As soon as this thought appeared, Bocce immediately buried herself in her mind. She was sure she must have a broken brain to come up with such self-loving thoughts. I'm sorry, I spaced out for a bit, but it's really Bocce, you're just too cute. Finally, after a long silence, Yakama Azuma's voice rang out. But it came at just the right moment. Bocce's heart stirred wildly. If he had complimented her immediately, she would have just thought it was out of politeness. But now, Bocce actually believed that maybe, just maybe, she could be cute at least. She believed it by 1%. Try on another one, I'm sure it'll suit you perfectly. Okay. She pulled the curtain back. This time, Bocce moved much faster. The second outfit was a black mermaid-style dress, like something you'd wear to a formal ball. Compared to the first one, which was cute, this one leaned more towards a seductive style. It emphasized her curves and enhanced her aura. The saleswoman had clearly put a lot of effort into selecting a variety of outfits and trying out all kinds of styles. After changing, Bocce felt a sense of regret. She bravely looked into the mirror. It was way too alluring. When she wore sports clothes, it wasn't as obvious, but the tight-fitting dress revealed everything she usually hid under the loose athletic wear. Bocce wasn't lying about her measurements. D-cup was just D-cup. Bocce trembled as she pulled the curtain back. For the second time, her gaze was like a dead fish. So beautiful, thank you for your hospitality. This time, the response came quickly. Before Bocce could even react, the fitting room curtain was pulled back from the outside. Then, her phone began to buzz. Yakama Azuma, you look great, really great, but Bocce's body is too beautiful. You'd better not wear outfits like that out in public. She looked at the message. For the first time, Bocce felt embarrassed because she was a girl, not because of her social anxiety. But at the same time, she felt happy. After all, she only wore baggy sports clothes because she wasn't confident. Being complimented here, it could be said, had touched the heart of this young girl. She crouched down, hugging her face for a moment. Bocce was about to change clothes. However. Wait, Bocce reached behind her, trying to unzip the mermaid dress. However, the zipper at the back seemed to be stuck. No matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. And because she was trying to pull the zipper from behind, Bocce's arm suddenly cramped up. The sharp pain made her pull her arm back, slamming it against the fitting room wall. A heavy sound echoed, followed by Bocce's muffled groan of pain. Bocce, are you okay? A voice called from outside the room. Bocce wanted to reply, but the pain was so intense that she couldn't make a sound. So, the fitting room curtain was pulled open slightly. Yakama Azuma quickly squeezed in. Bocce crouched on the floor, staring at the teenager who appeared in the cramped space, her eyes wide in shock. Yakama Azuma glanced at her for a moment and immediately understood what had happened. He pulled her hand and checked it quickly. Luckily, there were no injuries. He continued to massage her arm along the veins. Before long, the cramp in Bocce's arm eased. Although, by now, due to her embarrassment, Bocce didn't even feel the pain anymore. So the zipper of the dress won't go down, right? Yeah. Sorry, Red Bin, sweet honey. Bocce, you don't need to apologize. Just turn around, I'll help you. Hearing this, Bocce's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open. Is this really appropriate? Because they were friends, helping each other change clothes was perfectly normal, right? But is this really normal? Bocce's mind began to overload. Chapter 59, Since we are friends, I guess kissing is normal, right? In the cramped dressing room, Bocce felt like she was suffocating, her head spinning. Of course, that was just an illusion. A small space surrounded by curtains couldn't possibly lack oxygen. Bocce obediently stood still, trying to press her body against the wall in front of her. Suddenly, she felt a warm sensation at the back of her neck. Bocce, who had never had any physical contact except with her parents, trembled uncontrollably. The warm sensation at the back of her neck quickly disappeared. Bocce realized that her earlier movement had caused Yakama Azuma to let go of her. She intended to apologize. But at that moment, her waist was gripped by the person standing behind her. The apology she had meant to say was now only a soft moan, like a little kitten. The sound was indeed a bit ambiguous. Especially in this situation, In a dressing room like this, it could easily provoke the other person. Although Yakama Azuma couldn't see Gota Hitori's face right now, he could imagine her expression. Because the back of Gota Hitori's neck had turned a soft pink. Of course, his earlier action wasn't meant for anything inappropriate. He had only held Bachi in place so she wouldn't move around. Once again, he reached out and pulled the zipper of the mermaid dress down. This time, Yakama Azuma smoothly pulled the zipper of the dress down. Immediately, Bachi's smooth, pale back appeared in front of him. Beneath the light pink hair, the sight was mesmerizing, making one almost swallow their saliva. Yakama Azuma silently admired it for a moment. But he did nothing more. He simply gently pulled Bachi's hand, asking her to cover her back for the time being. Then, he gently pulled one corner of the curtain and stepped out. The sound of the curtain faintly echoed behind him. Gota Hitori froze. After waiting for a long while, there was still no movement from behind. Only then did she slowly turn around. She saw that no one was behind her anymore. Bachi leaned against the wall, her legs weak, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor. What had just happened was truly more than Bachi could handle, someone who had never had a single friend. This close contact with another person was a first for Bachi. No, almost everything Bachi did with Yakama Azuma today was a first for her. Bachi sat on the floor, trying to calm herself down for a long while. Finally, she slowly stood up. If I keep Azuma-kun waiting too long, he'll hate me. I need to change quickly. Not just now. It was just a normal favor between friends, right? Bachi tried to convince herself in her mind. She took off the mermaid dress, then reached to grab the clothes from the basket. But... no. I can't find it. Bachi panicked as she looked into the basket. She searched everywhere, from left to right, top to bottom, flipping the dressing room upside down, but still couldn't find her pink sports outfit. Her eyes widened in shock. Bachi was in big trouble. The truth was, when Yakama Azuma stepped out earlier, he had casually taken her sports outfit with him. He had already been thinking about how to deal with the pink sports outfit that lowered her charm and appearance. And at that moment, Bachi's zipper got stuck, causing her pain in her hand. The opportunity for Yakama Azuma to act had presented itself. Of course, he wasn't going to miss it. In the dressing room, Bachi was frantic, like a fish on a hot pan. She wanted to call Yakama Azuma. But after what had just happened, her face was still bright red. No matter what, she couldn't bring herself to call out to him. After a while of hesitation, she reluctantly reached for the black and white dress. Once changed, Bachi pulled back the curtain. Azuma-kun. She was about to ask him about her sports outfit, but before she could speak, her hand was grabbed by Yakama Azuma. A saleswoman walked over. Bachi immediately switched to silent mode. Please wrap this one up for me, and she can just keep the other one on. And this one, please put it in a bag along with the mermaid dress from the dressing room. Thank you. Yakama Azuma pointed to the mermaid dress in the dressing room, then handed Bachi's pink sports outfit to the sales assistant. Bachi. Bachi, naulu. Bachi, watermelon. Strawberry. Mango. Oishi. After the saleswoman left, Bachi hurriedly tugged at the corner of Yakama Azuma's shirt, pointing to the pink sports outfit that had just been taken away, wanting to say something. However, before she could speak, Yakama Azuma reached out and gently pushed aside the long hair that covered her forehead. This time, Yakama Azuma took the initiative. Bachi was completely unaccustomed to having her whole face exposed like this. Her gaze immediately became vacant. Bachi is really cute. If you just fixed your hair a bit to show your eyes, it would be perfect. Bachi, anu. But today, Bachi has already changed a lot. If you change too quickly, you might not get used to it. So, let's put off the haircut for later. This time, we'll just change the clothes first. Yakama Azuma spoke in a soft tone. Bachi swallowed nervously. Angel. He's an angel. Azuma-kun is truly my angel. She completely forgot her initial purpose. Indeed, human psychology tends to accept something in between two extremes. For example, if you say the room is too dark and needs a window to be opened, most people would probably disagree. But if you suggest removing the entire roof, they'd immediately agree to open the window. Compared to cutting her hair, wearing this dress felt much easier for Bachi to accept. Everything is packed, sir. Please come over here to pay. The sales assistant brought over the POS machine. Gota Hitori was stunned to realize, this was Ginza. Buying clothes here. Looking at the dress she was wearing, the soft material, the beautiful design, Gota Hitori had no concrete idea about the price, only vaguely knowing that it was definitely not cheap. Would the money she had be enough? Even though she had brought along her savings, the money her mother called her wedding fund. Just as Bachi gathered her courage, ready to peek at the price on the POS machine, Yakama Azuma gently placed his hand over her eyes. For a moment, confused in the darkness, Gota Hitori only heard the sound of a card being swiped. Thank you for your purchase. If you have any questions, feel free to come by the store again. When the light returned, Gota Hitori saw Yakama Azuma casually crumpling the receipt into a ball. Azuma-kun. Gota Hitori anxiously wanted to say something. But Yakama Azuma simply picked up the 2 bags and then took her hand, leading her out of the store. Let's go, according to the plan, we'll have Chinese food. Yes. Yes. Bocce nodded. After all, she was definitely going to pay him back when they ate. She thought to herself. However, when they received the menu, Bocce was stunned to find, why was there no price listed on the menu at this restaurant? How about you choose, Azuma-kun? Bocce nervously handed the menu back to Yakama Azuma. Okay. Is there anything you can't eat, Bocce? Yakama Azuma took the menu back, asking further, really, nothing at all? Bocce instinctively shook her head. She didn't want to cause any trouble for others. That had always been her ingrained mentality. And because of this, Bocce had endured quite a lot of hardship. It was always the kind of thing where she had to bite the bullet. Silently shedding tears later and thinking, if only I had been brave enough to speak up back then. Really nothing at all? Yakama Azuma leaned in closer. Bocce instinctively leaned back, nearly falling off her chair. Just as she was about to shake her head again, if you don't tell me, later you'll have to tell the waiter yourself. Yakama Azuma said calmly. Bocce immediately stiffened and quickly gave in. It was clearly easier to tell Azuma than to face a stranger, the waiter. Well, I can't eat celery, and chrysanthemum leaves are a bit hard. But actually, it's fine. What about bell peppers? Yes, I can eat bell peppers. How about bean sprouts? Alright, I understand. After a brief Q&A, Yakama Azuma called the waiter over, ensuring that the dishes would be free from the ingredients Bocce couldn't eat. He even instructed the staff to avoid certain ingredients in specific dishes. When the food was served, Bocce saw only the dishes she loved. In that moment, she was so touched she almost cried. Before, at class gatherings, where everyone had to attend, Bocce had never really enjoyed the meal or felt full. But she always had to pay her share like everyone else. Each time they went out to eat, for Bocce, it was a heavy blow both physically and mentally. But this time, for the first time, Bocce felt the joy of eating out. Bocce, you can eat first. I'll be right back, I need to use the restroom. Why yes. Yakama Azuma left the table for a while, then quickly returned. After the meal, Bocce rubbed her stomach, savoring the full feeling. She was so touched that she almost burst into tears. To repay Yakama Azuma, Bocce gathered all her courage and, as they were leaving the restaurant, ran ahead of him. I want to pay. Pay. Standing at the payment counter by the exit, Bocce stuttered, unable to get the words out. The staff behind the counter listened for a while, finally understanding her intention. You want to pay, right? Yes, that's right. Bocce nodded vigorously. The staff gestured to Yakama Azuma. The customer over there already paid, ma'am. Bocce froze, her eyes wide in surprise. Yakama Azuma reached out and gently patted her head. Her soft, light pink hair brushed against his fingers. Azuma-kun. Bocce wanted to say something, but her mind was in such a mess that she couldn't express herself. Alright, I know what you're going to say. I can read your mind. Yakama Azuma smiled. Bocce really wanted to say that she didn't even know what she was trying to say herself. Let's go, the movie's about to start. Yakama Azuma held up his phone, changing the subject. Seeing the movie tickets already purchased on Yakama Azuma's phone, Bocce had no idea what to say next. At the Ginza cinema. While waiting in line to pick up the tickets, Yakama Azuma curiously asked, have you ever been to the movies before, Bocce? I have, but only watched DVDs on the TV at home. What about the cinema? Never. How could she possibly come to a place filled with youthful energy and a popular hangout spot for couples on dates? Bocce silently thought to herself. After getting the tickets, Yakama Azuma also bought 2 bags of popcorn and cola. The two of them entered the cinema. The movie Yakama Azuma chose was about a band's journey in pursuing their dreams. Not because he thought Bocce would prefer this theme, but because the other films showing at the same time weren't suitable. 2 were about youthful romance. One was about office romance. The last one was a thriller mystery, where the victim was a girl who lived alone, an otaku. He felt that if they watched that one, Bocce might just dead inside in the theater. Compared to the other movies, the band movie was much friendlier. In the last row, in the corner of the theater, the two of them settled into their seats. Since it was a movie about a band, and not during peak hours, the cinema was somewhat empty. Sitting in the corner, Bocce felt incredibly at ease. But at the same time, A sense of guilt crept in. As a super introvert with severe social anxiety, Bocce had extremely sensitive thoughts, sometimes to the point where it became bothersome even for herself. Even for something trivial and insignificant, she could spiral into self-doubt. How could she not realize that Yakama Azuma had clearly chosen this spot with her in mind, to make her feel more comfortable? Today, Yakama Azuma had been considerate toward her countless times, to the point where Bocce felt uncomfortable. Luckily, they were just friends. If they were in a romantic relationship, Bocce would definitely blame herself, thinking she wasn't a worthy girlfriend. She might even feel guilty to the point where she'd vanish into ashes, blown away by the wind. Don't think too much, eat a popcorn. At just the right moment, Yakama Azuma gently tapped Bocce on the head, then handed her the popcorn. Hugging the box, Bocce, like a little squirrel, picked at the popcorn and popped it into her mouth, chewing without a care, her cheeks puffed with food. It wasn't until Yakama Azuma tapped her again that Bocce snapped back to reality. The movie had started. Bocce tried to focus on the film, but couldn't help but keep glancing at the person sitting beside her. In the dark theater, the dim light from the screen reflected on the boy's face. Unlike in the sunlight, he radiated a different kind of charm now, one that made people want to pull him in immediately. Bocce looked at their hands, which were holding tightly together the entire time. It was only then that she suddenly realized. When she realized this, Bocce wanted to bury her face in her hands and scream, but she couldn't. Sensing the shift in the girl beside him, Yakama Azuma turned to look at Bocce. At that moment, he noticed some popcorn crumbs at the corner of her mouth. So, he gently reached out. Bocce felt Yakama Azuma's hand touch her cheek. She instinctively closed her eyes. Huh? Could it be? It must be. It's happening, kissing in the dark theater. But was this really okay? After all, Yakama Azuma and she were just friends. Surely, as friends, kissing is fine, right? No, wait. How can this be okay? Her heart was full of internal conflict, but she still kept her eyes shut, waiting. A long moment passed, but her lips didn't feel anything. Bocce carefully opened her eyes. Yakama Azuma was almost only a breath away from her. Then, right in her gaze, Yakama Azuma gently kissed her. Soft, very soft. This was the first kiss, and the taste on her lips was popcorn, quite tasty. It felt like eating chewy cotton candy, melting away but with time to experience it first. After a long while, Yakama Azuma finally released Bocce. She was gasping, her chest rising and falling. Because it was her first time kissing, she had unconsciously held her breath, almost passing out from lack of oxygen. Although she had been released, her whole body still felt dizzy. It took a long while before Gota Hitori's breath gradually returned to normal. But she absolutely didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yakama Azuma. Because she felt that her body was a bit off because of what had just happened. However, even though she didn't look, Yakama Azuma lifted her chin. Bocce, the reason I touched your face earlier was because the corner of your mouth had popcorn crumbs. Yakama Azuma said as he took out the piece of popcorn that he had just held in his hand to show her. Gota Hitori, after hearing that, first widened her eyes, then her gaze was full of embarrassment, and tears immediately filled her eyes. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But because Bocce is so cute, I couldn't help but kiss you. Yakama Azuma continued. He purposely waited for Gota Hitori to open her eyes before kissing her, so she could understand the difference between a deliberate action and one purely driven by attraction. If Bocce didn't like it, I'm sorry. No. Gota Hitori unconsciously shook her head. She always thought that others weren't wrong, and that all mistakes were her own. And although the feeling earlier was very strange, she really didn't dislike it. So, Bocce liked that? Ah. So you didn't like it? I'm sorry. No. I liked it. Then let's do it again. Ah. Wait. Yakama Azuma stopped her words with a kiss. Gota Hitori started rubbing her two legs together. Since they were friends, kissing should be a normal thing, right? Right? Bocce was sure it was like that. Chapter 60, Marrying Ariri and Becoming a Stay-at-Home Husband. Sounds perfect to me, drip. The sound of water running from the faucet in the bathroom continued to echo. Hiding in the last stall of the women's restroom, Gota Hitori felt like her whole body was covered in a layer of gray. They were kissing, then she suddenly ran into the restroom like this. Indeed, my life is over now. Her tiny soul, much like Bocce, seemed to fly out from her mouth. But, can't really blame. Bocce just couldn't take it anymore. It felt like if she didn't run away, it would be the end. Suppose I could reincarnate, please let me come back as a panda in my next life. Gota Hitori put her hands together, not sure which god she was praying to. After a long moment, she had to face reality. After Bocce fixed her underwear situation, she cautiously stuck her head out of the bathroom stall. wanting to see what Yakama Azuma was doing. Had he angrily left? Or was he standing outside with an angry face, waiting to judge her, the criminal who ran away in the middle of a kiss? Just like the times before. The scenario Bocchi imagined didn't happen. Yakama Azuma was quietly standing outside the restroom. When he saw Bocchi poke her head out, he waved at her. Bocchi lowered her head, taking small steps to Yakama Azuma's side. Yakama Azuma, as if nothing had happened, casually took her hand. This made Bocchi feel a little more at ease. Earlier. Bocchi was about to apologize. Yakama Azuma's voice immediately drowned out her words. Let's watch this next time. Bocchi heard that, looked up, and followed Yakama Azuma's hand as he pointed. It was an advertisement for a movie that hadn't been released yet. The movie Yakama Azuma pointed to had a large poster featuring a young couple embracing on a large ship. It seemed to be a romance film. The title of the movie was Titanic. Okay. Bocchi nodded, agreeing right away. Unlike before, when she felt pressured to agree because of societal expectations. This time, she truly wanted to watch the movie with Yakama Azuma, so she nodded in agreement. Her voice was 3% more confident than before. The brief scene that had just occurred in the theater was quickly forgotten. Yakama Azuma looked at the Titanic poster, his eyes full of anticipation. Movies participating in the film festival were carefully prepared products, with their release dates already set. Laplace Corporation had invested $10 million into Titanic, equivalent to 1.5 billion yen. It was expected to receive a 3.5% share of the box office revenue. The share percentage might seem small. If this amount were invested in another movie, it would almost be enough to own the entire movie's rights. However, when Titanic's box office revenue was announced, this tiny share would really show its true value. As they left the theater, the sky had turned dark. The sun had set, and the sunset dyed the distant clouds a brilliant orange. Are you really okay? Walking on the way home, Bocchi suddenly asked. Huh? What are you talking about, Bocchi? Yakama Azuma stopped and seriously faced Bocchi's question. A lot of things. Bocchi lowered her head, speaking softly but seriously. That was expensive, right? She tugged at the hem of her skirt. Even the food was expensive, there weren't any prices on the menu. She said, gripping the hem tightly. And all the things you do for someone like me, there's probably no benefit for you, Azuma-kun. On the street, people might say that holding my hand makes you look less valuable. I look ordinary, I have dark circles under my eyes, I slouch, and I smell like insecticide. I can't talk to others well, I'm so gloomy, and taking care of me must be a hassle, right? Is it really okay to be friends with someone like me? Bocchi's words were a little scattered. But her point came across clearly. If it were any other time, getting Bocchi to say so much would have been harder than getting her into the University of Tokyo. But now, for Yakama Azuma, Bocchi tried her best to voice all the worries in her heart. And the answer she got was, it's fine. But. Bocchi looked up. Her gaze met Yakama Azuma's unwavering one. No one is born knowing how to socialize or how to dress, you can learn it gradually. Bocchi's past life, not being able to make friends, not having the chance to accumulate experience, that was just by chance. Bocchi is very cute. If you have dark circles, don't stay up late, if you slouch, pay attention to fixing it. Standing next to you will never lower my value. I don't care about what others think. As for money and attention, don't you care about me? If I ran into trouble, would you help me? Hearing Yakama Azuma's question, Bocchi tried to shake her head. If Yakama Azuma were to face difficulties, no matter how hard it was, she would surely try her best to help him. That's right, it's all about give and take. As long as Bocchi doesn't take my sacrifices for granted, there won't be any problems. Yakama Azuma said, giving a slight smile. At that moment, Bocchi truly broke down crying. She cried loudly. In Bocchi's heart, Yakama Azuma had been elevated from an angel to a deity. No, it was even higher than a deity. If Yakama Azuma started a cult, Bocchi would definitely be a devoted follower. After Bocchi cried all her tears from being moved, their conversation dynamic had changed a lot. When Bocchi spoke, she stuttered much less, and sometimes even looked into Yakama Azuma's eyes. This couldn't be called just progress anymore. It was a giant leap. Azuma-kun, is it really true that I can just learn how to socialize? Yes, just talk to me more, try making a few friends, and you'll learn it quickly. Ah, really? I'll give it a try. Best to find girls who share the same interests as you. If any boys come to hit on you, what should I do? You must firmly reject them. Yakama Azuma revealed a smile that could be called somewhat intimidating. Bocchi tried to nod. Even though Bocchi didn't know how to reject someone, When she remembered the intimidating smile she saw today, she thought she could summon up the courage and do it successfully. As for money, I still feel a bit guilty. Please take this. Bocce said, handing Yakama Azuma a small piggy bank. This is the wedding fund my mother saved for me. Yakama Azuma didn't refuse and accepted it immediately. I'll take good care of it and use it at the right time. In fact, compared to the money, Yakama Azuma was more curious about where Bocce had pulled out such a large piggy bank from. As they approached the Gota family home, Bocce reluctantly let go of his hand. Azuma-kun, see you next time. Yeah, if you need anything, just contact me through line. We're friends, so if there's trouble, you can talk to me. As they were waving goodbye to each other, Yakama Azuma suddenly felt a weight on his leg. He looked down. There, he saw a short-haired, pink-haired Lilai. This girl resembled Bocce by about 70 to 80%. With the same hair color, it was almost instantly obvious that they were related. Hey, big brother. Hi, I'm Gota Futari, you're my sister's friend, right? Gota Futari hugged Yakama Azuma's leg, smiling energetically as she asked. That's right, I'm a friend of Hitori, and Futari is Hitori's little sister, right? Yakama Azuma picked up Gota Futari and responded. As he held the little girl, Yakama Azuma noticed she was accompanied by a Shiba Inu dog. This is Jimmy-hen. I see. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Gota Hitori felt her heart get struck by an arrow. Is this the social ability of an elementary school student at a dog? I completely can't fit in. Gota Hitori thought to herself, wanting to quickly send her little sister back home. However, she then heard Gota Futari shout into the house, Mom and Dad. My big sister brought her boyfriend home. Gota Hitori? Yakama Azuma? The front door almost immediately swung open. Both of Gota's parents rushed out from inside the house. They had been worried about Gota Hitori all day. After all, Gota Hitori suddenly said she was going out with a friend. It sounded very suspicious. They were sure that Gota Hitori was talking about an imaginary friend. But her going out was so unusual. Gota Hitori hadn't returned, and they started to worry that their daughter might have been kidnapped. So, when Gota Futari shouted, the couple, passing through the hallway, rushed out. When they came outside, they saw the young man standing next to their eldest daughter. Both of them were stunned. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Gota, I'm Yakama Azuma, a friend of Gota Hitori. Yakama Azuma spoke first. Yakama-kun, hello, would you like to come in and sit for a bit? Mrs. Gota quickly smiled and said in a soft tone, sorry for the trouble, but I have something to do. I'll visit formally next time, please forgive me. Yakama Azuma had to visit Sawamura's house as well, so it was best to politely refuse this time. Mr. and Mrs. Gota immediately showed understanding. Before leaving, Mr. Gota leaned closer and whispered to Yakama Azuma, Yakama-kun, you're not the kind of friend who's paid to be friends with my daughter, are you? Although his voice was very quiet, Gota Hitori still heard it. Being suspected of hiring a friend by her father, Gota Hitori felt like her heart was pierced by another 10 imaginary arrows. Emotional damage. No matter what, I can't. Thinking about this, Gota Hitori suddenly started to reflect more carefully on her own personality. Well, it seems like I really could do this. So, it's fine. Really, it's not like that. My house is just over there. I happened to meet Hitori-san last Saturday, and it seemed like we got along, so we became friends. Yakama Azuma smiled as he explained. When Mr. Gota heard the teenager's detailed answer and saw his handsome face, if he were really a hired friend, it would definitely cost a lot of money. Mr. Gota trusted this explanation. After bidding farewell to the Gota family, Yakama Azuma left. Mrs. Gota watched Yakama Azuma's figure as he walked away, then turned back to look at her eldest daughter's white dress. She had bought Gota Hitori many outfits. There were all kinds of styles. Among them were light, cute dresses like this one. But Gota Hitori had never worn any of them. She always wore that pink sports outfit all day. So, Mrs. Gota thought to herself and nodded. Got it. Next time when Yakama Azuma visits, she will definitely ask a bit about his future plans. The next stop on the trip. The Detective Hill Slope. The Sawamura family home. As soon as Yakama Azuma knocked on the door, it opened immediately. Yakama Azuma was slightly surprised. Do parents everywhere stand by the door, watching everyone like this? It's like the aunties in the neighborhood who immediately run off to watch drama and spread rumors everywhere, like a camera powered by rice. What's on your mind, Yakama-kun? Sorry, I got a little distracted. Say Yurioba-san, I came to visit, here's a gift, please accept it. Yakama Azuma said as he handed over the box of fruit he bought on his way. You didn't have to bring a gift, just come right in. Sayuri took the box of fruit. She really didn't care much for little gifts like this. After all, the Sawamura family was wealthy. But Yakuma Azuma bringing a gift when visiting showed his attitude. She really liked that. As soon as Yakuma Azuma stepped inside, he smelled a sweet fragrance. Sayuri went to the kitchen and brought out a plate of cookies. Eri, she's in the room at the end of the upstairs hallway, probably still drawing. Yakuma-kun, you can go upstairs to find her. We'll have cookies together, I need to watch the pot in the kitchen. Yakuma Azuma offered to help, but Sayuri shook her head. Then, Yakuma Azuma took the cookies and went upstairs. At the end of the hallway, there was a room with a sign that read Eri. Yakuma Azuma paused for a moment, then thought to himself whether he should get a similar nameplate for himself. He felt that he'd definitely need it someday. He knocked on the door. From inside, Eri's voice called out. Mom, you can come in, just leave the cookies on the table, I'm a little busy right now. Yakuma Azuma raised an eyebrow before entering the room. Inside, Eri was sitting in a chair. She was wearing a green sports outfit, large black-rimmed glasses, and her hair was tied in a simple ponytail falling behind her. At home, Eri didn't act like a rich young lady, she wore whatever was comfortable. Yakuma Azuma thought to himself that he'd seen far too many sports outfits today. On the long table in front of Eri, there were scattered sheets of sketch paper everywhere. She was focused on a graphics tablet in front of her, drawing rapidly. Well, perhaps it was more accurate to say she was drawing with great enthusiasm. Yakuma Azuma glanced over. The tablet Eri was using appeared to be a new Wacom Minchuo's Pro model. The price seemed to be around 500,000 yen. Yakuma Azuma remembered it being somewhere around that range. And Eri seemed to have quite a few of them. Although Yakuma Azuma already knew that Eri was a true Uji-sama. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, maybe I should just stop trying. I could just marry Eri and live off her to climb the social ladder. Despite that, Yakuma Azuma looked at the table full of drafts. The scene before him was filled with pictures that needed to be blurred. And among them, most of the pictures had artistic content. Yakuma Azuma fell into a state of contemplation. Let's just say, he was looking with a critical eye. This clavicle, this chest, these legs, this. You look like an upright person, but inside you are a pervert in the wardrobe. A long while passed without hearing any movement. Finally, Eri looked up suspiciously. Through her large black-rimmed glasses, her eyes met Yakuma Azuma's critical gaze. After a moment of stunned silence, Eri widened her eyes, mouth agape, letting out a shrill scream that could pierce eardrums. What are you doing in my room? Don't look. As she screamed, Eri quickly started gathering the papers on the table. However, she wasn't in the habit of cleaning up her desk. The reference drafts were carelessly scattered everywhere. It was clear she couldn't tidy everything up in such a short amount of time. As for hiding, unless Eri bent over the desk, she probably couldn't cover everything completely. Kashiwagi Eri-sensei, please calm down. Yakuma Azuma advised. Hearing that, Eri seemed to have steam rising from her head, dropped the paper she was holding on the table, and decided to give up. Yakuma Azuma had known for a long time that Eri was drawing jinshai. Not only was it in his past life, but even during their time as a couple, they had entered each other's rooms before. Although Eri had been very careful to tidy up her room back then, Yakuma Azuma, confident in his observational skills, had naturally picked up on her weaknesses. After Eri was forced to admit her secret, their relationship became even more passionate. Eri laid back on the chair, not caring about anything anymore. Yakuma Azuma handed her the cookies, casually taking the #1 graphics tablet with him. As for Kashiwagi Eri-sensei, her drawing skills had improved significantly compared to before. However, when it came to the story, let's just say, it was hard to describe. How did you end up at my house? You still haven't answered me. Eri asked, biting into a cookie in frustration. Chapter 61, Eri riding Poju, why are you at my house? You haven't answered me yet. Eri angrily bit into the cookie. It felt like she was turning the cookie into something else. I'm just visiting. Yakuma Azuma replied matter-of-factly, then tapped on the digital drawing tablet. The storyline is terrible. Then why did you come? Eri looked at the digital drawing tablet with regret. A storyline doesn't matter, as long as the art is good. Sayuri Obasan invited me, don't you know? Yakuma Azuma put the digital tablet down. He casually pulled out a few sheets of rough sketches. Then, he imitated Eri's drawing style to divide the storyboard panels. I've never heard about this. Eri said angrily. Clearly, Sayuri had decided this on her own. It caught Eri off guard. But despite saying that, when she met Yakuma Azuma, Eri still felt happy. Watching Yakuma Azuma work, she curiously leaned in, sticking her head out to see the content on the rough sketch. Yukima Azuma didn't draw the panels. He simply drew the speech bubbles in appropriate spots and filled in the dialogue. Ariri watched for a while, her cheeks heating up. Even though it was just a written storyline, it was enough to make her blush and her heart race. Especially since Yukima Azuma had a good literary background. The power of words was even stronger. Ariri covered her face with her hand, wanting to question Yukima Azuma about why he wrote such terrible things in a girl's bedroom. But she had just drawn that terrible storyline in her own bedroom. She had no right to question him. Moreover, she slightly opened her hand, peeking between her ring and middle fingers. Ariri secretly looked at the progression of the storyline on the rough sketch. Even without images, just reading through the lines, she could imagine the corresponding scenes in her mind. Compared to the stiff storylines on her digital tablet, this was far more captivating. Anyway, let's do this. The rest might not need a storyline anymore. Yukima Azuma finished arranging the completed rough sketches and handed them to Ariri. Ariri shyly accepted them. She was really embarrassed. But because the storyline wasn't good, her work had been stalled for a long time. With this storyline to support her, the next part of her work would be much easier. Moreover, this was a storyline written by Yukima Azuma. At this moment, knock knock. The door to the room was knocked on. Sayuri opened the door. You can come downstairs to eat now. Ah, am I disturbing you too? Although the two weren't doing anything unusual, just a moment ago, Ariri had nearly pressed her entire body against the back of Yukima Azuma in order to see the rough sketches. Moreover, due to the content on the paper, her cheeks had turned bright red. If it weren't for the clothes still on their bodies, it would have looked no different than doing something inappropriate for children. Huh? So, the situation right now. Is it actually after they've finished already? Mom, why did you come in without waiting for me to answer? Azuma, get out too, I need to change. Ariri, embarrassed, buried her face behind the rough sketch. She hurriedly pushed Yukima Azuma and Sayuri out of the room. Bang. The room door was closed. Ah, Yukina-kun, did you use protection earlier? Sayuri-obasan, please don't joke like that. Alright, Yukina-kun, you seem a bit too mature already, it's not funny. How about sukiyaki for dinner? I don't have a problem with that, thank you for the invitation. Once they finished speaking, they both headed downstairs to prepare the hot pot and ingredients. Sukiyaki was actually a traditional Japanese hot pot dish. The main ingredient was beef. The seasoning was Japanese sweet soy sauce. As for the flavor, it was quite pleasant. The only thing is, according to traditional habits, it can be hard to accept. Because most Japanese people, when eating sukiyaki, dip it in raw eggs. Those are eggs without bacteria. Yukina-kun seems to have never liked raw food since he was little, whether it's tamagoyaki or sashimi. Sayuri commented when she saw Yukima Azuma set the raw egg aside. I'm a bit picky about this. He replied. Like the eating habits of Chinese people, most of your daily meals are Chinese food, right? Yes, that's right. Could it be that you're actually someone who eyes Kai over from China? That's why you're so mature. Sayuri-obasan, I think you've watched too many Eyes Kai anime. Facing the suspicion of being a reborn, Yukima Azuma responded without changing his expression. Sayuri's teasing had been something Yukima Azuma had often heard since he was a child. Since Sayuri was an otaku, her imagination was quite vivid. When he was younger, Sayuri even teased him by saying he was a biological robot who had infiltrated Japan. Click click click. While chatting, Ariri hurriedly ran down the stairs. At this point, Ariri had changed into a different outfit. Her black glasses had been replaced with contact lenses. The sportswear had been swapped for a bright orange spaghetti strap dress, with a white blouse underneath and a large red bow tied around her neck. Ariri always aimed for a cute yet slightly elegant style. And she truly looked great in this outfit. Every time she appeared, she never failed to surprise others. Era. Seeing her daughter, Sayuri couldn't help but smile warmly, gently brushing her face. After all, her daughter had been so lazy about makeup when attending manga exhibitions. Yet today, just because Yukima Azuma was visiting, she had completely changed her appearance. Even wearing disposable contact lenses. The contrast was clear. The girl's thoughts were so obvious. Everyone had gathered. Sayuri opened the meat box. The dry ice at the bottom, from the cracks in the bamboo, released thin wisps of white smoke. The premium wagyu beef, surrounded by mist, was so red and white that it made one's mouth water. The ingredients were extremely luxurious. But Ariri clearly seemed accustomed to these things. Yukima Azuma glanced at Ariri, who seemed relatively indifferent. Previously, he had thought that if he wasn't careful, being around Ariri would definitely create a lot of pressure. This girl ate only high-end things, and her pocket money was probably more than the salary of an average worker. Moreover, she had been raised with this lifestyle, and had become accustomed to seeing such things as normal. Her perspective was almost completely different from that of an ordinary person. This easily made normal boys feel intimidated and created a gap that felt like an insurmountable chasm. Fortunately, Yukima Azuma wasn't an ordinary guy. So, he didn't feel hurt by his self-esteem during puberty when facing situations like this. Dinner time passed very quickly. The atmosphere at the dining table was joyful, thanks to Yukima Azuma, and both the host and the guest were satisfied. Sayuri took the pot back toward the kitchen. Yukima Azuma followed behind. "Let me help wash the dishes, otherwise, I'd feel guilty just eating." Sayuri glanced at him. The face of this young man didn't show any sign of guilt. Nevertheless, Sayuri really liked this trait about him. "It's fine, Yukima-kun, go out and watch TV with Ariri. That's more important than washing the dishes." Sayuri gestured towards the sofa in the living room, where Ariri was occasionally glancing this way. Yukima Azuma nodded. However, before heading back to the living room, Yukima Azuma looked around Sawamura kitchen. There were expensive knives and cooking utensils, everything was well equipped. But he felt like something was missing. Washing dishes after every meal is such a hassle. Yukima Azuma suddenly said. Sayuri was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding Yukima Azuma's meaning. But she continued on, "It is a hassle. Many people don't like cooking because they actually hate the process of cleaning up the kitchenware, not because they're uninterested in cooking." Yukima Azuma nodded in agreement. "If there were a machine that could automatically wash the dishes, Sayuri Obasan, would you buy it? Just put the dishes in, and then take them out, all clean." Sayuri thought for a moment after hearing that. Like a washing machine? Exactly like a washing machine, but it would probably be even more convenient. For me, as long as the price isn't too expensive, I'd definitely buy it. Really? Thank you, Sayuri Obasan. Yukima Azuma thanked her and left the kitchen. Sayuri glanced at the kitchen utensils in the sink, then looked over towards Yukima Azuma in the living room. This young man seemed to have quite a good idea. Was he in Wall Street because of this? Sayuri, of course, knew about Yukima Azuma going abroad. Though curious, Sayuri clearly didn't want to invade his privacy, so she naturally didn't ask. Otherwise, it might make her seem like she was investigating Yukima Azuma. That could make him feel uncomfortable. Although, she had been doing exactly that. But now, looking back, the reason for him going abroad seemed clearer. On the sofa, Ariri was secretly glancing into the kitchen. She wanted to know what Yukima Azuma had been talking to her mother about. When she saw Yukima Azuma walking out of the kitchen, she immediately sat up straight. Her expression showed she wasn't looking at anything else. Yukima Azuma sat down beside her. "What are you watching?" "Ah, just a TV show." Ariri wasn't actually watching TV, so she could only give a vague answer. Yukima Azuma looked up at the TV screen. The program currently playing was a horror show. The name was Super Horror. Also called True Horror. The full name seemed to be If They Really Exist, You're Doomed. A super scary story. The main theme of the show featured two hosts, an old man and a young girl, who told terrifying stories and showed eerie pictures. The old man was responsible for creating the atmosphere. The girl was responsible for acting scared and being cute. The stories were mostly of the quality you'd expect from third-rate horror novels. The pictures looked like they had been photoshopped. However, occasionally, the show would feature a horror story that became a hit. So, the show was quite popular. It was even broadcast during prime time in the evening. "So, Ariri likes this kind of show, huh?" Yukima Azuma said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Ariri finally looked at the TV. At that moment, the show was about to show a picture. A blurry photo of a camping trip was zoomed in on. Through the gap in the tent, a faint ghostly face appeared. "Ah!" Ariri, completely unprepared, screamed in fright. Her body curled up on the sofa, her small face looking a little pale. Yukima Azuma, standing beside her, watched and smiled silently. Ariri wasn't good at handling this kind of horror. She had been like that since she was little. The TV show had paused on the horror segment, and it was clear Ariri had completely stopped paying attention. But despite that, seeing Ariri frightened like this was quite cute. She was already small, and when she curled up, it made people want to protect her. But before anyone could protect her. "Hey? Ariri, are you okay? Don't tell me you scary." "Then why were you still watching it?" Yukima Azuma asked, his tone full of suspicion. Ariri, hearing this, quickly put her hands down. She straightened up on the sofa. I, of course, like this show. It's very interesting, not scary at all. It's just that you were talking to me earlier, and I wasn't paying attention, so I got scared, that's all." Ariri was really good at talking big. If she didn't, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. She definitely couldn't admit that she was actually peeking into the kitchen just now. Although she might have adjusted her words a bit, Ari's proud nature remained unchanged. Her body was soft, but her words were as tough as ever. Is that so? Well then, let's continue watching. Yakama Azuma smiled with an ambiguous expression. Go ahead and watch. Just don't get so scared that you're too afraid to go home later. Ari replied in a playful tone. And so, the program continued. After a series of horrifying images and a commercial break, the show Super Horror reached its most important segment. This was the storytelling part. Today's story was about a young woman working in an office, living alone. After working late into the night, she began to feel like someone was following her on her way home. She ran desperately back to her house, locked the door tightly, and peered through the peephole. But there was no one outside. Relieved, she went to turn on the lights inside. But to her shock, neither the chandelier on the ceiling nor the desk lamp on the table would turn on. In the midst of her panic, the refrigerator suddenly opened by itself. In the cold, dim light, a ghostly, grayish-white figure crawled out from the inside of the fridge. Then, the story unfolded like that. Yakama Azuma, having watched all kinds of horror movies from his past life and even enjoying horror games, found this simple and somewhat cliched horror story to be nothing special. Naturally, he didn't react. But Ari, the girl who had never really been exposed to horror stories since childhood. Just a little darkness, and she wouldn't dare walk through narrow alleys alone. When the story reached its middle part, she curled up next to Yakama Azuma. Hey Azuma, if you're scared, you can hug me. Ari said. Yakama Azuma didn't call her out on it. He simply wrapped his arms around the girl. From that point on, Ari spent most of the time covering her face, only peeking at the screen through the gaps between her fingers. In truth, it would have been better for her to cover her ears, not her eyes. Fortunately, the program ended right after the story. Ari curled up in Yakama Azuma's arms, desperately seeking a sense of safety. And then, click. The sound of a photo being taken came from beside them. Ari jumped in surprise and quickly looked over. To her shock, she saw her mother, holding a phone, smiling brightly as she snapped a picture. Ari froze for a moment. And then, she realized the position she was in with Yakama Azuma. It could no longer be called a suggestive situation. It was a little too much. As Kashiwagi Iri-sensei would say, this was probably the writing position in legend. There was no other choice. Ari quickly turned away, unable to look at the TV anymore. Mom. Delete it quickly. She jumped off Yakama Azuma and rushed toward Sayuri. Sayuri, with her experience dealing with her daughter after teasing her for many years, easily avoided Ari's attack. She pressed her hand on Ari's head, keeping her from charging forward. I got a nice picture, thanks for the hospitality. Delete it now. The two of them played around for a while. Time passed quickly. Yakama Azuma looked at his watch and stood up, preparing to leave. Thanks again for the hospitality, but it's getting late, I should go now. When Ari heard Yakama Azuma was about to leave, her face showed a hint of regret. As for Sayuri touched her face with one hand, making a confused expression. Seeing that, Yakama Azuma immediately understood, Sayuri definitely had something planned. Sure enough. Yakama-kun, I was about to tell you, it's raining outside, and it's a heavy rain. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma was surprised and hurried to the living room, heading to the balcony. At this point, he finally heard the loud sound of rain pouring. Ari's villa was really too big. In the living room, the sound of rain outside couldn't be heard at all. Now, the rain was very heavy, and the water had begun to pool on the ground. Yakama Azuma took out his phone to check. As a result, even the trains had stopped running due to the heavy rain. If he called a taxi, who knew how long he would have to wait? The distance was about 10 kilometers, which wasn't too far. But to get home comfortably, it seemed the only option was to ask Sayuri to drive him home. Yakama Azuma recalled Sayuri's driving skills. Well, forget about it. Normally, Ari would have a driver, but that driver probably had finished work at this late hour. As for Yakama Azuma driving himself, it wasn't impossible. Unfortunately, at now, he was still too young and didn't have a driver's license. Looking back at Sayuri, Yakama Azuma felt that Sayuri was doing this on purpose. She had intentionally invited him to dinner tonight. With this heavy rain, it's dangerous to go home, Yakama-kun, why not stay here? My house has plenty of rooms. Chapter 62, Sayuri Maternal Care. In this heavy rain, it's too dangerous to go home. Yakama-kun, why don't you stay here? My house has plenty of rooms. Sayuri suggested. Yakama Azuma could hear the cheerful laugh hidden behind her calm tone. Then I'll be a bother. Given the situation, Yakuma Azuma didn't hesitate and decided to stay. Sayuri smiled and went upstairs to prepare a guest room. Yakuma Azuma turned back and sat next to Ariri. Today, I'm troubling Ariri and Sayuri Obasan again. Ariri glanced sideways, her hand brushing through her blonde hair. Ah, it's fine. I can't let you go outside in this heavy rain, but just this time, alright? As usual, her words didn't match her feelings. But it was still cute. On the TV, after the commercials, the news program started. Recently, a space probe has detected a comet rapidly approaching Earth. It is predicted that this comet, named Charlotte, will only pass by Earth. At its closest, it will be visible with the naked eye in the skies of Hokkaido, a coincidence that astronomers are calling a rare celestial event that happens once in 1,000 years. The specific time that the Charlotte comet will pass by Earth is expected to be on July 1st. Maybe by then, we can all marvel at this natural wonder together. Both Ariri and Yakuma Azuma were captivated by this news. Yakuma Azuma felt that this event seemed strangely familiar. He tried to recall his memories, but couldn't find any useful information. Meanwhile, Ariri's eyes lit up. She looked at Yakuma Azuma, hoping he would say something. Sensing her gaze from beside him, Yakuma Azuma snapped out of his thoughts. Looking back, he saw the expectant look in Ariri's eyes. Yakuma Azuma paused for a moment and then realized. Just as Ariri began to feel disappointed, he spoke. Ariri, this July, let's go see the comet together. Hearing this, she immediately forgot her usual arrogance and nodded. Okay. Then she realized. She was about to say something like, it's not that I want to go with you, but since you invited me, I don't mind going with you a little, Something typical tsundere. The atmosphere in the living room was full of joy. At this moment, Sayuri came downstairs and informed both of them that the room had been prepared. It was getting late, so the two of them went upstairs. Just as they reached the door of the room, Yakuma Azuma's phone suddenly rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was a call from Kasumijoka Utaha. Yakuma Azuma answered without any intention of avoiding Ariri's gaze. Ariri, like a small dog, secretly crept closer to Yakuma Azuma, wanting to overhear the conversation. As soon as Yakuma Azuma took out his phone, she caught a glimpse of the note on the screen. She immediately recognized it was a call from the woman with black hair, black stockings, and fat, who was living with Yakuma Azuma. That girl, calling Azuma at this late hour, what does she want? Ariri grumbled to herself, tilting her ear to listen. Moshi, may I ask where you booked the hostess service? Give me the address, and I'll report it to the police. Came Kasumijoka Utaha's mocking voice from the other end of the line. Ariri was fuming with anger. Azuma didn't book any hostess service. Besides, if it were a hostess service, wouldn't she be the one involved? No. This whole thing isn't even real. Senpai, I was just about to call you. Due to the heavy rain tonight, I might not be able to go home. Yakuma Azuma, accustomed to Kasumijoka's sarcastic tone, simply stated the truth. Then where are you planning to stay tonight? Kasumijoka's voice carried a hint of displeasure, accompanied by some clattering noises. She must be tapping her long legs in her black stockings on the floor again. Ariri mother, Sayuri Obasan, invited me as a guest, so I'm currently at Ariri's house. Yakuma Azuma truthfully responded. There was no point in lying here, it would be easily exposed. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Just as Ariri was about to smirk in triumph, she heard at Sawamura's house. Well, that's fine then. Don't forget to bring breakfast tomorrow. And with that, the call was abruptly ended. Ariri? Although Kasumijoka didn't say anything rude, Ariri felt deeply disrespected. And, in fact, she was. When Kasumijoka Utaha first heard that Yakuma Azuma wouldn't be coming home tonight, she had been somewhat worried. But when she heard that he was at Ariri's house, she immediately stopped worrying, her mood lightened, and she hung up. If Yakuma Azuma had said he was staying at Kato Megami's place, Kasumijoka Utaha would have definitely called and talked with him all night. But Ariri. Kasumijoka Utaha thought of Ariri's tsundere personality. Immediately, she was at ease. After all, one night was nothing to worry about. Well then, good night, Ariri. Waving, Yakuma Azuma entered the guest room that Sayuri had prepared. This guest room was opposite Ariri's room. If both doors were opened, they could see each other's beds. Ariri angrily turned back to her room. She sat down on the chair. Taking out her contact lenses, she replaced them with her black-framed glasses. Grabbing her drawing tablet, she initially planned to continue drawing. But as she looked at the plotline she had drawn earlier, her gaze unintentionally drifted to the side, where Yakuma Azuma had left his draft. Comparing the two, the difference was truly glaring. After all, She was a well-known Jinchai artist with impressive drawing skills, but sometimes she still got criticized online for her weak storylines. At first, Airi had been quite angry about that. But now, looking at the plot that Yakama Azuma had written, although both were for H manga, Airi had to admit, her storyline seemed a little lacking. After thinking for a while, Airi finally decided to take the draft that Yakama Azuma had left behind. She turned the page on her drawing tablet to the first one. Starting from scratch, she began to revise her work. This work was going to be submitted to Comiket in the summer. It really was better to perfect it a bit more. She revised it based on the storyline H manga Yakama Azuma had written for her. Airi worked much faster than before. Before long, the earlier part of the plot had been completely fixed. The scenes further along were already clear in her mind. At this rate, I might finish tonight. Airi realized this and couldn't help but feel astonished. She was an author who often missed deadlines. Every time she had to submit something, she almost always worked late into the night just to meet the deadline. But this time, she still had half the time left. And she was about to finish it. Moreover, the quality of this work could be said to be the best of her career. After the surprise, Airi decided to finish it right away, aiming to set a new record for herself. However, just as she was about to start drawing, Airi suddenly felt something was off. Why did the chair feel so damp today? After thinking for a moment, Airi felt as though an exclamation mark appeared above her head. Then, she silently screamed like a little squirrel. Airi couldn't believe it. While drawing Jinchai, her body had reacted like this. In the past, whenever she drew manga, she had never encountered this situation. Not even when she used her own body as a reference had she experienced anything like this. Why is this happening? Airi jumped to the side, carefully searching for the cause. The chair was still her chair. The desk was still her desk. The manga was still her manga. So, what's different? Airi's gaze stopped on the draft beside her. Does that mean her body reacted because of the storyline Yakama Azuma wrote? When she thought about this possibility, Airi felt embarrassed and twisted on the floor. Screaming, squirming, crawling in the darkness. She rolled around for a while. With a flushed face, Airi went to the wardrobe. She grabbed a bath towel and, feeling embarrassed, went into the bathroom. Airi's villa had a shared bathroom for the whole family and private bathrooms in each room. She was rich, no need to elaborate. She folded her clothes. Airi looked at her soaked underwear. Her mood became a bit chaotic. She turned on the shower. Just rinsed off quickly. Then, she slipped into the bathtub. Soaking in the warm water, the girl seemed to have found a bit of peace. After some time, she finished her bath. Wrapping herself in the towel, Airi opened the bathroom door, about to change her clothes. But just then, a lightning bolt tore through the night sky outside the window. In that moment, the powerful light made the outside world seem as bright as day. Airi was startled and instinctively looked out the window. Immediately boom. 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 A loud thunderclap roared. At the same time, the lights in the room suddenly went out. The whole room was plunged into thick darkness, and she couldn't see anything. Airi screamed in fear, her legs going weak, and she collapsed to the floor. She wasn't a brave person. She had always been afraid of the dark, and at night, she always had to leave a small night light on by her bed. On top of that, she had just watched a horror program earlier tonight. The rain was still pouring outside, with thunder and lightning roaring. All of these factors combined. Now, Airi's courage had almost dropped to negative levels. Airi, are you okay? Yakama Azuma's voice called out from outside, accompanied by the sound of knocking. Airi tried to respond, but her voice was already full of tears. Then, another lightning bolt flashed outside the window. Boom. 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 The loud thunder completely shattered Airi's psychological defenses. God. Help me. Azuma. Help me. Airi cried out in fear, sobbing uncontrollably. The door to the room opened. Yakama Azuma entered the dim room, trying to find his bearings in the darkness. He saw a figure curled up on the floor. Azuma quickly moved toward her and pulled her into his arms. It's okay, Airi. I'm here, it's okay. Azuma gently patted her back, soothing her with soft words. However, this feeling? Azuma realized something didn't seem quite right. But at this moment, Airi had completely thrown herself into his arms, crying her eyes out. She didn't give Azuma any time to think. Azuma. Whoa. I'm so scared. The girl buried her head in the crook of his neck. Large teardrops rolled down his chest. Her arms were tightly wrapped around him, using a lot of strength. Azuma patiently patted her back, gently comforting her emotions. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered back on. There was thunder just now, and the circuit breaker for the villa tripped for a bit. It's fixed now. Are you two alright? Sayuri's voice came from outside the room. Azuma was about to answer that everything was fine. Then, at that moment, he saw something white right in front of him. Only then did he understand why something felt off earlier. Because right now, Ariri was completely defenseless. The only towel she had on her body had been crushed between their bodies, now a crumpled mess, offering no protection at all. Ariri clearly hadn't realized this. Even though the lights had come back on, Ariri still clung to Yakama Azuma, unable to completely shake off the fear she'd just experienced. Outside, footsteps grew closer. Azuma scanned the room, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Unfortunately, the closest clothes were probably in the wardrobe. The only thing that could cover her might be the blanket. But then, thinking about it, it didn't really matter much whether she covered up or not. In the end, Azuma decided to stop trying. The door to the room was opened by Sayuri, who had intended to check on the two. But when she saw the scene inside, she froze. Then, as if rewinding time, she smoothly closed the door again. Footsteps sounded as they quickly moved away, only to return almost immediately. This time, the door opened just a crack. Something was thrown inside. Azuma tried to turn his head to look. And then, he saw a box of condoms lying silently on the floor. He couldn't help but mutter, just like Sayuri. The matchmaking mom scenario, which seemed like something straight out of anime, was now playing out in real life. Under the clear light, Ariri's emotions gradually calmed down. And as the fear faded, her reason returned. Finally, Ariri realized the awkward situation between them. You, she stammered but couldn't form a full sentence. Ariri didn't even know what more to say. This scene reminded her of the time back on the schoolyard. It was so embarrassing she wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. But Azuma had come to help her again. The only difference was that Ariri had control over her emotions now. She didn't rush to bash her forehead into Azuma's in hopes of making him forget everything like before. You. Close your eyes. Ariri's voice was still choked, as though she might burst into tears at any moment. I've closed them. I won't open them. Azuma responded. He understood well that now wasn't the time to tease Ariri further. If he did, he might truly traumatize this tsundere girl. You. Hug me up, please. Ariri whispered softly in Azuma's ear. Azuma kept his eyes closed, gently picking Ariri up and standing up. Go straight. Stop, now turn a little to the right, a bit more, keep going. Alright. Finally, they reached the bed. Ariri quickly crawled under the covers. Can I open my eyes now? Azuma asked. You can open them. Ariri curled herself up completely under the blanket, leaving only her emerald green eyes visible, shining with a hint of shyness as she peeked out. Azuma opened his eyes and saw that Ariri was completely hidden under the blanket, understanding that her level of embarrassment had hit its peak for the day. He was about to say goodbye and leave. Well then, I'll go and first no. Unexpectedly, before Azuma could finish his sentence, Ariri cut him off with a loud cry. Her emerald eyes were clearly starting to fill with tears. Stay, don't leave me, please. Ariri's voice was so soft, almost a whisper. Seeing her like this, Azuma stood frozen, feeling his heart melt. Gone was her tsundere shell, and what remained was a tender, vulnerable side of a girl, so alluring it made his heart race. Very cute. But, are you sure you're okay? Azuma carefully considered his words, unwilling to tease her further in this situation. Bottom drawer of the wardrobe, there's my stuff. Ariri's voice came from beneath the covers, still slightly choked. Azuma walked over to her wardrobe. The wardrobe was spacious, filled with all sorts of dresses, each different in style. There were even a few evening gowns, all tailored perfectly to Ariri's measurements, clearly custom-made. He pulled open the bottom drawer, and a series of pink, white, and blue clothes printed with small bear patterns appeared in front of him. Azuma chose the simplest one, a plain colored set. He also grabbed another set of pajamas from the wardrobe and brought them over to the blanket. Azuma gently touched the edge of the blanket, where Ariri was hiding. I'll wait in the bathroom, I won't leave, don't worry. With that, Azuma left the room for a moment. From under the covers, the blanket monster reached out and grabbed the cute clothes he had brought. A faint rustling sound followed, and then the room fell silent. A long while later, Ariri's voice finally came from under the blanket. You can come back now. Azuma walked over. Ariri had crawled out from under the covers, but her pale face was still flushed. Her long lashes held a few remaining tears, sparkling like tiny stars. Chapter 63, Thinitsuru I appears, Please accept me as your disciple. Ariri moved to the edge of the bed. Then she turned her face away, avoiding eye contact. If it were an invitation to sleep together with Yakama Azuma, with her personality, she definitely wouldn't be able to say it. But tonight, if Yakama Azuma leaves, Ariri might not be able to sleep at all, and might even cry several times. Yakama Azuma sat down on the other side of the bed. Ariri's bed had a feminine style with soft pink hues. The bedsheet was adorned with cute cherry blossom patterns. As soon as he sat down, the first sensation was softness. So soft that it felt as if it could swallow he whole. But it still provided a supportive feeling. Yakama Azuma lay down next to Ariri, leaving a moderate gap between them. Ariri also lay down. She tried to close her eyes to hide her embarrassment. But as soon as she closed her eyes, terrifying grayish-white images appeared in the darkness before her. For Ariri, someone who never watches horror shows or movies, the terror of this night was truly unbearable, and the after effects were still overwhelming. She could only open her eyes, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Yakama Azuma vaguely sensed the fragrance from the person beside him. The fragrance from Ariri, always gentle and sweet. It was like the smell of ripe pears, sweet and inviting, making one want to take a bite. At this moment, the fragrance seemed to waver. Thinking back, he had asked before, others seemed unable to sense this scent. Yakama Azuma thought about it. The same had happened when he was with Kato Megumi. The faint fragrance of tuberoses flowers, which no one but him could smell. But it really existed. Otherwise, Yakama Azuma wouldn't have been able to quickly find the girl with such a subtle presence, like a ninja. While he was thinking, Yakama Azuma reached out his hand. Quickly, he touched the soft hand of the girl, then held it tightly. Ariri only slightly shuddered, then made no further reaction. Normally, she would resist a little. But at this moment, Ariri's ability to defend herself was truly too low. Yakama Azuma playfully toyed with Ariri's small hand. He quickly noticed that her palm was slightly cold. Tonight, she must have been so scared that she couldn't handle it. Yakama Azuma regretted teasing her, making her watch the entire horror program. His finger gently stroked her small hand, then slipped between her fingers. The two of them intertwined their 10 fingers tightly. Ariri's fingers opened and closed. Repeating this a few times, she finally made up her mind and tightly grasped Yakama Azuma's hand. Feeling the warmth of his hand transmit to hers, Ariri slowly closed her eyes. The frightening things no longer appeared. Her emotions fluctuated many times. At this moment, Ariri was extremely tired. When she felt reassured, she immediately let go of all her defenses. Her breathing gradually became steady and calm. In less than 5 minutes, the girl had fallen into a deep sleep. Tonight, the heavy rain slammed against the window. Tonight, the thunder roared, rumbling without stopping. But none of it could intrude into the girl's dream. In her dream, there was only the soft bed and the handsome boy. The next day, the morning light shone through the window, illuminating the room. Perhaps due to the heavy rain the night before, the sky today was unusually clear, almost without a cloud in sight. This made the morning sunlight appear even more radiant than usual. Sensing the change in light, Ariri's cute eyebrows slightly twitched. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Just like last time, the boy was still right in front of her. Ariri shifted her hand slightly. It's numb. She shifted her foot. It's wrapped too tightly. She was once again curled around him like the time she slept at Yakama Azuma's house, her whole body like an octopus, tightly holding onto him. Ariri looked at the boy's profile and fell into deep thought. Was her sleeping position really that bad? No, anyway, it's his fault. Hugging him really felt comfortable. More comfortable than any pillow in the world. So she couldn't really blame herself, right? Perhaps these thoughts in her mind were being sensed. Ariri saw Yakama Azuma slowly open his eyes. Their gazes met. Good morning, Ariri. Good. Good morning, Azuma. There's a saying, the first time is awkward, but the second time feels familiar. This time sleeping with Yakama Azuma, Ariri seemed to feel a bit calmer. Though she still couldn't escape the embarrassment. But this time, she didn't get angry the moment she woke up. Letting go of Yakama Azuma, Ariri kicked him off the edge of the bed. Yakama Azuma got up, stretched, and then looked at Ariri with a reproachful gaze. Are you just going to use me and then throw me away? Humphrey, so what if it's true? You did your job as my pillow, now get out. Ariri arrogantly said, even throwing a haughty look at him. Her small fang looked rather fierce. Yakama Azuma shot her a glance before heading toward the door. Just as Ariri breathed a sigh of relief, Yakama Azuma picked up an object near the door, casually tossing it straight at her head. Then he opened the door and ran away. Ariri, who was hurt, held her head, looking at the object Azuma had thrown to examine it. When she clearly saw what it was, Ariri's whole body immediately became unsettled. The morning's prelude was marked by Ariri's embarrassed scream. "Didn't you have breakfast before you left?" Sayuri, Ariri's mother, heard her daughter's scream and smiled, asking Azuma. No, my family has a cat, it's waiting for me to come home and feed it." Azuma replied. "A cat, huh?" Sayuri's gaze was full of meaning. Azuma nodded firmly, then said his goodbyes and ran off. Again. Not taking a taxi, as soon as Azuma stepped out of Ariri's house, he started jogging. Consider it a morning workout. When passing by a convenience store, Azuma stopped to buy a pack of dumpling wrappers. Although Kazuma had told him to bring breakfast, if he only bought prepared food, that senpai with long legs and black stockings would definitely not be pleased. To make up for it, Azuma decided to show off his skills by making wontons for breakfast. Although homemade wontons wrappers would taste better, making them in the morning might not be in time. When he reached the entrance of the apartment complex, a notification appeared in his view: stamina increased slightly. Azuma was used to this, so he slowly stopped. However, this time, something seemed different. After the stamina increased slightly message, another notification appeared: through a complex training process, your stamina has improved. Stamina increased by 1 point. Seeing this message appear in his view, Azuma was surprised and pleased. He opened the attribute panel to check. Owner, Azuma, stamina, 6-7 intelligence, 8 charm, 8 skills, fluent in languages, level 6, literature, level 6, cooking, level 6, programming, level 4, shogi, level 8, notes, skills below level 4, beginner level, have been hidden and do not appear on the panel. Looking at the stamina value increasing from 6 to 7, Azuma nodded in satisfaction. He gently clenched his fist. But he didn't feel like he could punch through the planet. When he grabbed the doorknob, he didn't accidentally pull it off the door. But Azuma did feel that his breathing after the long run had become lighter. His stamina was gradually recovering. Whether it was his cardiovascular ability, core strength, or endurance, all had noticeably improved. After sensing the change in his stamina, Azuma's gaze shifted to the line shogi level 8. Since his match with Yamato Kajin last time, when this skill leveled up, Azuma always felt an invisible aura rising from his body whenever he played. If he didn't consciously suppress it, this aura was strong enough to directly affect his opponent's physical state. This had gone beyond just using an aura to mentally suppress others. Azuma felt that this skill might not be as simple as he once thought. Or maybe any skill that reaches the level of mastery would begin to show special transformations? Currently, Azuma only had the shogi skill at this level, so he couldn't make a firm conclusion. However, the progress bars for the skills cooking and literature had surpassed 2/3. Grasping the doorknob of the apartment, Azuma put thoughts of skills aside for the moment. When he opened the door, he called out loudly into the house, "I'm home." Immediately, a response came from the living room. But it wasn't the usual greeting. Instead, it was, "Does the two-side braided blonde hair feel good? Does ex-boyfriend Kun still remember the way home? I thought my ex-boyfriend Kun would never want to come back." Facing Kazuma-Jouka's sharp and mocking words, Azuma could only smile awkwardly in response. A girl's jealousy was unavoidable. And one couldn't be too harsh. Otherwise, it would only hurt the girl's heart. If she was jealous, all that was needed was to comfort her. How could that be? "I came back quickly because I didn't want Kazuma-Jouka-senpai to be hungry." Azuma displayed a responsible and determined demeanor. Kazuma-Jouka Utaha snorted lightly, clearly appeased by his words. "Where's my breakfast? I was afraid store-bought food might not be good for your health, so let me make it myself for you, senpai." "Sounds good, but will it taste good?" "Haha, I'll make wontons, my specialty." "Have you ever had them, senpai? Wontons? If they taste bad, you'll be washing the dishes." "I promise they'll taste great." See? It's not that hard to comfort her. Azuma grabbed the packet of dumpling wrappers and headed to the kitchen. He took out pork, fresh shrimp, and lotus root from the fridge. With practiced movements, he began preparing the filling. Although the dumpling wrappers were a bit difficult to handle, there was no better alternative, as the supermarket didn't have anything better. Fortunately, with his level 6 cooking skill, Azuma could make up for the wrapper's flaws with his expertise. Before long, a pile of wontons with neat folds appeared on the cutting board. Azuma made a little extra, to freeze and use for late-night meals later. Just as Azuma was about to place the pot on the stove to boil water, a knock came from the entrance. Azuma paused his work. He looked towards the entrance. On a Sunday morning like this, who could be visiting? It couldn't be Eri. She had to go to school tomorrow, and whether she would even be interested in someone else was unclear. Sora-Ginkgo? Maybe, but the chances were low. There hadn't been any noteworthy tournaments recently. Sora-Ginkgo traveling from Chiba to Tokyo wasn't exactly easy. Kato Megumi? Yakama Azuma didn't smell the familiar scent of tuberoses flowers. While still in doubt, Kasumijoka Utaha quickly walked down the hallway and opened the door forcefully. But to her surprise, there was no one there. Kasumijoka Utaha glanced around in confusion. Until hello, may I ask if this is the home of Yakama Azuma-sensei? A soft, gentle voice called from below. Kasumijoka Utaha looked down. She saw a cute little girl with long brown hair, wearing a small red backpack, holding a large white bunny bag, standing at the door. Kasumijoka Utaha froze for a moment. Her initially cold demeanor softened. Yes, this is the home of Yakama Azuma. Who are you looking for, little girl? She couldn't help it. No matter how cold Kasumijoka Utaha was to others, in front of this cute little girl, who looked like she was in the first or second grade of elementary school, her attitude softened. The little girl was wearing a blue and white dress, with a small white beret on her head. Her long brown hair was tied into two pigtails at the back of her head, with one strand of hair, an oj, sticking out from the beret like a strange little tail. The large bunny bag she was carrying was almost as big as she was. Facing this adorable child, even Kasumijoka Utaha couldn't keep up her cold demeanor. I'm looking for Yakama-sensei. The little girl hesitated but spoke very seriously. Come on in. Kasumijoka Utaha invited the little girl inside. She then turned to call into the kitchen, Yakama-kun, someone's here to see you. If it weren't for the little girl behind her, Kasumijoka Utaha would have surely shouted, Azuma. Your illegitimate child is here to see you. Yakama Azuma finished washing his hands. He removed his apron and stepped out of the kitchen. Seeing the cute little girl following Kasumijoka Utaha, he couldn't help but be surprised. In his memory, he had never met this adorable girl. With Yakama Azuma's memory, if he had ever interacted with someone, even if a long time had passed, he wouldn't forget them. I'm Yakama Azuma, may I ask who you are? Despite the girl's young age, he still maintained his manners. Yakama Azuma asked seriously. Since the moment she saw Yakama Azuma, the little girl's eyes seemed to be sparkling. Sensei. Please accept me as your disciple. With a burst of energy, she shouted enthusiastically. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl immediately kneeled on the floor in a seiza position. Kasumijoka Utaha, witnessing this scene, raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma found this situation very familiar. Accept a disciple? Even though you say that, I still don't understand what's going on. Anyway, please stand up first. Let's talk and discuss the matter of accepting a disciple later. Yakama Azuma extended his hand toward the kneeling girl. When the girl saw his hand reaching out, the light in her eyes flickered several times, shining even brighter. Her tiny hands rested on Yakama Azuma's hand. Yakama Azuma pulled her up. First of all, what's your name? You know me, but I don't know you. Please introduce yourself. Oh, I'm sorry for being rude. My name is Hitsuru I. I'm the daughter of the Hitsuru family. Hitsuru I introduced herself. Yakama Azuma thought for a moment. It didn't take long for him to remember. The motel where he had fought with Yamato-kujin was owned by the Hitsuru family. The reason he remembered so quickly was because the decor of the Hitsuru motel matched Yakama Azuma's tastes perfectly. The calligraphy painting with the 4 kanji characters. Once he realized her identity, Yakama Azuma understood what Hitsuru I meant when she spoke about wanting to be accepted as a disciple. He recalled the memories of this cute little girl. Hitsuru I. A very talented little girl in the game of shogi. She is the only daughter of the Hitsuru family, one of the largest hot spring hotel chains in Japan. Moreover, she is the only child in the Hitsuru family. A girl with a future that will undoubtedly inherit the enormous wealth of the family. At the hotel, I watched your shogi match, sensei. You were amazing. The way you battled, every step and every decisive move, it really made my heart flutter. That's why, no matter what, I want to learn shogi, I want to be your disciple. Sensei, please accept me. Hitsuru I became more and more excited as she spoke. In the end, she grabbed Yakama Azuma's hand, her eyes filled with hope. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma thought for a moment. Well, since you're here, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's have breakfast first, and then we can talk. Yakama Azuma gestured for Hitsuru I to sit in the living room. I can help. My family owns a hotel, and I've been learning to cook since I was little. The moment she heard about breakfast, Hitsuru I immediately became enthusiastic. Yakama Azuma gently patted the oj on her head. You don't need to, the food is almost done, just need to heat it up. Zenitsu nodded obediently and sat down at the table in the living room. Yakama Azuma went into the kitchen. It seemed like there wouldn't be much left of the wontons this time. Kasumijoka Utaha followed him into the kitchen. Are you really planning to take that little girl as your disciple? Kasumijoka Utaha whispered in Yakama Azuma's ear. Well, let's see what her talent is first. If it's good, it wouldn't hurt to accept her. Yakama Azuma expressed his thoughts. Kasumijoka Utaha peeked her head out, looking at the little girl in the living room with her hopeful gaze. It felt like this wasn't a good thing. But the girl was so young, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Chapter 64, This is Little Lili. Nua, this is EXP pack. The dumplings were dropped into the pot. Normally, it's best to use a special soup base to cook them, for the best flavor. But Yakama Azuma had still been at Sawamura House last night. He really didn't have time to prepare. This time, he could only make do. But even though it was rushed, when each dumpling, plump and glossy, was laid out in front of the two of them, neither could help but have their mouths water. Please give it a try, this is my masterpiece. Yakama Azuma looked very proud. Kasumijoka Utaha glanced at him. Then she scooped up a dumpling with a spoon. Her small mouth blew on it a few times. Then she bit into it. It was still a little hot, so Kasumijoka Utaha kept blowing on it. The soup inside the dumpling burst out, landing on her tongue, and the fresh, sweet flavor made her senses explode. At first, she thought this masterpiece was just a way to flatter her. But now, looking back, perhaps this really was his masterpiece. Kasumijoka Utaha even thought, if I ate like this every morning, I might never get tired of it. And then she wondered, what if I can't eat it anymore in the future? However, compared to those thoughts, Kasumijoka Utaha squinted slightly, savoring the wonderful taste before her and the joy that the person who created this dish brought her. Have you ever made this for someone else? Never. Yakama Azuma wasn't lying. His cooking skills had only started to develop in the past year. Dumplings were his favorite dish, so in the process of honing his skills, he had practiced most with this dish. It was just a shame that, during this time, no girl had come to his house in the mornings. So, this was really the first time Yakama Azuma had cooked dumplings for someone else. Upon hearing Yakama Azuma's clear and decisive answer, Kasumijoka Utaha squinted again, then took another bite of the dumpling. It tasted even better. However, most things aren't as perfect as we hope. This is amazing. So delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Sensei, you're so talented. Sensei. I want to learn how to make this too. Zenitsu, after swallowing a dumpling, started speaking non-stop with her small mouth. Her admiring gaze was almost brighter than the morning sunlight outside the window. The tiny ojo on her head was quickly wiggling. Kasumijoka Utaha sighed. She should have kicked this girl out from the start. Should have waited until breakfast was finished before letting her in. After breakfast, Yakama Azuma led Hinitsuru to the room where the shogi board was kept. The little Lili sat easily on the cushion. Her sitting posture was very proper. Yakama Azuma brought over a shogi box. Inside was the shogi set gifted by President Tsukimitsu. Compared to regular sets, this one was made from rare green wood. The characters carved on it were also done by skilled artisans by hand. This set, according to rumors, was quite valuable. Moreover, it had collectible value. It was a limited edition shogi set from the Japan Shogi Association. Zenitsu took the set in her hands and immediately felt the difference. She picked up a rook piece and began fiddling with it non-stop. Kasumijoka Utaha also came closer, standing by to observe. Even though she didn't understand shogi, she understood Yakama Azuma. Just by looking at his reactions, Kasumijoka Utaha could guess what kind of person this little Lili actually was. Yakama Azuma sat down and set up the pieces. However, the pieces were not fully arranged yet. When the skill levels between the two players are vastly different, they apply a handicap to balance the game. The simplest method is to give a handicap at the start. Then, give up the left rook. Next, give up the bishop. Typically, this is also a common method in training matches. Starting with a handicap plus giving up two pieces. If the difference is still too large, then the handicap will extend to giving up the promoted rook, bishop, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 silver generals, and 2 gold generals. Of course, usually, 4 pieces is the limit. Anything beyond that is simply an adult playing with a child who doesn't understand. At this point, Yakama Azuma chose to give up 3 pieces. The left rook, the bishop, and especially the promoted rook. Upon seeing Yakama Azuma's arrangement, Hinitsuru's gaze darkened slightly. She wanted to play a fair game of shogi with Yakama Azuma. But giving up 3 pieces really made her feel disrespected. When playing shogi, you must focus, not be distracted. You must completely ignore everything outside the board. Yakama Azuma's stern voice made Hinetsuru Ai shudder. She immediately started to calm herself down. No longer thinking about anything else. She focused entirely on the board. With the movement of the bishop, the game began. Hinetsuru Ai used the bishop's vertical opening. Well, to be more precise, that was the only opening she knew. She hadn't had formal lessons. She had only taught herself by reading books. She admired Yakama Azuma's style of play, which is why she wanted to learn shogi. So, what she knew was simply the vertical bishop opening that Yakama Azuma used in his game against Yamato Kajin. Yakama Azuma also moved his bishop. In this game, he would not hold back at all. The three-piece handicap was truly to test Hinetsuru Ai's skills. Yakama Azuma's shogi skill level 8 swept across the board like a gust of wind. By the 30th move, Yakama Azuma had nearly equalized the position despite the handicap. By the 40th move, Hinetsuru Ai found herself at a disadvantage. By the 60th move, the game quickly entered its final phase. Hinetsuru Ai's eyes were filled with tears. She stared intently at the board, trying to find a glimmer of hope to turn the tide. She didn't know when it happened, but the light in her ocean blue eyes had turned a faint shade of purple. This is it. Hinetsuru Ai moved a silver piece into a key position. This move could almost reverse the entire game. Without this move, the game would end in the next 10 moves. And after this move, I lost. Hinetsuru Ai cried as she conceded the game. Finally, the game had stretched to the 111th move. If it had been someone just starting out or at level 1 or 2, they probably wouldn't have been able to last this long. Yakama Azuma looked toward Kazumijouka Utaha. Kazumijouka Utaha, of course, understood his meaning. At this point, she couldn't deny Hinetsuru Ai's talent. She could tell that Yakama Azuma hadn't held back at all. A grade school child. To resist this much against Yakama Azuma, there could be no other reason besides talent. However, there are plenty of talented kids out there. Do you plan on taking them all as disciples? Kazumijouka Utaha snorted, speaking. Upon hearing this, Yakama Azuma only sighed. How about we play another game? Is that okay? I'm fine. Hinetsuru Ai wiped the tears from her eyes and said seriously. This time, it might hurt a bit, can you handle it? It's fine, sensei, you don't need to worry about me. Yakama Azuma reached out and patted the little Lilai's head. Let's fight. The board was reset. Hinetsuru Ai once again held the bishop piece in her hand. However, before she could make a move, she shuddered. From the other side of the board, an overwhelming pressure surged toward her. The pressure felt as if it could materialize, stabbing into her fragile heart. Her breath became rapid. Hinetsuru Ai couldn't even bring herself to lift her head to look at the opponent across from the board. It was terrifying. Was this the presence of sensei? It felt like she could barely breathe. Hinetsuru Ai clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and then placed the piece down. The game began. Unlike before, this time, every time she placed a piece, immediately, from across the board, a clink rang out, and her opponent's piece would fall to the table. Though there was no clock set by the side, under this pressure, Hinetsuru Ai had no choice but to think faster. Each move, though carefully considered, was immediately countered in the blink of an eye. The sense of despair was incomparable to before. Her breath became increasingly difficult. This was a tactic rarely used in professional matches. Because if one can anticipate the opponent's moves, just making the right move at the right moment can create psychological pressure on them. This strategy can break the mentality of a player. It felt like someone was choking her. And with the added pressure Yakama Azuma was emitting, it felt like he was pushing Hinetsuru Ai to the brink of collapse. Tears, she didn't even know when they started, began to fall, one by one. Hinetsuru Ai's small body felt like it was on a tiny boat in the middle of a storm. She tightened her shirt in front of her chest, gripping it so hard it twisted. Such a tragic scene. Even Kazumijouka Utaha, who stood beside, could no longer watch. When she was about to step forward, wanting to say something to Yakama Azuma raised his hand under the table, signaling for her not to approach. Kazumijouka Utaha paused for a moment, then shifted her gaze back to the small figure, observing more closely. Under this pressure, even though Hinetsuru Ai was clearly suffering to the extreme, her ocean blue eyes, tinged with a faint shade of purple, remained fixed on the board. In those eyes, there was pain, but no sign of surrender or defeat. This time, Hinetsuru Ai persisted until the 130th move. At the moment of conceding the game, Yakama Azuma immediately withdrew his overwhelming presence. He stepped across the board and caught Hinetsuru Ai, who was about to fall. Are you okay? I'm fine. I can still keep playing. Hinetsuru Ai was like a resilient bamboo, not bending even when the storm rages. Let's call it a day for now. You should rest first, and we can talk about the disciple thing later. Sensei, did I pass the test? You passed. Yakama Azuma picked up Hinitsuru Ai and laid her down on the couch in the living room to rest. After leaving the room, Yakama Azuma looked toward Kasumijoka Utaha. His gaze seemed to say, that's how it is, after all. Kasumijoka Utaha sighed. What else could she say? The child, not only did she possess exceptional talent, but also the courage and perseverance to keep walking down this path. A heart as resilient as her, almost like a unique magic, helped her overcome every obstacle without fear. Do as you wish, just teach her properly if you're going to. After saying that, Kasumijoka Utaha left. Yakama Azuma watched her figure, shaking his head and chuckling softly. So, even senpai is a little tsundere, huh? It made sense though if she weren't, she wouldn't have become friends with Ariri. He walked out of the kitchen, grabbed a few ice cubes from the fridge, and brought a glass of ice water into Hinitsuru Ai's room. As for taking her as a disciple, Yakama Azuma had his own thoughts on the matter. This, in truth, did hold certain benefits for him. Aside from Hinitsuru Ai's background, if we focus just on her, the 2 games that Yakama Azuma had played with Hinitsuru Ai had actually boosted his shogi skill progress slightly. Although compared to the long, drawn-out progress bar, this increase was insignificant, it was still far more than any self-training Yakama Azuma had done. He had realized long ago that skill development needed practice. Learning from masters of high caliber or competing against prodigies with superior talent, both could significantly accelerate skill growth beyond what normal practice could achieve. And as for shogi, in terms of learning, it was clear that there wasn't much left for him to learn. Even Jin himself no longer had the qualifications to teach Yakama Azuma. As for prodigies, those who stand out in the shogi world are naturally prodigies themselves. But when it came to innate talent, Hinitsuru Ai, just in terms of raw ability, was already more outstanding than even many professional players. So, in terms of improving his shogi skills, looking at the big picture, taking Hinitsuru Ai as a disciple and frequently playing games with her might very well be the best option. So, is this a little a lie? Nua, this is an experience package. However, even though Yakama Azuma agreed and Hinitsuru Ai agreed, that still wasn't enough. After all, she was the pampered young lady of a prestigious family. 2 hours later, Hinitsuru Ai had recovered. Although during the game, Yakama Azuma had only used a small fraction of his aura, perhaps just a tiny fraction compared to what he had used to scare the Jaiaru girls before, it was still somewhat harsh for an elementary school child. Anyway, it was good that she had recovered. Once she had regained her composure, the first thing Hinitsuru Ai did was sit up straight in front of Yakama Azuma, her face waiting for judgment. Yakama Azuma reached out to pat her head, gently brushing her cuta-oge. You don't need to be so tense. Did I scare you earlier? Sorry about that. Enjoying the feeling of being patted on the head, Hinitsuru Ai quickly shook her head after hearing Yakama Azuma words. It's fine, sensei. You don't need to apologize. I'm completely okay. Since Hinitsuru Ai said so, Yakama Azuma didn't continue discussing it. Well then, let's get down to business. Yakama Azuma sat down across from Hinitsuru Ai. Hinitsuru Ai sat up straight, looking serious. Gakugakure, JP Glup, you have a lot of potential, and you have a resilient heart. Your talent is more than enough. When she heard Yakama Azuma's evaluation, Hinitsuru Ai immediately became so happy she almost jumped up. But Yakama Azuma suddenly shifted his tone, pulling her back from her excitement. When you came to me today, did you discuss it with your parents first? Hearing Yakama Azuma's question, Hinitsuru Ai glanced to the side, a little embarrassed. Because Mom didn't agree. So you sneaked out, right? Yakama Azuma continued, causing Hinitsuru Ai's oj to droop. She nodded as if admitting her fault. Well, even though your ability is sufficient, I can't accept you as a disciple right away. Hearing Yakama Azuma say this, Hinitsuru Ai immediately lifted her head, ready to defend herself. However, Yakama Azuma raised his hand to signal her to calm down. Regardless, your family's opinion is important. Family ties must be respected. Therefore, I'll take you home first, and then you need to sincerely apologize to your parents. As for becoming my disciple, if you can get permission from them, I'll definitely accept you. Yakama Azuma promised. Hinitsuru Ai's oj, which had been drooping, immediately perked up when she heard Yakama Azuma's promise. Now it started spinning like a hopter from Doraemon. I'll talk to your parents, but if we go now, they will probably refuse. Therefore, let's leave it for after I win the Ryu title. I will definitely achieve that title. After I get the Ryu title, I'll have your parents reconsider, and then I'll definitely be able to convince them. At that point, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Is that okay? Yakama Azuma asked with a smile. Zenitsu, at that moment, continuously nodded rapidly, so much so that her Doberman seemed to be pulling her up into the air. Then it settled. Okay. Sensei, we have to pinky swear. Sure, pinky swear. So, Sensei, what will we do next? Of course, we're going to take you home. What do you think? So, Yakama Azuma, holding Hinatsuru's large bony bag with one hand and her hand with the other, was ready to head to Ishikawa Prefecture. However, before that, Yakama Azuma took Hinatsuru to a shogi club in Chiba, where his master lived. It was an opportunity for her to get familiar with the place. While she wasn't officially his disciple yet, she could come to the shogi club to learn in the meantime. As for Yakama Azuma, aside from using this place to gain experience, to guide Hinatsuru, he could also learn from his own master. Although Yakama Azuma was very strong, he still had certain shortcomings when it came to teaching disciples. Nonetheless, Yakama Azuma's success in shogi was largely due to his innate talent and the help of the system. Hinatsuru visiting the dojo in Chiba, where Yakama Azuma master, Kitaki Kyuk, lived, would also help her in her training. This would be very beneficial to her development. Chapter 65, The Girl Who Can See Them Monday. Another school day. Yakama Azuma had just entered the classroom. The classmates were about to gather around to ask Yakama Azuma what he had been up to during the days he had taken off. But Garasamitha rushed over. You, come here right now. Standing right at the classroom door, Garasamitha's expression looked extremely scary. Sensei, it's not even time for morning class yet. If you're angry, at least wait until it's over. Yakama Azuma put on a sorrowful face. The whole class, which was already frightened, couldn't help but laugh when they heard Yakama Azuma's words. Even Ariri, who always sat next to Yakama Azuma and usually appeared indifferent, turned her head to stifle a laugh. Stop talking back. Is it because I've been too lenient with you, or are you just at that rebellious age? Come with me to the office right now. Garasamitha was really angry. She had given him a leave of absence in good faith. But this guy. It had only been 1 week since the semester started. And he had only come to class for 2 days. If she didn't discipline him properly, next time she saw him, it might not be until next month. Yakama Azuma could only sulk and leave the classroom, following Garasamitha to the office. Well, here we go again, early in the morning. The teacher who had seen Yakama Azuma being led to the office last week smiled and said, Garasa-sensei is really understanding, sacrificing her break time just for a problem student like you. Yakama Azuma covered his face, pretending to be extremely guilty. If you had known, you would have studied properly. Garasamitha didn't say much, grabbing his ear and pulling him back to his seat. The atmosphere in the office was cheerful. Sitting down at her desk, Garasamitha opened a drawer, pulled out a stack of assignments, and tossed them on the table. Clearly, she had prepared them in advance. Now do all of these assignments for me. What about morning class? You still remember there's a morning class? You, Garasa-sensei. I've asked another teacher to cover the class. Upon hearing that, Yakama Azuma immediately understood that he wouldn't be getting out of doing these assignments today. He casually grabbed an empty chair from the nearby desk. He received a sharp glare from Garasamitha. Yakama Azuma quietly sat down and began working on the assignments on the desk. These assignments were from various subjects. Language, math, English, every subject was included. The range of the questions was fairly narrow, seemingly focusing on the content from the past few lessons. Yakama Azuma immediately realized these were all topics that had been covered in the past week. This set of assignments was probably put together by Garasamitha herself. She was probably worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace after missing school. Thinking of that, Yakama Azuma increased his writing speed. It didn't take long. Garasa-sensei, I'm done. Garasamitha was drinking water. Hearing Yakama Azuma's voice, she almost spat her tea in his face. She coughed a few times, then took out her phone to check the time. Less than 5 minutes had passed. Her anger, already high, was growing even more. This guy, not only did he skip school, but even the pile of assignments she had worked hard to prepare was done carelessly. She snatched the assignments from him, looking dissatisfied. Garasamitha leaned down to check them. At first, she thought Yakama Azuma had just filled in a few answers randomly. After all, how else could he have completed the pile she expected to take half an hour in less than 5 minutes? However, after just 2 glances, Garasamitha realized something. It seemed that all of Yakama Azuma's answers were correct. She pulled out the answer key to compare. Result: every single subject in the pile, Yakama Azuma had answered correctly. In an instant, Garasamitha felt a bit helpless. She couldn't deny it, he truly was a genius, the top scorer in the entrance exam. Even skipping school, it seemed that exams were still a breeze for him. Maybe she should just let him be, after all, he was a genius. This thought crossed her mind for just a moment. Gerasimova immediately shook her head, pushing the thought out of her mind. How could she think like that? She was a teacher. Still, she couldn't let him get too smug about it. Gerasimova took out the previous year's final exams for all the subjects from her drawer. These were the tests she had carefully prepared, and the questions earlier had been taken from here. Finish this lot too. Gerasimova was determined to take the wind out of his sails. And so, by the time the morning class ended, Gerasa-sensei, if there's nothing else, may I leave now? Yakama Azuma asked, his expression drained of energy, reluctantly speaking. It was quite amusing. Not to mention the final exams for the 10th grade. Even if Gerasimova brought out the graduation exam papers, Yakama Azuma could still solve them with ease. Being a reincarnated person with an intelligence index of 8, it would be a joke to be stumped by high school exams. Gerasimova turned away from the stack of tests. Her voice was weak. Wait, don't go yet. I have a few questions for you. What did you do last Thursday and Friday? I checked your official match schedule, and you didn't have any games on those days. Yakama Azuma scratched his head. He hadn't expected Gerasimova to even check his match schedule. A regular teacher wouldn't be this meticulous. I went abroad to discuss work for the company. Yakama Azuma finally said hesitantly. He felt like if he lied here, Gerasimova would keep pressing for more answers. Huh? Company? A big question mark seemed to appear above Gerasimova's head. Was she even educating a student at this point? It's from the game I worked on before, just earned a little extra money. Yakama Azuma explained briefly. Gerasa-sensei, I'm sure you know that the current economic situation in Japan isn't great. If I leave that money in my account, there's a high chance it will lose value. So, I went abroad to find an investor I agreed with, started a company, and in short, had to invest the money. Gerasimova was at a loss for words. What was she supposed to say? A student sitting in her office, discussing the country's economic situation with her, it really felt absurd. Sigh, alright, fine, as long as you know what you're doing. Gerasimova's tone sounded like a parent out of touch with the times, facing a child who had already found success in their career. Yes, if Gerasa-sensei encounters any trouble, just let me know, I'll help. Yakama Azuma turned the situation around, speaking as though he were the superior. After all, Gerasimova had already shown this much concern for him. Despite her stubbornness and clumsy approach as a teacher, Yakama Azuma was still willing to help her out with any troubles in her life, given the care she had shown him. Alright. Wait. Gerasimova responded instinctively. Halfway through her sentence, she realized something was off. How could a teacher ask a student to solve her problems? It's time for class, I'll go ahead. Yakama Azuma quickly made his exit as the situation seemed to take a turn for the worse. You delinquent student. Vengeance will be mine. In the office, Gerasimova shouted in frustration. Back in the classroom. The math class had begun. The math teacher for Class 1E, seeing Yakama Azuma return after a few days of absence, didn't seem interested in making things difficult for him. He had been in the office earlier too. He saw that Yakama Azuma had finished the entire semester's exam in the blink of an eye. As long as he didn't disturb the other students during class, the teacher wouldn't bother, even if he was dozing off. Geniuses had privileges. Yakama Azuma sat down at his desk. Before he could even open his math book, a crumpled piece of paper flew onto his desk. Curious, Yakama Azuma opened the piece of paper. Just by the handwriting, he knew it was from Kato Megumi. Did Azuma-san get scolded? Gerasa-sensei looks really angry, Megumi. Just reading those words, Yakama Azuma could almost hear Kato Megumi's gentle voice in his head. Got scolded, but managed to cover it up somehow, Azuma. Yakama Azuma wrote back, then tossed the paper back. And so, the two began passing notes to each other. Well, there's no other way around it, it's Azuma-san's fault for not studying properly, Megumi. Wait, is Megumi mad too? Azuma, in cooking class on Friday, I had to do everything by myself, Megumi. I'm really sorry, Azuma. Just kidding, I'm not mad. You probably had something important to do when you took those days off, I understand, Megumi. Wow, Megumi-sama, you're truly an angel, Azuma. Compliments won't do you any good, Megumi. As long as Megumi-sama is happy, that's the greatest benefit for me, Azuma. Feels like Azuma-san is the male lead in one of those trashy light novels about predator-like boys, Megumi. Emotional damage, Azuma. Just kidding, Megumi. Suddenly, a piece of paper rolled over from Mariri's seat. You two, focus on your studies. Stop passing notes and teasing each other, Mariri. How about we go shopping after school? Azuma, sure, but didn't Azuma-san have a club activity? Megumi, grrrrrr. You two. There's a limit, Mariri. The club activities are fine, so I can take a break. Also, Eri, aren't you going out after school? Azuma, they got suspended. So that's why, Megumi, that's how you invite someone? I'll deduct points. But since you begged like that, I can't really say no, tsundere Eri. A piece of paper rolled to the math teacher's feet as he was walking down the aisle to check on students. Eri's eyes went wide. Her whole body seemed to turn into black and white sketches. The math teacher picked up the paper, glanced at Yakuma Azuma. In the end, he didn't say anything. He just placed the paper back on Azuma's desk as he walked by. The bell for the end of the period rang. Yuawa, I thought I was going to die. Eri sighed in relief while rubbing her smooth chest. It's all your fault, Eri. You even messed up throwing a piece of paper. Noob, practice more. Yakuma Azuma teased. Eri immediately bared her teeth, looking like she wanted to bite him. Humphrey, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to find Kita-chan to hang out. With that, Eri ran off to find Kita Ikuyo. However, today, Kita Ikuyo seemed a bit distracted. After school, Eri seemed uneasy. Sawamura-san, what's going on? Kato Megumi asked softly. I don't know, but I feel like Kita-chan has something on her mind lately. When we talk, she seems absent. Eri sighed, expressing her concern. After saying this, she realized she probably shouldn't have confided in Kato Megumi about this. Though they were friends, they weren't yet close enough to talk about things like this. If that's the case, why don't we follow her and see what happens? Yakuma Azuma pointed to Kita Ikuyo, who was heading out of the school gate. Won't that be a bit rude? Eri hesitated. Which is more important, friends or manners? Yakuma Azuma's question made Eri drop her hesitation. So, the three of them quietly followed Kita Ikuyo. After school, Kita Ikuyo didn't head home. Instead, she went toward Shimokitazawa. Shimokitazawa was a bustling commercial street. It was filled with many 100-yen stores and bars. Since Kita Ikuyo was a standout student, it wasn't unusual for her to be walking down this street. But walking alone did seem a little odd. Normally, one would go shopping with friends, right? The three of them silently trailed behind. They weren't hiding their presence, yet it seemed that Kita Ikuyo didn't notice them at all. Azuma wondered if it was because of Kato Megumi's presence or not. They watched as Kita Ikuyo entered a music store, spoke briefly with the owner. Then, she came out with a large instrument bag on her back. It looked like either a guitar or a bass. It didn't seem like a new purchase, she probably had left it at the store before and came to pick it up after school. So Kita-san knows how to play an instrument. Kato Megumi glanced at Eri. Eri looked a bit puzzled. Is that so? Why didn't I know about this? Yakuma Azuma remained silent, having almost figured everything out already. While the three of them quietly whispered and speculated, Kita Ikuyo, with the instrument bag on her back, turned a corner and disappeared from their sight. When the three of them chased after her, they couldn't find her anymore. She must have gone into one of the shops on the street. Eventually, they had to give up. They'd talk to Kita Ikuyo directly tomorrow. So, what do we do now? Eri asked helplessly. Yakuma Azuma pointed to a nearby crepe shop. Since we're here, let's eat something, drink something, and walk around a bit. By the way, weren't we planning to go shopping earlier? With that, the three of them entered the crepe shop. The time spent strolling around was really enjoyable. Kato Megumi clearly loved shopping. She had once introduced herself as someone who liked shopping. It's just too bad that, aside from Yakuma Azuma, no one remembered that. Eri wasn't very interested in shopping. But whenever Yakuma Azuma teased her a little bit, her tsundere attitude made the atmosphere much more lively. However, after the lesson from that trainee night, Yakuma Azuma started to hold back, not teasing Eri too much. This is a fortune-telling shop. Let's check it out. Eri pointed at the fortune-telling shop by the street and called out to the other two. Yakuma Azuma looked over. It was a shop decorated in an astrological style. With purple decor, the inside of the store was quite dim. The sign outside read, Fortune Teller, Banishing Evil Spirits. Free consultations, no taboos. Fortune in wealth, love, career all included. The sign pretty much said it all. It was clear from the start that this was a shop run by third-rate scammers who played psychological tricks. However, it seemed like teen girls really believed in this kind of thing. Yakuma Azuma looked over at Kato Megumi. He noticed that Kato Megumi seemed interested. Even though she didn't believe in it, Yakuma Azuma wasn't the type to ruin the mood. The three of them walked toward the fortune-telling shop. The shopkeeper was an old woman in a robe. In front of her, there was a crystal ball. By the door stood two high school girls. Yakuma Azuma recognized their uniforms. What a coincidence. They were wearing the uniform of Shuka High School, Bocce School. Excuse me, Do you have any strong bracelets for banishing evil spirits? A kind that won't break easily. As they neared the shop, the voices of the two girls could be heard. Oh, what a cute customer. I just got a strong bracelet that's been enchanted here. The old woman said, then reached under the counter to pull out a bracelet that looked fairly decent. As for the claim that it had been enchanted, Yakama Azuma had heard that line too many times already. But this time, there seemed to be something different. As the three of them got closer to the store, the black-haired girl just happened to put on the bracelet. In just 1 second, there was a sudden bang. The bracelet immediately shattered, with pieces flying everywhere. The scene unfolded so quickly. Yakama Azuma reacted instantly, standing in front of Arari and Kato Megumi. He raised his hand and caught the pieces of the bracelet that were flying toward him. Looking at the pieces in his hand, Yakama Azuma's expression darkened. He couldn't imagine what kind of force or impact this bracelet had endured to break apart like that. Had the fortune teller mixed in some kind of explosive with a rubber band? Are you okay? Yakama Azuma turned and asked. I'm fine. What just happened? Arari shook her head. Azuma-san, you're amazing. Kato Megumi was impressed. Seeing that the two girls were fine, Yakama Azuma turned his gaze toward the fortune teller. She was just trying to create some mysterious effect without thinking about safety, right? However, it seemed the fortune teller wasn't paying attention to them. It looks like the rubber band had aged. I'm sorry, I'll get another bracelet. The fortune teller said to the black-haired girl, then turned to go into the back of the shop. Yakama Azuma gave a side eye and turned away. There was no way the rubber band could have broken apart like bullets. But as he was complaining internally, Yakama Azuma suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. The smell wasn't strong, but it was extremely unpleasant. Yakama Azuma tried to locate the source of the smell. It came from behind the two girls from Shuka High, where there seemed to be nothing at all. Yakama Azuma furrowed his brows. Chapter 66, Throughout Heaven and Earth, He Alone the Honored One. The smell of decay spread little by little. Looking at the empty space behind the two high school girls' Shuka, Yakama Azuma frowned. It seemed the girl with black hair sensed Yakama Azuma's gaze. The girl turned around and looked in this direction. At that moment, Yakama Azuma clearly saw the girl's face. A dignified pretty face, with long straight black hair, and a gentle expression that spoke without words. What was most striking was her eyes. They were gold amber-colored eyes. As beautiful as precious gems. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yakama Azuma felt that within those amber eyes, there seemed to be a light that moved slowly. After a moment of staring at each other, the girl silently turned back. At this point, the fortune teller also came out from the room behind the shop. Girl, have you noticed anything strange lately? The fortune teller asked without any preamble. No. The girl quickly answered. Has anything bizarre happened? No. This time, the girl didn't even let the fortune teller finish speaking. After that strange conversation, the fortune teller placed an old red wooden box on the table. The lid of the box had a strange seal with peculiar characters. The fortune teller used a knife to cut open the seal. With both hands, she solemnly opened the box. Don't worry, girl, this is the real deal, excellent quality. The moment the box lid opened, light reflected from within. It was as if inside was not a string of bracelets, but a box full of diamonds. The unnatural refraction truly made the onlooker feel like they could barely keep their eyes open. This contains a power, completely different from the bracelet I showed you earlier. I won't take any money from you. Try wearing it. The fortune teller urged. Is it really okay? The girl seemed a little hesitant. Yeah, of course, thanks to you, I've come to my senses. The fortune teller nodded. Another strange conversation ensued. Then, the girl picked up the exquisitely crafted bracelet, with an excessive degree of refraction, and put it on her wrist. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Immediately, with a boom, the bracelet shattered once again like bullets being fired. Yakama Azuma had prepared in advance. He quickly extended his hand and caught it. The bracelet, the beads flying toward Yakama Azuma, were all neatly caught in his hand. His hand speed was so fast it amazed anyone watching. The fortune teller was hit in the face by 2 of the bracelet beads and staggered backward. The scene was one of continuous chaos. The other high school girl from Shuka rushed to help the fortune teller. The girl with amber eyes stood still, frozen in place. Her eyes seemed filled with helplessness. When the girl sighed, with a face that seemed to accept her fate, she turned around and found Yakama Azuma staring directly at the back of her. Realizing this, the girl with amber eyes suddenly shivered. Her previously emotionless face now revealed a hint of surprise and excitement. Yatsuya Maiko. That was the girl's name. Not long ago, she was just an ordinary girl. Average grades, otherwise, she wouldn't be attending Shuka High School. Her appearance could be described as cute, but not to the point of being able to debut in the entertainment industry, and she wasn't good at showing emotions. Born into a regular family in Japan. Both her parents were average office workers. If nothing unexpected had happened, Yotsuya Maiko's life would have continued on the normal path. She would finish high school, and if she kept herself together and had good grades, she would continue on to university. If not, after graduating from high school, she would start working, becoming an office worker. When it was time to marry, her family would urge her to do so. If she was lucky, she would meet a good partner, have children, and live day by day. If she was unlucky, she would go through a few failed marriages, ending up in ruins, and continue eventually marry someone randomly and live day by day. This was the life pattern of most Japanese people. But Yotsuya Maiko's life was no longer like that. One day during the spring break this year, Yotsuya Maiko's life changed completely. Her amber eyes, one day, suddenly gained the ability to see things that ordinary people could not. Monsters, spirits, ghosts, yukai. Things that only existed in horror stories. They suddenly invaded her life. Within her line of sight. In a dark alley, terrifying shadows were devouring souls. On the pile of trash outside her door, arms and legs that had fallen off rose up like ghostly limbs. In her bathroom, unknown creatures were banging on the mirror. In her refrigerator, when she opened it, there was always a head, smile back at her. When she slept, a ghost combed its hair while staring at her without blinking. Every strange monster that passed in front of her. They opened their mouths, tearing apart their bodies, twisting their limbs and forms, staring at Yotsuya Maiko, roaring toward her. Surely, she could see them, right? Luckily, it seemed that as long as she didn't look at these monsters, they wouldn't have any effect on her. When she realized this, Yotsuya Maiko, the girl who could see these creatures, was forced to pretend to be a normal person who saw nothing. Day after day. Day after day. She lived in fear, with a heart burdened by emotions she couldn't share with anyone. Although she still existed in this world, everyone around her seemed distant, like they didn't exist. Between them, there was a wall of sorrow. Yotsuya Maiko could only live in solitude. However, today seemed different. Today, Yotsuya Maiko reached the second turning point in her life. Together with her friend Yurikawa Hana, Yotsuya Maiko went to a neighborhood to buy sweets. When crossing a narrow alley, a terrifying monster blocked her path. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, holding a large knife, constantly shouting that it was very itchy. As she passed by it, the string of beads Yotsuya Maiko had bought online immediately shattered. At that moment, Yotsuya Maiko realized, the monster in this dark alley was perhaps even scarier than anything she had encountered before. Pretending nothing had happened, Yotsuya Maiko quickly pulled her friend, Yurikawa Hana, out of the alley. However, unexpectedly, the monster continued to chase them. In the panic of running away, Yurikawa Hana pointed to an fortune-telling shop by the roadside. Fortune-telling, exorcism, everything without limits. That's what seemed to be written on the sign. In a state of desperation, Yotsuya Maiko entered the astrology shop. What surprised her was, inside the shop, the old fortune-telling seemed truly extraordinary. In her words, it seemed like she understood the world that Yotsuya Maiko could see. And then, a cherished string of beads, which appeared special, was handed to her by the old fortune-teller. Perhaps, if she wore this, she could avoid those things. Yotsuya Maiko hoped so in her heart, and felt such joy that she felt like a bird about to escape from its cage. But often, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When the beads were worn around her wrist, Yotsuya Maiko heard an anxious sound from the monster behind her. Its body began to crack, and gigantic eyes appeared on its form. It itches so much. A roar rang out, like a giant wave crashing down. That special string of beads. Just 3 seconds after being put on, it shattered, spreading everywhere, just like the ordinary beads before it. It looked special, but in the end, it met the same fate as the old beads. Yotsuya Maiko silently fell into despair. Gods, Buddhas, and similar beings seemed unable to save her. Perhaps for the rest of her life, she could only live each day silently, pretending not to see. As Yotsuya Maiko prepared to accept her fate, she turned around and realized. Behind her, it seemed another customer had entered the astrology shop. Among them was a young man with short black hair and sharp eyes, like someone straight out of a manga, who was now looking behind her. No, more precisely, he was looking at the monster that was rampaging behind her. In that moment, Yotsuya Maiko's heart skipped a beat. Could he see it too? In this world, wasn't she the only one who was alone? But immediately, the fear overtook the joy. Although the monster continued scratching furiously, it then turned its head, its gaze fixated on the young man. The young man's eyes did not leave it, not even a bit. Can you see me? Itches. Can you see me? Itches. The mournful roar, like nails scratching a blackboard, made the hair on the young man's forehead fly. Don't. Yotsuya Maiko wanted to speak up to stop him. But she didn't know what to do. If this continues, they would die. How could she make him understand? He needed to be like her, not looking, but not letting the monster notice something was wrong. Yotsuya Maiko struggled to think. However, the situation didn't give her the chance to think further. The monster, its gigantic eyes on its body began to swell, spinning wildly. The huge knife, as heavy as its body, was lifted. And a direct slash aimed at the young man. Yotsuya Maiko felt utter despair. And so, time returned to the present. Yukima Azuma looked behind the girl with amber eyes. The smell of decay grew stronger, assaulting his senses. In contrast to the distinctive fragrance of the two girls beside him, Yukima Azuma felt a slight sense of nausea. So, even though he couldn't quite grasp what was happening, he whispered calmly, "Get lost." The aura of Shogi level 8 manifested fully on Yukima Azuma for the first time. The air pressure around him clearly dropped. The sunlight in the sky seemed to be obscured by dark clouds for a moment. The genius who had once been undefeated, standing atop the corpses of countless players. The one who had fallen into hell but crawled out of it with one hand. Throughout heaven and earth, he alone the honored one. Even those two whispered words seemed to carry the power to cover the sky. A wind. A strong gust of wind rose from beneath Yukima Azuma. The smell of decay instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath. The gentle fragrance of tuberoses and the sweet scent of pears filled his nose. The discomfort immediately vanished. Yukima Azuma's mood lifted once more. Yotsuya Maiko stood there, dazed. Her amber eyes were wide open, but her pupils were slowly shrinking. What did she see? Just now, in her vision, the terrifying monster was rampaging. The very monster that even the extraordinary beads were easily crushed by. The giant knife was swung toward the young man. But it was held in place by the soft whisper of "Get lost." Yotsuya Maiko could only see that after the young man whispered, it seemed as though an invisible hand pressed the monster into the ground. The massive knife cracked under pressure, eventually breaking into 3 pieces. The terrifying monster lay face down, struggling to scream, but only causing its body to contort further. Finally, with a series of horrifying sounds of bones cracking, its body shattered into black smoke, swept away by the strong wind, leaving no trace behind. This was the first time Yotsuya Maiko understood. It turned out that even such bizarre creatures could die. And die in a way that was utterly astonishing. Yurikawa Hana quickly ran in front of her friend, shielding Yotsuya Maiko behind her. "What are you talking about?" Kato Megumi grabbed Yukima Azuma's sleeve. "Yukima-san, what's going on?" Ariri hid behind Yukima Azuma, sticking her head out. She clearly still didn't understand what was happening but sneered at Yurikawa Hana. "It's fine, don't worry," Yukima Azuma said, gently patting Kato Megumi and Ariri's little head, signaling for them to stay calm. "Hana, I'm fine. Don't worry so much." Yotsuya Maiko urgently pulled her friend closer. "Huh? But just now, you..." "I'm fine, really, and actually, I'm really grateful to him." "Huh? Have you..." Yurikawa Hana was slightly stunned. So her friend actually liked this kind of play after all? Could it be that she was an M? Yurikawa Hana shook her head, trying to clear the weird thoughts from her mind. No, it must be a misunderstanding. Maybe her friend was just worried that there would be some conflict between her and the guy. While thinking this, Yurikawa Hana saw her friend, Yotsuya Maiko, take out her phone and approach the young man. "Excuse me, could I exchange contact information? Please." The girl clasped her hands together. There was clearly no sadness at all. Her face was expressionless, but somehow, a charming smile appeared. She looked like a girl in love. Yurikawa Hana felt like she had been struck by lightning. Oh no, her friend really seemed to be the type of person. The kind who would feel excited by humiliation and torment. Yurikawa Hana had misunderstood. On the other side, Ariri, who had no idea when, had already run out from behind Yukima Azuma. Like a protective mother hen, she cautiously eyed Yotsuya Maiko. Why does you want to exchange contact information with Azuma?" This person, still happy after being scolded? There was no doubt about it. She was definitely an M. Ariri had reached enlightenment. Weird knowledge added. How could someone like this be allowed to get close to Yukima Azuma? Alright. Yukima Azuma thought for a moment, then took out his phone. His arm reached over Ariri's head, scanning Yotsuya Maiko's QR code. "Ariri?" Stabbed in the back, Ariri turned around in embarrassment to look at Yukima Azuma. She was about to open her mouth to give him a talking to. This time, she had no psychological burden whatsoever. This guy. Clearly, she was protecting him from those weird women approaching him. And yet, He couldn't resist even the slightest temptation. Who else would she bite if not he? Yakuma Azuma had already been prepared for this. He raised his hand, blocking Ariri's forehead. Baka Ariri. She got the contact information. Yotsuya Maiko was so overjoyed she almost wanted to jump. However, she was the type of person who rarely expressed her emotions. So outwardly, she didn't show any expression at all. Well, we'll take our leave now. We'll contact you later online. Yotsuya Maiko bowed to Yakuma Azuma. Clearly, Yotsuya Maiko had seen Yakuma Azuma as her savior. After that, Yotsuya Maiko and Yurikawa Han left. On the way back, seeing the slight smile on her usually expressionless friend's face, Yurikawa Han thought for a moment before softly speaking, Maiko. Huh? What's up, Hana? Even though everyone has their own preferences, I still recommend that you see a doctor. Huh? Yotsuya Maiko. Shimoka Tazawa. Ariri turned her head away, no longer paying attention to Yakuma Azuma. What's so great about people with weird tastes like that, anyway? As she was getting frustrated, she accidentally saw a red-haired figure running away. Ah! It's Kita-chan. Ariri pointed toward it and shouted. Clearly, it was Kita Ikuyo. Ariri didn't even notice which store she had run out of. Now she was carrying a musical instrument case, looking like she was running away. There was no way they could catch up now. Unless Yakuma Azuma abandoned the two girls and chased after her. So, the three of them had to just watch Kita Ikuyo leave. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to ask Kita-chan what's going on. Ariri was determined. At that moment, Kato Megumi had approached Yakuma Azuma. What happened earlier? Kato Megumi whispered. Yakuma Azuma nodded. Chapter 67, Yakuma Azuma wants to become a heroic spirit. Kato Megumi leaned in close to Yakuma Azuma and softly asked, something happened just now, didn't it? Yakuma Azuma quietly nodded. I'm not sure what exactly happened. Is that why Azuma-san added more contact information? Megumi. Has anyone ever told you that you'd make a great detective? No, but many people say I'd be better suited to being an assassin. TL note, Kato-san Megumi, have you handled them yet? Of course not, what are you talking about, Azuma-san? Kato Megumi lightly poked Yakuma Azuma's side. She remembered that Yakuma Azuma had once told her not to spoil him too much. If it felt like it was too much, she should just pinch his side. So, after being teased, she gave him a few light pokes in retaliation. The sky began to darken. The three of them wrapped up their shopping trip and parted ways at the train station. When they got home to the apartment, as soon as the door opened, Shiritamaru rushed out. Yakuma Azuma quickly grabbed it and lifted it up. It had been a few days since he had adopted Shiritamaru. At first, it was just a small ball of white fluff, about the size of a palm. Recently, it seemed to have gotten much rounder. Perhaps the time spent wandering before had affected its growth. Now that it was being fed properly, it looked like a round ball. Mafu at this rate, Shiritamaru's size would definitely be no small matter in the future. After sitting down on the couch with the cat in his arms, Yakuma Azuma barely had time to relax when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw a message from the amber-eyed girl he had just added to his contacts. She had likely just returned home and immediately sent him a message. Maiko, hello, I'm Yotsuya Maiko. Sorry to disturb you suddenly, Maiko, may I ask if you would accept me as your disciple? Yakuma Azuma looked at the message, a little déjà vu. He felt that she might have misunderstood something. Sure enough, Yotsuya Maiko had misunderstood. She had seen Yakuma Azuma as some kind of reclusive, powerful exorcist. Having to see strange spirits wandering around every day, while pretending not to notice them, Yotsuya Maiko truly couldn't bear it any longer. Azuma, this is Yakuma Azuma. As for accepting a disciple, it's not impossible, Azuma, but this needs to be considered based on talent. Yotsuya Maiko read Yakuma Azuma's reply and immediately felt a deep respect. As expected from the reclusive master, accepting a disciple must involve careful selection from thousands of people. But she was one of the few who could see those things. In terms of talent, she probably met the standards. Swallowing nervously, Yotsuya Maiko sent her reply. Maiko, I understand. May I ask how I can test if I meet the qualifications? Azuma, for now, solve this shogi position first. Azuma, image of a shogi endgame position.jpg. Yotsuya Maiko stared at the extremely difficult shogi position in front of her, falling into deep thought. Huh? Why is solving a shogi position being used to test my talent? Is this to check for enlightenment or spiritual affinity or something? Staring at the shogi position, Yotsuya Maiko tried to think for a long time. But in the end, she had to give up. Maiko, I can't solve this. How does this relate to my talent? Azuma, of course it's related. If you can't even solve such a basic position, then maybe you don't have the talent, Maiko, huh? But this position is really difficult, Azuma, really? But my elementary school student disciple solved it in 3 seconds, Maiko? Yotsuya Maiko began to doubt herself. Are there really elementary school children like that in the world? Tenitsuru there are. As Yotsuya Maiko was still confused, her phone rang again. Azuma, now that I think about it, why did you suddenly want to become my disciple? Maiko, to be honest, because I can't bear it any longer. Azuma, how does that relate to wanting to become my disciple? Maiko, I want to learn those methods from you, Azuma, but I'm a professional shogi player, Maiko? Azuma? A giant question mark appeared in Yotsuya Maiko's mind. Aren't you the one saying this? Are you speaking Japanese? Why don't I understand anything? Now you say you're a professional shogi player. But how can a professional shogi player use just 2 words to make evil spirits disappear like mist? Maiko, but how can you do such things? Azuma, to be honest, I still don't really understand what you mean by such things, Maiko. I can't say it. Yotsuya Maiko's home was not peaceful either. She worried that if she typed on her phone, the spirits hiding somewhere would see it. Then the fact that she could see them would be exposed. Azuma, alright then, let me explain my understanding. Azuma, when I met you, I smelled a rotting stench coming from behind you. Azuma, that might not be the smell from my normal senses, but rather from my 6th sense, and it might be related to what you mentioned. Azuma, as for why I can do that, maybe it's because I've trained to a point of mastery in a certain field. Azuma, isn't there a legend that says, if someone trains to an extraordinary level in a field and creates heroic miracles, they can become a heroic spirit? Azuma, I guess I've met a similar condition, and right now, I'm trying to create a miracle. Looking at the explanations Yakama Azuma sent, Yotsuya Maiko felt completely stunned. It was as if her problem was the fear of being robbed while walking at night, and Yakama Azuma simply told her that all she needed to do was become a billionaire. That way, when walking at night, she could hire 180 bodyguards to protect her. Or simply drive, but it would have to be an armored vehicle, or even drive a plane or a tank. The real issue had been solved, but the solution was so difficult that it seemed almost impossible. It was so difficult that Yotsuya Maiko felt like crying. She sent a message online, clinging to her last shred of hope. Maiko, may I ask, if I encounter a problem I can't solve, could I ask for your help? Maiko, I'm willing to pay. Though I don't have much money right now, I could take on a part-time job. After sending the message, Yotsuya Maiko silently prayed in her heart. But in truth, she no longer had any real expectations. There was no reason for the other party to get involved in her troubles. Who would want to get involved in the troublesome things she was seeing? Even if someone could solve them, they would probably find them too bothersome and steer clear. Just as Yotsuya Maiko was about to sigh in frustration, a message from Yakama Azuma appeared. Azuma, alright, sure, and you don't need to pay, Azuma. On the contrary, I'm very curious about your abilities. Perhaps I'll also need your help with some things, and I hope you won't refuse then. Yakama Azuma's straightforward reply stunned Yotsuya Maiko for a moment. Soon after, she felt like she had just survived a crisis. Before, she had been like someone drowning with nothing to cling to. She could only hold her breath, watching herself slowly sink to the bottom of the water. But now, she had a reed in her hand. It might not be an all-powerful magic lamp, able to pull her directly out of the water. It might not even come in handy in a moment of crisis. But the mere existence of Yakama Azuma was Yotsuya Maiko's only lifeline. Even if she never had to ask Yakama Azuma for anything in the future, but just knowing Yakama Azuma existed was a huge spiritual comfort for Yotsuya Maiko. At least from now on, the world she saw would no longer feel so lonely. As for the condition attached to Yakama Azuma agreement, for Yotsuya Maiko, it felt like there were no conditions at all. Her eyes couldn't be turned off. If Yakama Azuma needed her to do something, she would help without hesitation. On the other side, Yakama Azuma put his phone down and gently scratched under Shiritamaru's chin. Shiritamaru purred continuously, clearly very satisfied with its owner's technique. As for Yotsuya Maiko, after their conversation, Yakama Azuma began to recall things related to this girl. She was someone with the ability of true clairvoyance. Or it could be called yin-yang eyes instead. Her level of clairvoyance was probably the strongest in all of humanity. She could see all kinds of strange creatures, regardless of their strength, morality, or any other nature. Of course, this also brought her a lot of trouble. In the original timeline of this world, the girl, in a moment when there was no way out, ran to an abandoned temple. There, she formed a pact with a fox spirit, similar to a mountain god. This mountain god would help her 3 times. In return, after her death, She would become a Shikigami or servant of that god. Yotsuya Maiko had used up the 3 times the mountain god had promised her. As for whether she would become the servant of the mountain god afterward, Yakama Azuma was unsure. Perhaps her future life still held some chances for change, but that couldn't be confirmed. This was all Yakama Azuma knew. The appearance of Yotsuya Maiko had caused a slight shift in Yakama Azuma's worldview. However, for the time being, it didn't seem like a major issue. When Yakama Azuma discovered that his shogi skills had reached a level of divine mastery, producing special transformations, he had once considered the possibility that supernatural phenomena might exist in this world. Now, it could be confirmed. They did exist. But it was likely nothing like the Holy Grail War, where anything could lead to a gas explosion in the city. Therefore, there was no need to panic. The main focus now should be on mastering his shogi skills. Yakama Azuma's statement about becoming a heroic spirit wasn't just a fabrication. After all, he was currently making steady progress toward the title of Eternal Ryu. A remarkable career by any standard. By then, his shogi skills might reach their peak level. Even a level 8 game was already terrifying. When he surpassed this level and entered an absolute peak state, what would happen then? At that point, how powerful would Yakama Azuma be in controlling the board? It could be said that he was on the verge of becoming a demi-heroic spirit. As Yakama Azuma was stroking Shirotamaru and lost in thought, the sound of a door opening from the hallway was heard. "I'm home." The voice of Kasumijoka Utaha echoed. "Welcome home." Yakama Azuma stood up and walked into the hallway to greet her. Shirotamaru also jumped down from Yakama Azuma's lap, running over to Kasumijoka Utaha's feet, gently rubbing against her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Kasumijoka Utaha changed her shoes and handed Yakama Azuma a light novel wrapped very neatly. Yakama Azuma received it and took a glance. To his surprise, it was volume 4 of The Metronome in Love, beautifully printed and bound, but still not officially on sale. "Wow, it's the new work from Senpai. I've been looking forward to this one. By the way, does it have your signature? I'd love a signed copy." Yakama Azuma hugged the book, laughing as he spoke. Kasumijoka Utaha gave Yakama Azuma a sidelong glance. "No signature. You should be grateful for getting the book early. If you want a signature, come to the signing event tomorrow after school and line up." Yakama Azuma immediately understood the implied meaning in her words. He nodded eagerly. "I promise I'll be there." Kasumijoka Utaha, satisfied, waved him off. The preparation for the signing event was essentially done. All that was left was to attend the event tomorrow at the right time. Now, she needed to focus on Yakama Azuma's work. She had to finish the game script quickly. She couldn't let her work speed be surpassed by some blonde girl. A quiet night passed. The next day. Toyosaki High School. "Yesterday, I saw you carrying a guitar case, running off from Shimokitazawa. Spill the beans, Kita-chan, what on earth have you been up to recently?" Ayuri cornered Kita Ikuyo against the wall, her tone fierce as she questioned her. Yakama Azuma, observing Ayuri's strong stance, nodded in approval. Ayuri was definitely doing better than she did in middle school. When it's time to be strong, you have to be strong. Otherwise, one day, her tsundere personality might cause a big problem. Trapped in the corner with no room left to make excuses, Kita Ikuyo sighed and began to tell the whole truth. She explained that one day, while strolling with friends in Shimokitazawa, she had heard a musical performance at an art gallery. There, she became deeply impressed by a female bassist. Coincidentally, that artist's band was looking for a guitarist and a lead vocalist. Confident in her singing ability, Kita Ikuyo had boldly signed up. After joining the band, she had lied to the 2 older members, claiming that she knew how to play the guitar. In reality, Kita Ikuyo didn't know how to play at all. Since then, she had rushed to a music store and spent 2 months' worth of her pocket money to buy a guitar. Unfortunately, no matter how much she practiced, she couldn't play a single complete guitar song. Every time she strummed the strings, the sound was always muffled and broken. During the band's rehearsals, Kita Ikuyo began making excuses to avoid playing, only participating as the lead singer. However, the more they practiced, the more helpless she felt, as the band kept pushing her to join in. Under the pressure from both sides, Kita Ikuyo had been feeling stressed and weighed down. Yesterday, when Yakama Azuma and the others saw Kita Ikuyo running away with her guitar case, it was because she couldn't bear the pressure anymore and had fled from the band. After hearing Kita Ikuyo's story, Ayuri immediately tried to comfort her. As Yakama Azuma, who had been listening attentively, sat there, a strange realization suddenly hit him. "Kita-san, the brrrr sound you're talking about, isn't that the sound of a bass?" Kita Ikuyo paused for a moment, then quickly waved her hand. "Yakama-san, don't comfort me. I know the difference between a bass and a guitar." As she spoke, Kita Ikuyo pulled out a photo from her phone. See, the bass has only 4 strings, and this one has 6 strings, so it must be a guitar. Yakuma Azuma glanced at the photo. Kita-san, you know, there's actually a type of bass called a 6-string bass. Kita Ikuyo froze, the smile on her face instantly fading. Yakuma Azuma pointed to the photo. That's a 6-string bass, or a multi-string bass. When you bought it, didn't you ask the store staff for advice, or did you just pick it out yourself? Kita Ikuyo was stunned, nodding slightly. A small girl seemed to crumble in that moment. That was the guitar she had spent 2 months' worth of pocket money on, along with her New Year's red envelope savings. Kita-chan. Kita-chan. Hang in there, don't let your soul fade away. Ayuri shook her friend, who seemed like she soul was come out her mouth. Leave the bass to me, and you can borrow some money from me. With that, you could buy a new guitar, you can pay me back little by little later. I also have a friend who plays guitar really well. I could introduce you to her for lessons. Yakuma Azuma gently patted Kita Ikuyo's head. Kita Ikuyo immediately snapped out of soul flies away. Hearing Yakuma Azuma's words, she was so moved that she almost burst into tears. But that wouldn't be right, Yakuma-san, do you even play bass? Buying it and not being able to use it is a waste. Besides, introducing friends. That would take a lot of effort, and I feel like I would owe you too much. Kita Ikuyo wasn't the type to easily accept help from others. Even from friends, she always maintained the principle of not taking advantage of others' kindness. Yakuma Azuma waved his hand. I'm doing this for Ayuri. If you're grateful, thank Ayuri instead. At that moment, Ayuri, who had been a bit envious, suddenly felt her heart touched upon hearing those words. Just then, the two of them looked at her. It was clear to see that Ayuri's fair face gradually turned a soft pink. Seeing Ayuri's flushed face, Yakuma Azuma smiled slightly. In truth, he had his own thoughts. But she really needed to make more friends to improve her personality. Kita Ikuyo, a kind and approachable girl, was definitely a great choice. As for the bass, it would definitely be useful in the future. Buying one almost new at resale price wasn't really a loss. Chapter 68, Senpai, I like you after school. Yakuma Azuma and Kasumijoka Utaha took the train to Akihabara together. Now that you mention it, Senpai, why didn't you just go directly to the book signing today instead of coming to school? Yakuma Azuma exclaimed. I'm an excellent student, both academically and morally, unlike ex-boyfriend Kun, who's always skipping school. Kasumijoka Utaha let out a soft huff, then sharply responded. Even though you're an excellent student, you still sleep in class, huh? I know everything the teachers are talking about, so what's wrong with sleeping? Fair enough. What I said is, of course, reasonable. So, ex-boyfriend Kun, have you finished reading my light novel yet? After asking, Kasumijoka Utaha stared intently at Yakuma Azuma. The inspiration for the 4th volume completely came from the person in front of her. In the first 2 volumes, the female lead had no soul. In this volume, she had regained her soul. But how would he perceive that soul? Would he still be rigid and unable to understand like before? I've read it, but how should I say it? I'm not sure how to evaluate your novel, senpai. Yakuma Azuma looked thoughtful. When Kasumijoka Utaha heard Yakuma Azuma's response, her brows furrowed slightly. But Yakuma Azuma didn't stop, he continued speaking. However, I can still describe my impression a little. Yakuma Azuma looked straight at Kasumijoka Utaha. He gazed into her wine-colored eyes. Yakuma Azuma pointed at his chest. When I read your novel, senpai, my heart couldn't help but beat faster, and the images described in the book came to mind. The image of the female lead, Sayaka, seemed so close to me. She was both beautiful and proud, and full of perfectionism. Sayaka's love was both intense and subtle, though she never spoke it, it moved people more than 1,000 words could. Reading it once, you can only finish the story, but reading it a second time allows you to understand the motivation behind the female lead, Sayaka's actions. And only after reading it the 3rd time can people begin to appreciate the perfection of you, senpai, the brilliant novelist who wrote this. When Kasumijoka Utaha heard Yakuma Azuma say this, her brows slightly relaxed. Her small mouth opened slightly. Her eyes began to tremble a bit. It was all correct. Everything Yakuma Azuma said was exactly what she had hoped for in her heart. It even exceeded her expectations. Kasumijoka Utaha had only hoped Yakuma Azuma would feel that the female lead in her work had charm. Perhaps she had also hoped Yakuma Azuma would understand the motivation behind the female lead. Because the first character she wrote, Sayaka, was an extension of herself. And Yakuma Azuma not only understood everything. Through the story, his gaze even turned towards her. Looking into Yakuma Azuma's eyes, Kasumijoka Utaha felt like she was on the verge of tears. So, do you like Sayaka? Even though she is a bit clumsy, and has a few flaws. Kasumijoka Utaha's words were cut off before she could finish. Senpai, what are you saying? Yukima Azuma blinked. Since the first time I saw the manuscript for this book, I've already fallen in love with Sayaka, the female lead. Whether she was shining brightly in the first volume, or when she faced failure in the second, or even when she lived a normal life in the third volume. Or now, when she shines brightly again, I've loved her from the start to the end, and that hasn't changed even for a single day. Kasumijoka Utaha's words got stuck in her throat. When they got off the train, Kasumijoka Utaha lightly kicked Yukima Azuma's calf. Then she ran into the bookstore's restroom to fix her makeup. Yukima Azuma smiled and looked at the long line of people waiting outside the store. Clearly, the publicity campaign by Fujikawa Publishing had been very successful. The signing event hadn't even started yet, and the line of people was already stretching to the other side of the street. It was definitely impossible to line up from the beginning. Yukima Azuma could only try to sneak in. Fortunately, it seemed like Kasumijoka Utaha had already informed the staff beforehand. No one stopped Yukima Azuma. Sitting behind the signing table, Machida Sanoko was watching Yukima Azuma carefully, as he appeared to be acting suspicious. It must be him, right? The male lead in Kasumi Utako-sensei heart. If we consider his looks, he does seem like a good match for Kasumi-sensei. Thinking this, Machida Sanoko immediately shook her head. No. What am I thinking? This guy is the one who caused Kasumi-sensei to fall into a slump in the last 2 volumes. He could be a terrible man. I need to be more careful, seriously, I'm the editor, I have to be responsible for the author. Machida Sanoko thought. However, what kind of editor would care about the author's private matters like this? And from this, it was clear that in reality, Machida Sanoko and Kasumijoka Utaha, while being editor and author in name, had a more friendly relationship in private. Once Yukima Azuma had entered the store, he quickly asked an employee for a protective vest. At least he should disguise himself a little. Otherwise, with such a striking appearance, standing near the signing event would make it way too easy for him to attract attention. After putting on the vest, Yukima Azuma saw Kasumijoka Utaha walking out of the store. The two of them locked eyes. Kasumijoka Utaha glanced at Yukima Azuma. Her eyes were still slightly red. It was all because of this guy. Sitting down behind the signing table. Shi-chan, you finally made it, shall we begin? Wait, what's up with your eyes? Machida Sanoko noticed something was off. Kasumijoka Utaha waved her hand. It's fine, let's start the signing event. Machida Sanoko suddenly turned around, glaring at Yukima Azuma. Yukima Azuma? Caught in a glare without understanding why, Yukima Azuma scratched his head, confused. The signing event began. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. After all, this was the 4th volume of the light novel series. Most of the people attending were loyal fans of Kasumi Utako-sensei. Though the metronome in love had gone through a less successful period, the writing style still had no flaws. Kasumijoka Utaha truly deserved the title of a genius light novel author. Only a few readers had sent letters of complaint. Moreover, Kasumijoka Utaha was a beautiful woman. Naturally, everyone was cheerful and friendly. Yukima Azuma stood beside, feeling a sense of accomplishment. At first, when Kasumijoka Utaha had not yet become a light novel author, she had not been overly confident in herself. It was simply her perfectionism that pushed her to be extremely strict with her work. And it seemed that, in just a moment, the girl who had never debuted before was now handling large signing events with ease. This was the child he had seen grow day by day. Chika, just as Yukima Azuma was reflecting on this, a faint, unpleasant smell began to spread. Yukima Azuma immediately snapped out of his thoughts, frowning and looking toward the source of the smell. Quickly, Yukima Azuma saw, in the crowd, a person, head lowered, clutching a book, their eyes darting back and forth. Summer had arrived, yet this person was still wearing a thick fabric mask. Unless they had an allergy or some other special reason, wearing such a mask in weather like this, with short sleeves, clearly indicated that they were either a fool or had some ulterior motive. Moreover, this person was also wearing a backpack on their chest. While some people in the crowd wore backpacks like that to avoid disturbing others behind them, this person was different. Their backpack was slightly open, and one hand was inside it. Yukima Azuma kept his expression neutral and quietly moved aside. He signaled 2 staff members to prepare to maintain order. Then, Yukima Azuma slowly approached one side of the signing table. The protective vest he had been wearing had been discarded at some point. Kasumijoka Utaha naturally noticed Yukima Azuma approaching. She shot him a questioning glance. Yukima Azuma gestured for her to continue with the event. Kasumijoka Utaha resumed signing books for fans. After each fan thanked her and left, It was finally the turn of the suspicious individual. "Kasumi-sensei, I really love your book." The person stuttered as they handed the book over to her. What was strange was that the person handed the book in a way that gripped the middle of it. Just as Kasumi Yutaha was about to accept the book, Yakama Azuma suddenly stepped forward to the signing table. Clap. 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 The loud clapping echoed, causing the entire event to fall into silence. Yakama Azuma clapped as he spoke. "Congratulations. You are the 100th reader to attend this signing event, and also the luckiest reader of today's event." His words stirred a bit of excitement in the crowd. Some people were envious of the luck of the person in front, while others wondered why it was already the 100th reader and the line still hadn't reached their turn. The person in question, suddenly put in the spotlight, appeared not joyful at all but instead panicked. Yakama Azuma reached out and grabbed the book the person had offered. The moment he touched it, Yakama Azuma felt the weight of the book was off. "Next, just answer one very simple question, and you'll receive a special edition of the new book. So, may I ask, what is the title of the first chapter in the Metronome in Love by Kasumi-sensei?" Yakama Azuma smiled and asked, while touching the middle of the book. The sensation was definitely wrong. There was a hollow dot section. He could feel something uneven inside the book. It was clear that the book had been hollowed out in a spot, and something was placed inside it. The person's eyes were filled with an unmistakable panic, and they kept staring at the book in Yakama Azuma's hand. "I don't know. Give the book back to me, I need to leave." Though the question was simple and not answering it wouldn't have affected the signing, this person screamed like that. Yakama Azuma sneered coldly, then gripped the book tightly and threw it forcefully at the wall next to him, where no one was standing. The book hit the wall, and immediately, the sound of breaking glass was heard. When it hit the floor, the pages of the book opened, and a sticky, milky white liquid spilled out from between the pages. The crowd in line gasped in horror as the plot was revealed. The criminal turned and immediately tried to flee. Yakama Azuma quickly acted, using one hand to brace himself and swiftly jumping over the signing table. The physical strength from his intense training not only provided him with superior strength and stamina but also agility. To prevent the crowd from witnessing the horrifying scene, Yakama Azuma didn't use excessive force but simply delivered a swift kick to the criminal's thigh. The person, who had only run a few steps, immediately collapsed to the ground. Yakama Azuma stepped forward, preparing to twist the criminal's arm behind his back and pin him to the ground. Perhaps feeling there was no way out, the criminal turned his back to Yakama Azuma and suddenly threw something towards him. Yakama Azuma barely had time to tilt his head slightly. The heavy object grazed across his forehead, causing his head to uncontrollably tilt back for a moment. Without missing a beat, Yakama Azuma continued with his actions. He kicked the criminal to the ground, twisted his arm behind his back, causing him to feel sharp pain with any movement. At the same time, he pressed his knee into the criminal's neck. Of course, Yakama Azuma didn't use too much force, knowing that applying too much could be life-threatening. The whole event happened in the blink of an eye. Those around them could only take a few steps back in shock. The staff, who had been warned earlier, rushed over to assist. They maintained order among the crowd while using nylon ropes to securely bind the criminal, fully subdued by Yakama Azuma. "Azuma!" Kasumi Yutaha cried out, rushing over. Only then did Yakama Azuma turn and check what had hit him. As he had suspected, it was a handheld camera. His vision suddenly became blurry and tinted red. Under Kasumi Yutaha's concerned gaze, Yakama Azuma realized he had been injured. He touched his forehead. The sticky sensation was evident. Although he had tilted his head to avoid it, he hadn't been quick enough, and the camera still grazed his forehead. However, it wasn't anything serious, just a superficial scratch. There was no dizziness or discomfort. In fact, the camera hadn't hit him directly but merely scraped across his forehead. Yakama Azuma held up his hand to stop Kasumi Yutaha, who was rushing towards him. In a low voice, he said, "It's fine, continue with the signing. We'll talk about it when it's over." Kasumi Yutaha immediately shook her head, wanting to refuse. He had been hurt. How could she continue the signing as if nothing had happened? If the signing is interrupted, then everything I've done will have been in vain, won't it? "Senpai, I like you. I like Sayaka too. Neither of you can face any more setbacks." Hearing Yakama Azuma's words, Kasumi Yutaha bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She wasn't sure how she managed to suppress her emotions. Biting her lip, she tried to push her feelings down, sitting back behind the signing table. Yakama Azuma pulled a few pieces of paper from his pocket and wiped the blood from his forehead hastily. Afterward, he pressed one of the sheets to the wound. Once he finished tending to it, he turned back to face the confused crowd. "Please, everyone, don't panic. I apologize for the small incident," Yakama Azuma said, his voice steady and calm. But the staff will handle the situation quickly, and the signing event will continue. I hope this doesn't disrupt your excitement. To make the signing process smoother, please turn to the page where you'd like the signature, and place the book on the table. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Yakuma Azuma's appearance once again worked its magic. Seeing the handsome young man injured, the crowd didn't step back. Instead, they clapped in appreciation for his swift action. Following the staff's instructions, they continued to line up and the signing event resumed. Yakuma Azuma moved to the back to attend to his wound. Kasumijoka Utaha watched him go, her gaze gradually drifting toward him. "I'll go help and check on him," Machida Sanoko said, patting Kasumijoka Utaha's shoulder before quickly moving to the back. Kasumijoka Utaha hurriedly turned back, her attention now focused on the book in front of her. Though the situation was a bit difficult, the readers understood and sympathized after the incident. As the others came forward, they didn't blame Kasumijoka Utaha's demeanor. Instead, they offered words of comfort. But as those words reached her ears, Kasumijoka Utaha felt her heart ache even more. The scattered books were collected. The broken camera, discarded nearby, was also taken away. If Kasumijoka Utaha still didn't understand what had happened, she would not be a genius but rather foolish. Had she opened the book as usual, and if that liquid had splashed out and stained her, and then the man pulled out the camera and filmed it, as a talented girl and a famous light novel author, she would have been bombarded on social media with filthy comments, which would destroy her writing career. Her life would have been plunged into darkness. That was the nature of the internet. If there were no images, people would fabricate stories. If there were images, everything would turn into horrifying narratives. Yakuma Azuma had saved her. Even injured, he prioritized her signing event over his own wound. Kasumijoka Utaha wished she could rush to him now, care for his injury, and hold him tightly. But he had told her to continue. Kasumijoka Utaha could only stand still, completing the signing process. No matter how much her heart hurt, she could only endure with patience now. Kasumijoka Utaha was experiencing the longest signing event of her life. Chapter 69, Kasumi-sensei, where are your tights? Yakuma Azuma sat down at the table in the store's office, holding his forehead with his hand. The staff quickly ran off to get a mirror, medical supplies, and other necessary items. Yakuma Azuma took the mirror and glanced at himself briefly. As expected. The problem wasn't serious. It was just a small scratch that had torn the skin. All it needed was to be disinfected with some alcohol, and then a band-aid could fix it. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" a staff member asked. Yakuma Azuma shook his head. "No need." He then picked up the alcohol bottle beside him, poured some onto a cotton ball, and began wiping the blood and the wound on his forehead. The sight made the nearby staff members grimace. Machida Sanoko just happened to run in. Upon seeing Yakuma Azuma's actions, her face couldn't help but scrunch up. She rushed over, snatched the items from Yakuma Azuma's hands. Then, she carefully began treating the wound for him, trying to be as gentle as possible with her movements. After cleaning the wound, she applied medicine to stop the bleeding and aid in recovery. Finally, she placed a large band-aid on it. After everything was done, Machida Sanoko, just like Yakuma Azuma, sat on the table next to him. "Thank you. But excuse me, who are you?" Yakuma Azuma had been somewhat curious about the identity of the grown woman in front of him. "I am Machida Sanoko, the person in charge of Kasumi." Before she could finish her sentence, Yakuma Azuma cut in. "You're the editor of Senpai, right? I've often heard her mention you. Thank you so much for taking care of Senpai all these years." Machida Sanoko froze for a moment. Then, she helplessly held her forehead. Wasn't that her line? "I should be the one thanking you. I've been with Kasumi-sensei for a long time. This signing event is very important for Kasumi-sensei. If anything goes wrong, it could all fall apart." Fujikawa Publishing House had invested a lot of resources to promote Kasumijoka and Volume 4 of the Metronome in Love. Its famous had increased significantly. If everything went smoothly, with the quality of Volume 4, it would definitely exceed expectations. But if something went wrong, that huge amount of attention could turn into a double-edged sword. Yakuma Azuma was not only Kasumijoka's benefactor, but also the benefactor of Fujikawa Publishing House. To be honest, when I read the manuscript for the Metronome in Love, I once scolded you as a scumbag. Leaning against a wall, Machida Sanoko looked up at the ceiling. Yakuma Azuma could only smile bitterly. Volume 2 of the Metronome in Love was full of resentment that Kasumijoka had poured into it. Anyone who didn't know the background and read it would think they had come across a terrible man. At that time, I even felt sorry for Kasumi-sensei, as if you had deceived her. But now I understand, you really are someone worthy, someone good enough to make Kasumi-sensei always remember and never forget. So, after thanking you, I also need to apologize to you. Machida Sanoko bowed her head and apologized to Yakuma Azuma. Instead, did senpai ever badmouth me? Honestly answer, I'll let it go if that's the case. Yakuma Azuma said with a smile. Machida Sanoko froze for a moment, then understood. Yakuma Azuma was offering her an out in this situation. I wouldn't go around tattling. Machida Sanoko snorted lightly. But after glancing at Yakuma Azuma, she added, but in return, I'll keep an eye on Kasumi-sensei and make sure no one else gets too close to her. This was an unexpected delight for Yakuma Azuma. Although Kasumi Yutaha always kept her distance from others, because of her beauty, she inevitably attracted the attention of unscrupulous people, which, in fact, caused Kasumi Yutaha a lot of headaches. Machida Sanoko's willingness to help was truly a good thing. While they were talking, the office door suddenly swung open. Kasumi Yutaha stormed in. At some point, time had quietly passed, and the signing event had came to an end. Seeing this, Machida Sanoko immediately made a decisive move to step outside. She didn't want to become the third wheel for the two of them. As Kasumi Joka's editor and close friend, she fully approved of this couple. Lock him down. The office door closed. Kasumi Yutaha stormed in with an imposing presence. Her wine-red eyes were misty with tears. Her pale, slender hands were clenched tightly, not loosening. Even her body was trembling slightly. She clearly looked extremely angry. Seeing this, Yakuma Azuma immediately panicked. Senpai. He was about to explain a few things. But Kasumi Yutaha rushed forward. She bit down hard on Yakuma Azuma's lip, cutting off any words he was about to say. Feeling the softness and moisture from her lips, Yakuma Azuma's eyes widened. Was he being forcibly kissed? Not only that. Kasumi Yutaha still pushed Yakuma Azuma back strongly, causing him to fall onto the table. Both of them lay down on the long table. The kiss lasted for a long time. The kiss lasted so long that Yakuma Azuma had a reaction like a high school boy. Something raising but not the shield hero. Kasumi Yutaha only stopped when the oxygen in her lungs was completely gone. She lifted her head, breathing heavily. That sound definitely had some lewd. In the confined space of the office, the atmosphere became filled with a pink hue. Are you okay? After barely being able to speak, Kasumi Yutaha softly asked. Shouldn't you ask that before forcing a kiss? Yakuma Azuma said with a mix of helplessness and amusement. If you were worried about me, why did you rush in and kiss me first? You clearly look fine, and on top of that, you're worried about the autograph session. Kasumi Yutaha gritted her teeth, speaking in a tone full of resentment. Yakuma Azuma wrapped his arm around Kasumi Joka's neck, pulling her closer. This position, her on top and him below, seemed a little odd, but when the person on top was a strong senpai like Kasumi Joka, it felt entirely appropriate. Because I know, senpai loves literature and values her role as a light novel author. So, the autograph session is important, because it's the work senpai loves. If it weren't like that, I would have been crying and causing a scene, begging senpai to stay with me and not go anywhere. Yakuma Azuma pointed to the wound on his forehead. It really hurts. Upon hearing this, Kasumi Yutaha paused for a moment. Since their separation, he had changed so much. He had gone from not knowing how to cook to becoming a skilled chef. His literary talent had advanced further. His ability to read the air had reached a new level. Even the skill he once lacked understanding the psychology of girls he now mastered frighteningly well. But there was one thing that hadn't changed. That was the care and respect he always gave her. Caring about everything about her. Respecting everything she loved and chose. This was why, back then, she couldn't help but fall for the young man with an appearance only somewhat acceptable. She had been enamored with him all this time. She had once written works full of resentment after he left. And she had once regained her ability to breathe life into characters upon meeting him again. Kasumi Yutaha had long been in love with a man before her, a love that was beyond saving. Because she didn't know how to refute Yakuma Azuma, Kasumi Yutaha chose to deal with the situation in a very childish way. She pressed her soft, red lips against the wound on Yakuma Azuma's forehead. She gently blew on it, just like adults do when taking care of children, saying innocently, "Blow away the pain." But at that moment, Yakuma Azuma could clearly hear his heart beating faster. Kasumi Yutaha's smooth, white neck was right in front of his eyes, with her perfect collarbone clearly visible in his line of sight. However, compared to the visual stimulation, his heart was shaking even more intensely. Kasumi Yutaha, so proud, had come here to blow for him. Just thinking about this was enough to make him feel like he was dreaming. Considering your ridiculous performance earlier, I've decided to reuse the old nickname, Kodaku-kun. Lonely-kun. It was a teasing nickname that Kasumijoka Utaha used to call Yakama Azuma when they were still in love. The nickname had two layers of meaning. The first meaning was related to the work that had brought them together, hard-boiled wonderland and the end of the world. The protagonist in the story is someone whose consciousness is separated from reality and placed into a virtual world created by a computer. This person believes himself to be the last survivor in the end of the world in reality. The implication was of a self-satisfied fool. The second meaning came from Yakama Azuma's gaze at the time, one always filled with loneliness. As though he were completely lost in this world, living isolated. No family bones tied him down, nor friends or any illusory figures. The implication was, if anyone calls you lonely, it means you're not truly lonely after all. Yes, Utaha-senpai. Yakama Azuma replied gently with a smile. Unable to bear Yakama Azuma's smug expression, Kasumijoka Utaha bit his lip once more. Back when they were in love, she had often been forced into kisses by Yakama Azuma. During those humiliating times, now vengeance will be her. It seemed to be a habit. Kasumijoka Utaha's fingers gently slid down. Until they unexpectedly stopped at a point. Because they were blocked. Kasumijoka Utaha paused for a moment, then immediately grinned mischievously. Azuma-kun, looks like the answer to that question from before has been revealed. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched slightly. Kasumijoka Utaha was referring to a question she had asked when she moved into the apartment. It really didn't seem like something a high school boy would do. Could it be that ex-boyfriend Kun really had an unspeakable secret? At that time, Yakama Azuma had just calmly looked back, making Kasumijoka Utaha feel embarrassed and unwilling to admit it. But in the current situation, Yakama Azuma couldn't maintain the same calm expression from before. He could only say that Kasumijoka Utaha had a very strong sense of vengeance. The type of person who keeps track of every debt in a small notebook. And when it's time to argue, brings it all up. Luckily, once Kasumijoka Utaha resolves her old debts, she never brings them up again. Moreover, with her speed of revenge, her little notebook no longer has many debts left to uncover. So, how about it? Beg me, and I'll help Azuma-kun solve the troubles of a high school boy. Kasumijoka Utaha whispered in Yakama Azuma's ear. Her breath brushed against his earlobe. The destructive power was terrifying. How about using your hands? Or would using your feet be better? That's right, the tights from the other day, Azuma-kun really didn't use them, did he? Kasumijoka Utaha once again carried out her revenge. Clearly, he had taken off the tights. In the end, all he did was cover her with a blanket. You aren't human. Yakama Azuma was speechless. All that could be said was, as expected of Kasumijoka-senpai. A master of showing maturity, her driving skills were extremely proficient. The wheel ruthlessly ran over Yakama Azuma's face. Machida Sanoko stood waiting not far outside the office, for about an hour. Finally, the two of them came out. But Machida Sanoko understood. After all, they were high school students, chatting for a while was normal. But Kasumi Utaha-sensei, where are your tights? Machida Sanoko asked with suspicion. Kasumijoka Utaha turned away, casually wiping the corner of her mouth discreetly. When I was sitting at the desk earlier, they got caught on a nail in the corner of the desk and tore, so I threw them away. Although this explanation was quite reasonable, Machida Sanoko still felt deep suspicion. Chapter 70. Hello, Ms. Yukino Shita Yukino, you're asking for leave again. Don't you care about anyone? Do you even look like a student anymore? What's the excuse this time? Tell me. It really pisses me off. The voice on the other end was Gerasimitsu, scolding in anger. Just recently, Yakama Azuma had sent a message requesting a leave of absence via line. It hadn't been long since school started. Yakama Azuma's time off had already exceeded the time spent in school. Although Yakama Azuma was a genius who didn't need to worry about anything, Gerasimitsu could no longer hold back. So, that morning, Gerasimitsu directly called Yakama Azuma. Gerasa-sensei, I'm taking a sick day. Yakama Azuma weakly spoke. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then, Gerasimitsu's tone clearly softened. Are you really sick? If you're lying, I'll be really mad. Honestly, I'll just scold you a little, but I'll still let you have the day off. When Yakama Azuma heard Gerasimitsu's softer tone, she couldn't help but smile lightly. I'm really injured, how could I lie to Gerasa-sensei? Yesterday, I attended a senior book signing event, and there was a little accident. Although I just applied some simple bandages yesterday, it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. The sound of phone keys clicking could be heard. It was clear that Gerasimitsu was searching for information. Fujikawa Publishing had spent a lot of money building their reputation. The accident at the book signing didn't turn into a scandal. In fact, it became an opportunity for the metronome in love to become famous. So, After Yakama Azuma agreed, Fujikawa Publishing released the surveillance footage from the store. This news was still hot on search engines and was receiving a lot of attention. Garasamitha quickly found the related article and saw the accident that Yakama Azuma had mentioned. Do you need help? I can take the day off to go with you to the hospital. At first, Garasamitha clearly wanted to scold Yakama Azuma a few more words. Like, why do something so dangerous? But after a brief pause, she didn't say it. Instead, concern for Yakama Azuma surfaced. Despite the unexpected situation, Yakama Azuma's actions, though a little dangerous, were very sensible. She also knew Kasamijoka Utaha, a student at Toyosaki. Without Yakama Azuma, Kasamijoka's life would likely have faced serious problems. Therefore, despite her frustrations, she couldn't bring herself to scold. But she still couldn't help feeling uneasy about her student. Thus, she asked Yakama Azuma if she needed help. Garasa-sensei really is a good teacher. Yakama Azuma responded, not quite on point. Hearing that, Garasamitha on the other end of the phone couldn't help but subconsciously lower her head. Then she realized that she was talking on the phone. Even if her expression didn't match the image of a teacher, she didn't have to worry about being seen. What teacher would be shy about being praised by a student like that? Hey, you troublesome student. Garasamitha tried to make her voice sound colder. Garasa-sensei, I'm fine, after all, I'm a professional. Yakama Azuma hurriedly replied seriously. Hearing this, Garasamitha couldn't help but huff. Professional, huh? You're still a student. At this point, she paused slightly. Well then, after class, I'll visit you to check on you. Send me your address. This time, Yakama Azuma was a bit stunned. Garasamitha was going to visit his house. Yakama Azuma thought for a moment before replying. As a result, Garasamitha noticed Yakama Azuma's silence. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? You don't want me to visit? No, I'll send you the address. I'm really looking forward to your visit, Garasa-sensei. Yakama Azuma could only agree. After hanging up the phone, Yakama Azuma opened the hallway door. It seemed that the bandage on his forehead couldn't be removed today. In fact, the injury hadn't been serious for a long time. The real reason he asked for leave today was to go to an interview. No, to be more precise, it was a recruitment session. How could I lie to Garasa-sensei? The interview with Yukino Shita Yukino was scheduled for today. Yakama Azuma set off and headed to the coffee shop where they had arranged to meet. Yukino Shita Yukino had woken up very early. She washed her face, applied makeup, wore a fitted white shirt and a black skirt. She chose black stockings for her legs. She had to fully prepare for the interview today. This was her last chance to live freely. Standing in front of the mirror in her cheap rented room, Yukino Shita Yukino looked at the dark circles under her eyes, feeling utterly helpless. She was born beautiful. Even without skincare, her skin remained soft and enviable. But no matter how good the genetics, there are limits. The tough times, the poor living environment, inadequate nutrition, and the worries in her heart eventually left small marks on her beautiful face. If this life of poverty ended here, in just 3 days, her condition would quickly recover. But if it continued like this, it might cause permanent damage that could never be restored. She patted her cheek. She pushed all the other thoughts out of her mind. Yukino Shita Yukino grabbed her handbag and stepped out of the rented room. Under the morning sunlight, she still walked with her back straight and her head held high. At least, until today, she was still Yukino Shita Yukino, the one who always pursued freedom for herself. At the coffee shop, Yukino Shita Yukino had arrived early. She sat in a secluded spot. Her mind was wandering. Suddenly, doubts arose. Why did the other party choose a coffee shop like this for the interview? It wasn't a small company or a small workshop. Laplace Corporation was a company with a registered capital of over 1.5 billion yen. No matter how crowded the company was, they surely must have a dedicated room for interviews. A scam? No, the recruitment software verification process was quite strict. So, what was going on? Yukino Shita Yukino thought of another possibility. The company's staff, due to her appearance, had developed dirty and vile thoughts. They wanted to take advantage of their position to carry out unspoken rules with her. This wasn't Yukino Shita Yukino being arrogant or overthinking. She had really encountered such situations in her job search. The other party had once asked her to meet at a restaurant for couples, subtly implying that she would have to accept the unspoken rules if she agreed to the job. Yukino Shita Yukino slapped the person across the face and angrily walked away. Of course, that interview had been a complete failure. Thinking about all this, Yukino Shita Yukino's mood plummeted. She had thought this was the last hope she had grasped, but in the end, it was just a meaningless illusion. The feeling of falling down to that level made one feel like going mad. Just as Yukino Shita Yukino was sinking into her despair, "Hello, are you Yukino Shita Yukino-san?" Hearing the question, Yukino Shita Yukino looked up. She saw a handsome young man, as refreshing as a cool breeze. He had a well-balanced face, particularly his eyes and eyebrows, which were so striking that one couldn't take their eyes off him, sharp like a sword, bright like a star. Although he had a bandage on his forehead, slightly affecting his overall appearance, it gave him a different kind of charm. The simple white shirt he wore looked incredibly attractive on him, almost like a hot item. Just by looking at him, one might think he was frequently bothered by talent scouts from entertainment companies. Even though Yukino Shita Yukino herself was an extraordinary beauty. And she wasn't one to be swayed by looks. She couldn't help but be momentarily stunned when she saw the young man. After regaining her composure, Yukino Shita Yukino calmly asked, "That's me, may I ask what's the matter?" When the young man heard Yukino Shita Yukino confirm, he smiled. His smile felt like a gentle breeze passing through. It made people instinctively feel at ease and pleased. He sat down across from Yukino Shita Yukino. As Yukino Shita Yukino was thinking that this young man was being too bold and preparing to frown, he extended his hand toward her. "Hello, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Yakama Azuma, a representative of Laplace Corporation, in charge of today's interview." Yakama Azuma's words made Yukino Shita Yukino immediately throw all her preconceived notions out the window. She quickly reached out and shook his hand. If this young man was the one conducting the interview, then excessive behavior was no longer a concern. If he was here for the interview, it certainly wouldn't be about unspoken rules. Someone like him could just wave his hand, and countless women would willingly approach him. Considering the allure of the younger-than-me dynamic, if something were to happen, Yukino Shita Yukino herself wasn't sure who would benefit in that situation. "Lol, hello, nice to meet you. I apologize for any inconvenience, I'm Yukino Shita Yukino, a graduate in finance from the University of Tokyo." Yukino Shita Yukino introduced herself again. But Yakama Azuma waved his hand. "It's fine, Yukino Shita-san, you don't have to be too formal, I've already reviewed your resume. Honestly, when I saw your resume, I even wondered if the developers of the recruitment software had missed something." At first, Yukino Shita Yukino was a bit nervous. But now, after hearing just a few words from Yakama Azuma, she felt her mood calming down. She looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. He seemed much younger than her. But in every word and action of his, there was a kind of charm that made others feel reassured. Such communication skills, she had only ever seen in her older sister. If she could do the same, perhaps she wouldn't have been constantly fired. Maybe that's why this young man was the representative of Laplace Corporation, while she was just a failure sitting here for an interview. Realizing this, the look in Yukino Shita Yukino's eyes toward Yakama Azuma grew complicated. For the first time, she felt the excellence of someone else in such a way that a feeling of distance arose within her. She had always been the genius in others' eyes. But now, this young man, not only in terms of status but also in ability, had proven that he was superior to her. Yukino Shita Yukino suddenly understood the complex feelings in the eyes of others when they looked at her throughout her academic career. "Yukino Shita-san? Is there a problem?" Noticing the complexity in Yukino Shita Yukino's gaze, Yakama Azuma asked. Yukino Shita Yukino shook her head. "Well then, let's begin the official interview," Yakama Azuma said. Yukino Shita Yukino sat up straight, waiting for Yakama Azuma's question. "May I ask, Yukino Shita-san, what position are you hoping to take on, and what is your target salary?" Yakama Azuma asked a common important question in interviews. Yukino Shita Yukino took a deep breath and then said, "As I understand, Laplace Corporation is a newly established venture capital company. My major is finance, and I'm good at analyzing economic models, so I'm hoping for a position as an investment manager or a risk assessment specialist. As for the target salary..." Yukino Shita Yukino's words faltered. Chapter 71, The Meaning of Laplace Regarding the Desired Salary. At this point, Yukino Shita Yukino's words suddenly stopped. She truly needed the money. Moreover, with her abilities and the position she was applying for, a high salary was entirely deserved. Asking for a reasonable salary also aligned with her sense of justice. But in today's society, finding a job was really difficult. Perhaps it would be better to lower the salary expectations? While Yukino Shita Yukino was still a bit uncertain, Yakama Azuma clapped his hands lightly. "Alright, Yukino Shita-san, I have a general understanding of your requirements. However, the situation of our company might not be what you think it is." Upon hearing this, Yukino Shita Yukino immediately stood up, a bit flustered. She hadn't even mentioned the salary yet. Why was she being dismissed already? At that moment, Yukino Shita Yukino's normally straight back seemed like it couldn't bear the pressure and was about to bend. But before she could speak, "Please hear me out first." Yukino Azuma also stood up and gently pressed her back into the chair. His voice, though calm, carried a strange force that made it hard to refuse. It made Yukino unconsciously follow what he said. "Anyway, let me first summarize the current situation of Laplace Corporation for you to understand." Yukino Azuma tapped lightly on the table. Yukino immediately focused her attention. But the words that followed from Yukino Azuma left Yukino dumbfounded. The registered capital of the company is, as Yukino Shita-san mentioned, 1.5 billion yen, which is about 10 million US dollars. Although the amount on paper isn't small, in reality, the entire working capital of the company has already been fully invested. Yukino widened her eyes, speechless. If what Yukino Azuma said was true, then, this company, though just newly established, was actually already a hollow shell. Before the flow of funds could be restored, the company could face the risk of bankruptcy at any time. However, that was just the beginning of the information. The registered location of Laplace Corporation is on the Wall Street. In fact, there are currently no operations in Japan. So, the investment management position or risk evaluation specialist that Yukino Shita-san requested can't actually be carried out. However, if you join now, you would be considered a founding partner of the company, responsible for expanding the territory in Japan. Currently, due to a lack of capital from the parent company, the branch will temporarily not carry out investment operations but will take on other tasks. For example, developing games. And the most important thing right now is to find an office that can be rented, so the branch can start operating normally. According to Yukino Azuma's explanation, Yukino's mood gradually sank. This was really unreliable. Isn't his a penny pinching company? Although the company is involved in large investment transactions abroad. But in Japan, there is no money, no people, no foundation. Other than the not-so-famous company name, there's nothing at all. The more I hear, the more it feels like it's describing me. Yukino realized that her situation wasn't much different. No work skills, no social connections, no money. Aside from the reputation of the University of Tokyo and the Yukino Shita surname she couldn't make use of, there was nothing. Oh, well then it's fine. What right does she have to criticize a penny pinching company? Clearly, she was about to not be able to pay her own rent. I understand now, Yukino-san, please directly let me know the position and salary when I'm hired. Yukino said with a dim gaze. Let's start with the human resources management position first, as it's the most troublesome area here. As for the salary, although it's a bit disappointing for you, Yukino Shita-san, this is still the startup phase. Upon hearing this, Yukino once again lowered her expectations for the poor salary in her mind. At the very least, it should be around 100,000 yen. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to survive. By the way, the current hourly wage for convenience store workers in Japan is usually around 800 to 900 yen. The initial offer is 1 million yen per month, 6,366 US dollars and 34 cents. How does that sound? Of course, once the company starts operating smoothly, the salary will definitely increase. Yukino Azuma said. Yukino blinked, feeling like she had misheard. How much did the guy just say the salary was? That. Yukino intended to ask again to confirm. But Yukino Azuma continued speaking, not waiting for her to say anything. This is a test interview, please help me choose the office location for the company. This is a list of office buildings I've pre-selected that are available for rent. And this is the company's budget. Well, actually, it's the balance of my account. Please, Yukino Shita-san, try to be a little frugal, at least leave me enough money for food. Yukino Azuma pushed the laptop he brought with him toward her. Then he took out his phone, opened his bank account balance screen, and pushed it in front of Yukino. Yukino instinctively glanced at Yukino Azuma's phone screen. The string of numbers made her feel like she had been hit hard. Not because the amount was too large. After all, coming from the Yukino Shita family, she had seen amounts hundreds of times greater than this. But this balance, compared to her current situation. At first, she thought he was a multi-level marketing employee. It turned out that the so-called lack of money of his was just a lack of money compared to billions, right? Yukino stared at Yukino Azuma. She felt like she had been mocked. However, after that, Yukino seriously started choosing an office building. The balance in Yukino Azuma's account was about 30 million yen. Part of it came from the profits of the game. The rest was from prize money from shogi tournaments. In official tournaments, in addition to the prize for the final champion, each victory actually comes with a cash reward. Therefore, in reality, the earning potential of professional shogi players in Japan is quite astounding. What about this one? Yukino chose an office building available for rent. Renting the entire building was clearly not feasible. But renting a few floors should definitely be fine. However, this was also thanks to the collapse of Japan's economic bubble a few years ago. Otherwise, the real estate prices in Tokyo might have been so high that even dogs would shake their heads. Yukino Azuma looked over Yukino's choice, then extended his hand toward her. "Welcome to Laplace Corporation, Yukino Shita-san." Yukino extended her hand and shook hands with Yukino Azuma. Leaving the cafe, the two of them headed toward the selected office building. As they got into the taxi, Yukino looked at the cafe sign and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. No wonder the interview was held at a cafe. Because basically, there was no company office. But it wasn't completely untrustworthy either. Now the two of them were in the process of renting an office location. A spending of tens of millions of yen, and the guy beside her didn't even blink. Come to think of it, were there any wealthy families or middle-class families with the surname Yukino in Tokyo? Yukino tried to recall, but couldn't find any information. Sitting in the taxi, she looked at the side profile of the young man. Suddenly, Yukino felt a sense of familiarity. As if she had met this young man somewhere before. But right after that, she shook her head. How could that be? Since she was young, she had never liked mingling with people from the upper class. Because of her personality. Her mother, Madame Yukino Shida, had never taken her to any galas. If she had, it would have been with her older sister, Yukino Shita Haruno. Therefore, their lives before this, even if they coincidentally overlapped, would have been nothing more than a brief encounter. And Yukino Shita Yukino certainly didn't retain any impressions of people who only crossed her path briefly. No matter how handsome that young man was. So that feeling of familiarity was definitely just an illusion. Yukino Shita Yukino concluded. The two of them got out of the car in front of an office building in the Shibuya area. Since they had informed in advance, the real estate agent arrived early. When he saw them get out of the car, the agent immediately greeted them with a smile and quickly walked over. There was no other choice. The real estate market was sluggish. Now, there were fewer and fewer people willing to rent office spaces. As an agent, the pressure was naturally immense. Yukino Azuma and Yukino Shita Yukino followed the real estate agent upstairs to the office floors for inspection. After all, this was an office building in the Shibuya area. The environment was truly excellent. From the top floor, they could overlook the entire Shibuya shopping street. Moreover, as long as they rented for a year, the equipment on the floor would be included as a bonus. The floor that Yukino Azuma selected already had a fair number of desks available. It was said that it had previously been rented by a securities company, but the company went bankrupt 2 years ago due to pressure. After inspecting and confirming there were no issues, Yukino Azuma nodded. The real estate agent immediately called the building's owner. When the owner heard that someone was interested in renting an office, and for a full year, he quickly said he would come right away. The office building had been vacant, and the management and service fees were almost draining the owner's finances. The contract was signed smoothly. The owner, after reassuring that any issues could be directed to him, quickly left. Only Yukino Shita Yukino and Yukino Azuma remained in the empty office building. "President, what should we do next?" Yukino asked. She had completely adopted the role of a salaried employee. Hire people, prioritize recruiting programmers first. It's already May, so we need to hurry. Also, Yukino Shita-san, pay particular attention to talent in the fields of artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. Unlike programming, these two fields should not be recruited haphazardly. Better to have fewer, but better talent. We will need to invest heavily. Soon, our financial resources will become quite abundant. Yukino Azuma outlined the next steps. Yukino listened attentively while taking notes on important information with her phone. Recruiting programmers, Yukino thought she could understand. Comiket, the Tokyo manga exhibition, would be held in June. Author's note, actually in August and December, but let's overlook that. Translator's note, lol. Yukino Azuma mentioned they would be handling game development. It was clear this project had to be completed before Comiket. The timeline was indeed tight. However, programming could be managed, but the script writing and illustrations were definitely the most challenging parts. Although she had questions, Yukino said nothing more. These were Yukino Azuma's responsibilities as the president to worry about. As for recruiting talent in I&IET, Yukino couldn't contain her curiosity and finally asked, "President, as far as I know, these two technologies are still largely theoretical. Not just in Japan, but worldwide, there aren't any truly excellent practical applications yet. So, are we recruiting in these fields? To start a supplementary course?" Hearing this, Yukino Azuma couldn't help but chuckle softly. Speaking of which, Yukino Shita-san, do you know the meaning of the name Laplace? Chapter 72, Garasamitha visits. Now that I think about it, Yukino Shita-san, do you know the meaning of Laplace? Yukino pondered over this question. Pierre-Simon Laplace, the French mathematician. His most famous hypothesis is Laplace's demon. That is, an entity that knows the exact position and momentum of every atom in the universe. It can calculate the entire process of the universe's development, knowing the past and the future. Yakama Azuma snapped his fingers, the sound faint. That's right, that's the origin of the name of our company. We are the people under Laplace's demon. Our job is very simple, to spy on the future for profit. Developing games, setting up venture capital funds, all of it is just a process of accumulating power. What makes the most money in the world forever is monopoly. But interfering with an already existing piece of the pie to take it will come at too great a cost. So, we reach out to embrace the pie of the future. That's how Laplace's demon operates. Yakama Azuma spoke while walking toward the large glass window of the building. As for Yukino, she could only look on in confusion at Yakama Azuma. She was completely stunned by Yakama Azuma. How confident is this person, really? Does he intend to monopolize the industries of the future? Based on what? Unless he really is Laplace's demon. While Yukino was still skeptical, she saw Yakama Azuma lightly tap his finger on the window. Following the direction of Yakama Azuma's finger, Yukino saw a Shinkansen train speeding by. Before the train appeared, what people wanted was a horse that could run faster. People like us, under Laplace's demon, do just that. When everyone is fighting over a pigeon that flies incredibly fast, we throw a phone in front of them. Yukino Shita-san, do you understand now? At this moment, Yukino completely understood. She got it. The person in front of her was a crazy rich person. President, if you have free time, go to the psychiatric department and check your brain. Yukino Shita-san, you're really straightforward. That's just the way I am. It's fine, when you see a glimpse of the future, you'll know if I truly have a problem with my brain or not. Yakama Azuma completely ignored Yukino's harsh words. After all, what he valued was Yukino's work ability. A little harsh language didn't matter. Moreover, the harsh truth helped with action. What mattered more was Yukino's integrity. Entrusting the company to Yukino, he didn't have to worry about being manipulated or betrayed. Because Yukino was so upright, she wouldn't do such things. This sense of reassurance. Yakama Azuma was willing to spend a large amount to purchase. Disperse, take a break. The recruitment will be handled by Yukino Shita-san. President, Yukino Shita-san, please keep your straightforwardness. Can you advance this month's salary to me? You were just straightforward and scolded me earlier? You told me to be straightforward. Yukino slightly lowered her head. She knew it was a bit strange to say that and then ask for an advance on her salary, but she honestly couldn't wait until the next payday. While Yukino was bowing her head, about to say something more, like offering to cut her salary or write an IOU. Ding dong. The phone suddenly rang. Yukino reflexively took out her phone to check. It was a transfer of 1 million yen into her bank account. She immediately looked up in surprise and gazed at Yakama Azuma. Seeing Yukino looking at him, Yakama Azuma waved the phone in his hand. Anyway, I hope you'll help me out in the future. Yukino stared at the young man in front of her. I hope you'll help me out, President. After leaving the office building, the two went in separate directions. Yukino first went to the convenience store near her rented apartment. As usual, she reached for the discounted section, where the bento was half price. But then she thought, she didn't need to live miserably like before. Standing there for a moment, she turned to one side and chose a sushi bento that looked very fancy. After paying, Yukino realized that the bento she could barely afford yesterday was actually not that expensive at all. She took the bento back to her rental apartment. After quickly eating the entire bento, Yukino felt something strange. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. She had accidentally gotten a job, accidentally received a large salary, and accidentally met a guy like him. Looking at the empty bento box, Yukino felt a strange urge to cry. The phone rang. It was a message reminding her of the rent payment from her landlord. Yesterday, Yukino might have felt anxious reading this message. But now, she calmly replied, informing the landlord that she wouldn't renew the lease and would move out before the contract ended. On the other side, when Yakama Azuma returned home, he stretched his back. Everything had been handed over. The Laplace Company branch was complete. And it was named Laplace Electronics Technology Co. Limited. The programming work for White Album could be directly handed over to the company for processing later. After all, the programming workload for this type of game is no small feat. If Yakama Azuma were to do it himself, it would definitely take a long time. Isn't the point of hiring programmers to use them? As for the other plans, until the funds from the headquarters are recovered, there's nothing much that can be done for now. The shogi tournament had long since came to its conclusion. Even if Yakuma Azuma were to skip all the remaining matches now, his number of wins would still secure him the championship. It could be said that after going through such busy days, Yakuma Azuma finally had some time to relax. He could finally rest easy, lying on the sofa while petting the cat. He hugged Shirotamaru. Yakuma Azuma took a deep sniff of the cat. But as he was halfway through the sniff, ahem. Wait, there's something else today. Yakuma Azuma suddenly remembered that someone had called him this morning. It seemed that Garasamitha was coming to visit his house after school today. Realizing this, Yakuma Azuma immediately snapped out of his high cat state. In any case, first he had to clean up the pair of stockings that his senpai had thrown around yesterday. Yakuma Azuma quickly ran downstairs to pick up one of them. Then he continued searching around the living room. Finally, he found the other one under the sofa. Yesterday, the two of them had essentially rekindled their old relationship. Though they hadn't officially confirmed getting back together, they still had a good time. The truth proved, she was indeed worthy of being Kazumi-Joka-senpai. Even using only her legs, she still had countless tricks. Last night, Yakuma Azuma nearly experienced a new form of worship. Now is not the time to talk about that. Yakuma Azuma hurriedly ran to the bathroom to wash the black mesh stockings. Then he hung them upstairs, in Kazumi-Joka-Utaha's room. Oh, right, Yakuma Azuma now had the key to Kazumi-Joka's room. She had given him the spare key. Shirotamaru watched its owner rush around, tilting its head in surprise. Weren't the two masters marking their territory yesterday? Why was he now taking the traces away to hide them? How strange. Never mind, as a cat, king, why bother thinking so much? Not understanding, Shirotamaru ran to its room and brought out its empty rice bowl. It dropped the bowl on the hallway floor, making a loud noise. Lol. After school. Following the address, Garasamitha arrived at the apartment. Looking at the spacious two-story independent apartment in front of her, Garasamitha fell into deep thought. Truly, as expected of someone who often engages in lively discussions about the country's economic situation in the teacher's office. His living situation was better than hers, a teacher. Yakuma Azuma rang the doorbell. Garasamitha adjusted her collar slightly before entering. The door in the hallway quickly opened. Garasa-sensei, please come in. Yakuma Azuma smiled as he spoke. Garasamitha's gaze landed on the bandage on Yakuma Azuma's forehead. How did the checkup go? She still wanted to scold him. In the surveillance video, Yakuma Azuma had single-handedly restrained the criminal. But what if his backpack hadn't contained a camera, but a knife instead? This troublesome student. It's just a scratch, Garasa-sensei, don't worry. Yakuma Azuma reassured her as he led her into the apartment. It seemed that he had seen through her thoughts. He explained casually, as if by chance, actually, it wasn't that dangerous. The guy was obviously not trying to commit a serious crime. Using such disgusting tactics only proves that he is afraid of the situation being blown out of proportion, afraid of really ending up in jail. Garasamitha turned and shot a glance at Yakuma Azuma. This guy, his explanation made it sound so reasonable. She didn't believe it. In that brief moment, Yakuma Azuma couldn't have thought that much. Even if the other person had been a violent criminal, Yakuma Azuma would have still rushed in. With just a glance, Yakuma Azuma immediately stopped speaking, smiling as he offered a pair of new slippers. They were light blue and slightly translucent. Actually, I only need disposable slippers. Garasamitha noticed the disposable slippers in the bottom drawer of the shoe cabinet. As a problem student like me, Garasa-sensei probably won't just visit my house once. Besides, the disposable slippers are too thin, you won't be comfortable walking on the floor. Yakuma Azuma said as he opened the packaging of the slippers. So you do know you're a problem student. Garasamitha sighed and finally took the slippers. The two of them walked to the living room and sat across from each other at the dining table. As Garasamitha walked down the hallway, she glanced around. Everything was neatly arranged. It seemed that this problem student wasn't too mischievous at home. The kitchen showed signs of being used, with a full set of cooking tools. It was clear that he regularly cooked for himself, and there was a sense of everyday life. There was even a self-made coffee machine. Garasa-sensei, would you like something to drink? Tea? Soft drinks? Coffee? Yakuma Azuma asked. Just regular tea is fine. Garasamitha didn't want to trouble Yakuma Azuma. Then just tea. I have a type imported from China. You should try it, Garasa-sensei. By the way, both you and I love tea, right? You must drink it often in the office as well, don't you? Yakuma Azuma said as he went to get the teapot. Garasamitha didn't know how to stop him. This guy, after she dragged him to the office by the ear, still had the presence of mind to observe what she was drinking. Soon, Yakuma Azuma placed a fragrant cup of tea in front of Garasamifo. Garasamifo picked up the cup and took a sip. She felt that not drinking it would be unfair to the effort he'd put in. However, as soon as the tea hit her mouth, Garasamifo immediately noticed a stark difference compared to the tea she usually drank. Not only was the quality of the tea leaves on a completely different level, but the way it was brewed also seemed to be on a different tier altogether. She truly was a tea lover. But as she drank such fine tea, Garasamifo felt somewhat embarrassed, unsure if she should continue scolding Yakuma Azuma. Chapter 73, Garasa-sensei, why are you so panicking? Garasamifo placed her teacup down and shook her head. No. How could she let herself be outsmarted by this troublemaker student, bribed to get away with things? Yakuna-kun, when will your family be back? I need to talk to them about your issues. Garasamifo leaned her elbows on the table, interlacing her fingers, showing a serious attitude. I don't have one. Yakuma Azuma calmly replied. I said, I don't have a family. Hearing Garasamifo's doubtful tone, Yakuma Azuma repeated himself. Garasamifo's expression immediately changed. She stared at the young man in front of her, momentarily speechless. This information was truly shocking to her. 2 seconds later, Garasamifo regained her composure and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up a sensitive topic, I just worried about me. Yakuma Azuma interrupted her with a smile. Don't worry, Garasa-sensei. It's not a sensitive topic for me, so it's fine. Garasamifo widened her eyes. On the contrary, she was the one being comforted. In that moment, Garasamifo realized. Even though she always called Yakuma Azuma a troublemaker student, she really had no idea how heavy the burden he had to bear was. How could a young man smile and say it's not a sensitive topic at all like that? Garasamifo wanted to say something. She opened her mouth but then fell silent, unable to speak. In the quiet living room, only the sound of Yakuma Azuma lightly sipping his tea remained. The silence lingered for a long time. After a moment of thinking, Garasamifo finally managed to say, Can you tell me about your situation? If she didn't know what had happened in Yakuma Azuma's past, any attempt at comfort would be meaningless. Any guidance would just be self-righteous. At the very least, Garasamifo needed to understand what this young man had been through. Only then could she attempt to help him. Not to sensei, of course. As a result, Yakuma Azuma answered like that. Garasamifo was stunned. After all, this young man had always been polite, humorous, and though a little mischievous, very obedient to her. Could it be that his past was so heavy that he didn't want to talk about it? Just as Garasamifo was thinking that. 3 years from now, I'll graduate, and by then, sensei won't be my teacher anymore. In Japan, there's probably no such thing as once a teacher, always a father. Right? So, asking questions like this as a teacher might be crossing the line. But, if Garasamifo wants to know, I definitely won't hide anything. While speaking, Yakuma Azuma lightly shook his finger. Garasamifo really wanted to grab his ear. These words showed no respect for a teacher at all. Show some proper respect for your teacher. But, considering that the young man in front of her was a troublemaker, Garasamifo decided not to argue with him. Alright, then, as Garasamifo, tell me about your story. Yakuma Azuma nodded. This story begins with a child who isn't particularly smart. How should I put it? The Yakuma family is not a traditional family. Yakuma Azuma began telling his story slowly. However, he intentionally hid the fact that he was someone who had crossed over. The rest of it, though, was true. The Yakuma family was not a traditional family. Although not large in scale, it was indeed a clan. And being a clan, to maintain a better lineage, they adhered to the principle of the talented should lead. This was beneficial for the development of the clan. However, for the incompetent, things became very bad. Yakuma Azuma wasn't born as a slow child. As mentioned earlier, as a reincarnator, Yakuma Azuma's soul had to gradually merge with this body. Before, Yakuma Azuma had no memory of his past life. Moreover, due to the integration period, when he was born, Yakuma Azuma was even slower and less quick-witted than ordinary children. This Yakuma Azuma was the second child in his family. His biological parents despised him because he was so incompetent. As a result, Yakuma Azuma didn't receive the care he should have. Once he gained some ability to take care of himself, he was sent to Tokyo to study. Probably with the thinking of out of sight, out of mind. Thus, the Yakuma family completely missed the first turning point for Yakuma Azuma. Later, Yakuma Azuma's performance rapidly improved. He stood out in the shogi world, gaining attention in a short period. The Yakuma family wanted to bring Yakuma Azuma back. But he flatly refused. At that time, things were quite tense and not at all pleasant. Fortunately, During that period, Yakima Azuma happened to meet Kasumijoka Utaha. Then, 3 years ago, the Yakima family suffered an accident. Except for Yakima Azuma, who had been abandoned in Tokyo, the Yakima family completely collapsed. That's how it happened. I completely became someone without any blood relatives left. Only those who claim to be relatives, but in reality, they are just hungry wolves eyeing the family wealth. I used a bit of trickery, paid a price, escaped from Chiba, and now live alone in Tokyo. Yakima Azuma concluded. At this moment, Garasumifa's gaze became somewhat vacant. Though Yakima Azuma spoke calmly, just thinking about it, one could tell that what he had shared, if it had happened to anyone else, would have been experiences from hell and a devastating shock. To go through such things and not become an antisocial person, against humanity, could be considered a miracle. The fact that Yakima Azuma could remain so composed and polite was truly hard to believe. Garasumifa herself was the type to regret her youth. She had once shone brightly in figure skating. But she gave up her talent due to personal emotions. Throughout the rest of her life, she never stopped regretting it, and after becoming a teacher, her personality became more stubborn. However, upon hearing what Yakima Azuma had gone through, Garasumifa felt that the pain of her youth was nothing. It wasn't even half of what the young man in front of her had to endure. Initially, she had planned to offer some comfort after hearing his story. But now, that was out of the question. What comfort could she offer? Not to mention the person involved, even someone just listening like her was on the verge of suffering psychological trauma. Just as Garasumifa was sinking deeper into her chaotic thoughts, clink clink clink. The sound of metal clinking clearly echoed from the hallway. Garasumifa snapped back to reality, looking up toward the source of the noise. She saw a white cat, about the size of 2 palms. At that moment, the cat was dragging a large metal bowl, nearly as big as its body, making a clattering noise on the floor. Looking at this cute white fluff ball, Garasumifa felt her wounded heart heal a little. "What's this?" she asked curiously. Yakima Azuma had stood up at some point and explained, "It's called Shirotamaru. I found it on my way back after school not long ago. It seems to have been abandoned, so I brought it home." Saying this, Yakima Azuma gently picked up Shirotamaru. It was strange. He had fed it earlier when he came back at noon, hadn't he? In the afternoon, since Garasumifa was coming, he had carefully locked Shirotamaru in a cage. Glancing toward Shirotamaru's room, Yakima Azuma realized, the simple latch on the cage had been opened. He looked back at Shirotamaru, meeting its striking mismatched blue and yellow eyes, and fell into deep thought. "Shirotamaru, Nyan? What'd he say?" It seemed that Shirotamaru's intelligence was truly high, even exceeding expectations. It was no different than a border collie in the body of a cat. At this moment, Garasumifa also stepped closer to observe. She watched the scene of one person and a cat living in harmony. Garasumifa was so moved that she almost burst into tears. Thank heavens. At least this child hadn't gone down the wrong path. Yakima Azuma took Shirotamaru's food bowl, prepared a portion of food for the cat, and even added some freeze-dried food. Once the food was ready, Shirotamaru leaped down from Yakima Azuma's arms. It immediately dove into the food like a whirlwind. The noise of Shirotamaru's bowl being hit and clattering loudly echoed through the room. Yakima Azuma thought to himself that he needed to speed up his plan. Otherwise, if Shirotamaru kept banging the bowl like this every day, it wouldn't be good at all. He had to finish building the automatic feeder as soon as possible, so that Shirotamaru would torture the machine instead of banging the bowl every day. The scene of Yakima Azuma deep in thought automatically transformed in Garasumifa's mind into, "Cats are the medicine for healing the soul." Garasumifa wholeheartedly agreed with this thought. She even began to consider whether she should get a cat herself. As both of them were watching Shirotamaru eat, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance. "I'm back." Kasumijoka Utaha had returned home and immediately noticed a pair of women's shoes by the entrance. These shoes were not the school uniform type that students usually wore. So, she immediately ruled out several possibilities. Eri, Kato Megumi, or others certainly wouldn't be wearing these types of shoes on a school day. In other words, it was another sneaky cat again. Realizing this, Kasumijoka Utaha's expression immediately soured. Nice. She had just been sweet yesterday. And today, this person was already planning to betray her, huh? Welcome home. Yakima Azuma came out from the room, greeting Kasumijoka as usual. Garasumifa also followed behind out of curiosity. After all, Yakima Azuma had said that he had no family. So who was this person entering the house now? Seeing the two of them acting so casually, as if nothing was amiss, Kasumijoka became even angrier. Nice, now they weren't even pretending anymore. Lonely-kun, could you explain who the woman behind you is? Why did you bring a stranger into our house? Kasumijoka emphasized the phrase our house. Grinding her teeth in anger. Who is the sneaky cat daring to approach Azuma? I will finish her off right now. The 512 combo, Senpai in black stockings, has been activated rune settings with just a click. Garasimifo, though a woman past her prime and having never been in a romantic relationship, still, with a woman's intuition, she could smell the intense scent of gunpowder in the air. Having never gone through something like this before, Garasu-sensei was momentarily at a loss and didn't know what to do. Seeing Garasimifo flustered, Kasumijoka Utaha grew even bolder, her overwhelming aura taking charge. Her sharp gaze locked onto Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma smiled, turned, and made the introduction. Senpai, this is my homeroom teacher, as well as a teacher at Toei Agasaki, Garasimifo-sensei. She's here to check on my health. After finishing his words, Yakama Azuma turned to look at Garasimifo. A question mark immediately appeared over his head. Wait, sensei, what are you panicking about? As soon as Yakama Azuma finished speaking, Kasumijoka Utaha was also taken aback. A teacher? A teacher from Toei Agasaki? Did that mean her jealous outburst just now was completely embarrassing? But wait, she's a teacher visiting the home, so why is she acting so panicking? Both of them turned to look at the teacher. Garasimifo finally realized. Right, I'm a teacher, and I'm here to visit my student's home. What on earth am I so panicking for? In an instant, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Chapter 74, I love you, please marry me. You are a third-year student, Kasumijoka Utaha, right? I am a first-year teacher, Garasimifo. Garasimifo shyly introduced herself. Then she tried to maintain a serious expression. Yakama Azuma, along with Kasumijoka Utaha, are you both living together outside of school? Normally, when Garasimifo discovered such serious issues with a student's lifestyle, she would definitely get angry. But at the moment, in this awkward situation, genuine anger couldn't really flare up. Still, the questions that needed to be asked had to be asked. At this point, Kasumijoka Utaha had just finished changing her slippers. Then she slowly and calmly explained, for personal reasons, I moved out during the spring break to live alone. Through a real estate agent, after considering factors like convenience to school, soundproofing, and comfort, I decided to rent this place. Garasu-sensei, the truth is, the relationship between me and Yakama is just a normal landlord-tenant relationship. Kasumijoka Utaha wasn't too worried. First, both she and Yakama Azuma were excellent students at Toei Agasaki Academy. One was the top student of the third year, the other was the representative of the newly enrolled students. Toei Agasaki was always very tolerant towards both of them. Moreover, after all, the reason they were living together was because of the rental agreement. Although the intention behind it was certainly not pure, and their living situation had completely changed, on the surface, it could still be reasonably explained. Sure enough, after listening to Kasumijoka's explanation, Garasimifo's expression softened considerably. However, still, this was about two high school students living together, wasn't it? When Garasimifo was about to say something else, Yakama Azuma lightly tugged on her sleeve. She turned around. Then she heard Yakama Azuma softly say, Utaha-senpai is the first friend I met when I first came to Tokyo. These words immediately shattered Garasimifo's psychological defenses. Now, there was no way to object. Just imagine. The boy, still in elementary school, was kicked out of his home by Yakama, and made his way to Tokyo from Chiba on his own. The first friend he could call senpai that he met. This teenage boy, alone, with no relatives, his family gone, was the only connection he had in Tokyo. If anyone could still oppose this, could they even be considered human? So, Garasimifo could only silently nod. The sky gradually darkened. Yakama Azuma invited Garasimifo to stay for dinner. Afterward, Garasimifo left Yakama's home. She tiredly returned to her rented room. Garasimifo walked through the cluttered hallway and collapsed onto the bed. The information she had learned today was really too much. Until now, she still couldn't process it all. Garasimifo felt she needed to rest for a while. While lowering her head, suddenly her phone rang. Garasimifo picked it up and looked. It was a message from the landlord notifying her about the rent payment. So Garasimifo took out her phone, preparing to transfer the rent for the next term to the landlord. But she stopped at the password input page. Wait, since the apartment is being rented to a student, it's fine for me to rent there too, right? This way, I can monitor those too. After all, living together in high school is still very risky, and if they're not careful, something big could happen. Thinking this, Garasimifo nodded. She felt like she had come up with a good idea. However, Garasimifo didn't realize that, after hearing Yakama Azuma's story, she had started to develop a vague, forgiving attitude towards everything related to him. Due to Yakama Azuma's circumstances, she was afraid of hurting his feelings, fearing that he might do something extreme in response. With this attitude, don't even talk about monitoring them. Even if Yakuma Azuma and Kasumijoka Utaha were doing something shady right in front of her, as long as Yakuma Azuma looked at her with puppy dog eyes, Garasamitha probably wouldn't be able to stop them. On the other side, at Yakuma's house, Kasumijoka Utaha looked at Yakuma Azuma in confusion. What did you mean by that? She had clearly heard what Yakuma Azuma said. However, she didn't understand. Why would a teacher who seemed so serious and straightforward suddenly change her attitude 180 degrees after hearing that statement? She immediately went from being uncertain to being agreeable. Yakuma Azuma shrugged. It was literal. Utaha-senpai is the first friend I made in Tokyo, and also my first love. When she heard first love, the corner of Kasumijoka Utaha's mouth slightly curled up. Still, she shot Yakuma Azuma a glance. He was starting to say sweet things to her again. This guy's skills in pleasing women were really improving too quickly. In every way. But in reality, Yakuma Azuma wasn't wrong. At that time, he had just regained his memories, looking around and seeing only strangers. It felt somewhat like the main character in A Silent Voice, Ko no Katachi. Passers-by couldn't recognize his face, they only saw a big X on their face. And in that situation, in a corner of a bookstore, Kasumijoka Utaha came into Yakuma Azuma's view. She was the only person Yakuma Azuma knew. So, Yakuma Azuma recklessly stepped forward. Really, who would say I love you, please marry me the first time they meet? Kasumijoka Utaha also recalled the scene when they first met, remembering Yakuma Azuma's words. She couldn't help but sigh, but her eyes were filled with overflowing emotions. I had no other choice. Yakuma Azuma shrugged. This is the only way I could think of to attract senpai's attention. The next day. Then, sorry to trouble you, Yakuma-san. Kita Ikuyo bowed and handed her bass guitar to Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma Azuma took it and handed Kita Ikuyo half of the payment. After school today, he had also arranged for Bachi to meet them and get acquainted. I'm not going anywhere. I still have work to do tonight. Ariri lay on the table, tiredly speaking. Anyone could tell that she hadn't gotten enough sleep the night before. There was no choice. She had to finish the manuscript as Kashiwagi Iri-sensei, as well as the illustrations for White Album that Yakuma Azuma had asked her to do. Everything had to be completed before the summer comiket. Time was running out. After all, it was the illustration for a finished game, so the workload was huge. Thankfully, Yakuma Azuma had helped her a little with the manuscript work beforehand. Otherwise, by now, Ariri wouldn't just be tired, she would be near exhaustion. This morning, during class, Ariri had fallen into a deep sleep. Garasamitha looked at her, her gaze almost murderous. Yakuma Azuma clasped his hands together, trying to plead. After several attempts, Ariri finally slept through an entire morning class. After school, Garasamitha woke Ariri up and led both her and Yakuma Azuma out of the classroom. But not because of Ariri sleeping in class. Isn't your club using the multimedia room upstairs? But recently, the student council has taken over that room for the upcoming summer festival. The club rooms have been fully allocated, so you might temporarily not have a club room to operate in. Garasamitha delivered the bad news. Ariri blinked. She was about to say that the student council shouldn't have taken their club room, but after thinking for a moment, she realized, wasn't this a great opportunity? Then, there was Yakuma Azuma beside her. How about I go talk to the principal? I'll donate some gifts to the school. Yakuma Azuma said seriously. Before he could finish his sentence, Garasamitha reached out, intending to pinch Yakuma Azuma's ear. You student with this kind of problem, solve it like a student. Even if you have money, you can't do that. Yakuma Azuma quickly dodged. Money, isn't it meant to make things easier for oneself and others? Garasamitha rolled her eyes. This rich kid? No, it's this problematic student. At that moment, Ariri interjected, since you've said that, there's no choice but to find another place. Saying that, she pulled Yakuma Azuma along. When they returned to the classroom, Ariri excitedly suggested, now there's no other choice, so the next club activity will be held at Yakuma's house. Yakuma Azuma nodded upon hearing this. It should be fine. After all, in the club now, there were only Ariri and Kasumijoka Utaha. Kasumijoka Utaha was still renting at Yakuma's house. Seeing that Yakuma Azuma agreed, Ariri immediately clenched her hand. Great. By the way, based on the progress of Kasumijoka Utaha and Ariri's work, the next club activity would take place on Friday afternoon after school. That afternoon after school, Megumi, do you have time? Yes. Then, will you come along? Yes, I will. After this brief conversation, the two of them walked toward Kita Ikuyo. Kita Ikuyo looked at them, sensing that there was something strange about their relationship. Their compatibility was almost excessive. It was as if they were an old married couple, having been married for many years, at home, and they could understand each other with just a glance or a few words. Kita Ikuyo shook her head, trying to dismiss these strange thoughts. Today, Yukima Azuma came here to help her solve the trouble. The meeting spot was under the signpost in Shimokitazawa. When the three of them arrived, they saw a shadow sneaking around, crouching near the signpost, looking around cautiously. That person. Isn't that one of Yukima-san's friends? Kita Ikuyo asked. She was the type to be bright and never looked at others with strange eyes for their unusual behavior. Kita Ikuyo was just curious. Since Yukima Azuma was always surrounded by beautiful girls, he didn't seem like the type to have such strange friends. Kato Megumi also curiously glanced at the shadowy figure. Yukima Azuma didn't respond immediately but stepped forward and lightly patted the pink hair of Bachi. Bachi was startled. But when she recognized it was Yukima Azuma, she let out a relieved sigh, her tension easing. Azuma. Azuma-kun. Although her greeting still had some hesitation, it was much more courageous than the last time they met. It's been a while, Bachi. But didn't we just meet last Saturday? It's been a few days. You know the saying a day apart feels like 3 seasons apart. Right? Ah, is that so? I understand now. As the two were talking, Kita Ikuyo and Kato Megumi also walked closer. When Bachi saw strangers coming near, she immediately hid behind Yukima Azuma. She clutched the hem of his shirt, peeking out with only half of her head showing. Ah. It's those beautiful high school girls. Are they here to scold me? Is it because I'm standing too close to Azuma-kun? Am I going to be told, hey, you weird person, don't come near that handsome guy? Today, Gota Hitori's mind was once again filled with dramatic thoughts. Chapter 75, Megumi is really special. Let me prove this. Hello? Kita Ikuyo tried to greet Bachi. Frightened, Bachi shrank behind Yukima Azuma. Seeing this, Kita Ikuyo looked at Yukima Azuma with confusion. Could it be that I look like a serial killer or terrorist? Yukima Azuma smiled helplessly. Sorry, this girl is a super introvert, someone who has social anxiety, and she might even have some trouble with communication. Her name is Gota Hitori, a first-year student at Shuka High School, the same age as us. And you too, Bachi. Yukima Azuma said as she pulled Bachi from behind her. This is Kita Ikuyo, and this is Kato Megumi. Both of them are very kind, so don't worry. Yukima Azuma patted Bachi's back to encourage her. After hearing Yukima Azuma, Gota Hitori gathered all her courage. Hi. Hello everyone, I'm Gota Hitori. Ah, Gota-chan, hello there. Gota-san, hello to you. The three of them greeted each other. Kita Ikuyo looked at Yukima Azuma with a strange look. Her gaze seemed to say, didn't you tell Gota that you were going to introduce her to people? Yukima Azuma only smiled and said nothing. If he had told Gota Hitori in advance that he would introduce her to friends. Then as soon as Gota Hitori heard that, she would have gotten nervous and would have been self-conscious and struggled with it until the meeting. Rather than let Bachi torture herself. It's better to let her meet people directly. Bachi, Kita-san wants to learn guitar. Could you teach her? She will pay for lessons, and she only needs a little time each day. Yukima Azuma asked. The part about paying for lessons was Kita Ikuyo's idea. She didn't want Yukima Azuma to take on any unnecessary debt out of kindness for her. Normally, Bachi would definitely not want to take on requests like this. But, since it was a request from Yukima Azuma. Since it was a favor from a friend, she had to accept it, right? I practice every day, so I guess I can come along. Gota Hitori said softly. Kita Ikuyo nodded. She originally planned to apologize to the band she joined after learning the guitar, where her senpai that she admired was. Being able to observe their practice or performances in advance would definitely help her gain a lot of experience. Yukima Azuma stood by silently, smiling. Kato Megumi leaned in and whispered, Azuma-san's smile doesn't seem to have good intentions. Not necessarily, I just think the developments later will be very interesting. Yukima Azuma whispered back. If she wanted to learn guitar, she would first need a guitar. So, before heading to the hall where the band was practicing, the four of them decided to stop by a music store. Welcome, valued customers. The store clerk at the music shop immediately approached as the group entered. After all, Gota Hitori was carrying an instrument bag, and Yukima Azuma also had one slung over his shoulder. The other two girls, however, did not. A group like this was an obvious potential customer for musical instruments. Moreover, even if they weren't buying, enjoying the sight of a handsome guy wasn't a bad deal either. We'd like to buy a guitar. Could you assist us? Yukima Azuma stated their purpose. The store clerk promptly agreed and led the group to the guitar display section. This music store had a wide selection of instruments. Whether it was bass guitars or regular guitars, they carried everything from entry-level models to high-end ones. After asking about their budget, the clerk introduced several guitars that matched their price range. Kita Ikuyo began comparing the models, trying to decide which one she liked best. Meanwhile, Yukima Azuma was observing Gota Hitori. "Bocchi, do you like any of these guitars?" Hearing this, Bocchi froze for a moment. Her gaze instinctively flicked toward a corner of the display rack. But then she shook her head. "No, I have my own guitar, and I like it very much." Yukima Azuma nodded, choosing not to expose the truth. "I could tell. After all, you take such good care of your guitar." Bocchi nodded repeatedly. In the end, Kita Ikuyo selected a red mid-range guitar. The group headed to the checkout counter together. The result was that, upon leaving the store— "Wait a minute, Azuma-san, why do you have an extra instrument bag on your back?" Kita Ikuyo stared at Yukima Azuma, now carrying 2 instrument bags, and fell into thought. Even Bocchi was slightly surprised. Not only was she curious why Yukima Azuma had an extra bag, but she also wondered what was inside it. "I liked it, so I bought it," Yukima Azuma explained with a light smile. Kita Ikuyo was speechless. Truly, the mark of someone with money. Completely opposite to her own situation, where she had to save her allowance for 2 months and collect New Year's money just to afford her guitar. The group continued chatting as they strolled deeper along a street in Shimokitazawa. However, amidst the laughter, the smile on Kita Ikuyo's face slowly faded. Because she found the street oddly familiar. Hey. Kita Ikuyo said stiffly, "How about we stop here for today? I think I forgot to turn off the gas at home." Yukima Azuma had been prepared for this. Before Kita Ikuyo could flee, he swiftly grabbed the back of her collar. If it really is a coincidence, then take this opportunity to explain everything and apologize. Hearing this, Kita Ikuyo stopped struggling. And so, inside the live house story. It's the runaway guitarist. The one who explained was Ecchi Nijuka, the drummer of the band. She had blonde hair tied in a low ponytail and was dressed in a high school uniform, giving off an approachable and adorable vibe. Next to Nijuka was a short-haired girl with blue hair, Yamada Ryo, the bassist of the band. This was the senpai that Kita Ikuyo admired. Ryo had a neutral beauty with a cold, alluring aura. Kita Ikuyo's expression looked like her soul had left her body. But, after a brief silence, she seriously explained her previous runaway incident to Ecchi Nijuka and Yamada Ryo. "Did you really buy a bass by mistake? That's impressive. Ryo, don't say things that unintentionally hurt people." The two girls clearly bore no grudge over Kita Ikuyo's past runaway episode. After hearing her explanation, they quickly forgave her. "So, Kita-chan plans to learn guitar from Bocchi-chan and rejoin the band?" Ecchi Nijuka asked curiously. Kita Ikuyo nodded with determination. Ecchi Nijuka turned to Yukima Azuma and Kato Megumi. "We're friends of Bocchi and Kita-san, just here to watch the band's practice," Yukima Azuma explained. "Eh? Really? Yukima-san doesn't know how to play an instrument?" Ecchi Nijuka glanced at the 2 instrument bags on Yukima Azuma's back and asked curiously. "Yeah, I don't. One of them is a bass that Kita sold to me at a bargain price. The other one I just saw at the store and liked, so I bought it." Hearing that, Ecchi Nijuka was at a loss for words. Who buys a guitar just because they like it? Oh, I totally get it. However, Yamada Ryo completely understood. Ecchi Nijuka held her head, helpless. She had forgotten that her own band already had a Nujusama who frequently visited music stores and bought whatever caught her eye. The cheerful atmosphere continued as the band's practice began. Bocchi took out some instructional videos she had watched before to self-learn guitar. She showed them to Kita Ikuyo while demonstrating the techniques. After all, teaching was incredibly challenging for Bocchi. Yukima Azuma stood quietly in the back, observing. "Azuma-san seems very interested in the band." Kato Megumi remarked casually. Not really. But since I'm here, I might as well learn. It's always good to pick up a new skill." As he replied, Yukima Azuma took out the guitar he had just bought. Kato Megumi gave a small nod, as if understanding Yukima Azuma's attitude. Following Bocchi's demonstration, Yukima Azuma tried pressing a few chords. How should one describe it? Playing the guitar was much harder than he had imagined. Ecchi Nijuka noticed the scene. Just by watching Yukima Azuma play a few times, she immediately realized that he really didn't know anything about the guitar. It was obvious that the guitar Yukima Azuma bought was of high performance, and quite expensive. Ecchi Nijuka quickly shifted her focus back to the band's practice. Yukima Azuma kept glancing at the guitar, playing a little, repeating the movements, basically copying Bocchi's motions. Before long, A message appeared in front of him: skill earned, instrument, 1v1. After all, his intelligence stat was 8. The higher the intelligence, the lower the threshold for learning basic skills. Afterward, Yakuma Azuma stopped playing and turned to Kato Megumi. Megumi, do you want to give it a try? He handed her the guitar. Kato Megumi took it and tried to mimic the movements Yakuma Azuma had just made. However, it was clear that Kato Megumi wasn't particularly talented at playing instruments. She exhibited the classic "the brain understands, but the hands won't cooperate" struggle. After trying for a while, Kato Megumi put the pick down. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. It seems like I don't have a natural talent for it. I'm just average. Her voice was soft, with no particular emotion in it. Honestly, I feel like most things are like that. No special talents, just average. I wonder if that's why I've always been so low presence. Nothing stands out about me. Haze. A light, almost imperceptible sigh escaped her. It sounded like a casual lament, with no real sorrow behind it. But Yakuma Azuma, at that moment, took Kato Megumi's hand. Megumi is very special. Don't get discouraged over small things like this. Come on, let me teach you. Saying this, Yakuma Azuma took Kato Megumi's hand. The two of them were almost pressed close together, trying to play the guitar together. Ecchi accidentally glanced over at them. Immediately, she felt as though she'd just been force-fed a huge piece of dog food. Seriously, enough already. Inside, Najuka silently groaned. After all, Yakuma Azuma didn't even know how to play, and yet he was teaching someone else. Looking at the scene, it gave the impression that he was just taking show off of Kato Megumi. But just as Najuka was about to turn back and ignore this scene, from the direction of Yakuma Azuma and Kato Megumi, a guitar melody rang out. It was the song that their band had been practicing. Though their guitar skills were still amateur level, it was. Ecchi looked at Yakuma Azuma and Kato Megumi in surprise. She saw Yakuma Azuma holding Kato Megumi's hand, earnestly teaching her how to play the guitar. The two were playing the complete melody of the song together. A huge question mark seemed to appear above Ecchi's head. Wait a minute, hold on. Wasn't he the one who couldn't play? Ecchi could be sure that the notes Yakuma Azuma had pressed earlier weren't fake. He truly didn't know how to play. But now, the two of them were playing the song together, and their skills were improving with each strum. No matter how slow their progress was, but who could possibly increase their guitar skills within just one short lesson like this? Wait a minute. Who could look and listen, and play the entire song perfectly the very first time? Ecchi felt like she was screaming inside like a stunned mole. Chapter 76, The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine. Wonderful. After finishing a song, Kato Megumi softly exclaimed in amazement. Clearly, both of them had no knowledge of playing the guitar at first. Yet, Yakuma Azuma only studied for a short period of time, and now he could hold her hand, guiding her to play through the entire song. Even though she wasn't familiar with the instrument, Kato Megumi understood that this was truly remarkable. It's also thanks to Megumi, don't underestimate our connection. Yakuma Azuma smiled and said. Kato Megumi poked lightly at Yakuma Azuma's side. She knew she didn't really know anything about it. So, it was definitely just a tease earlier. It was just like when he said, Megumi is very special. However, Yakuma Azuma seemed to be able to read Kato Megumi's thoughts. He took her mischievous hand in his. His serious eyes stared deeply into her clear tuberose-like gaze. I'm not joking or comforting Megumi, I really think Megumi is very special. In this world, there's only one Megumi. And there's no need to try and change anything. It might sound like a roundabout way of saying it, but Megumi is just Megumi. It still doesn't feel like enough to say these words, so let me show you that Megumi is the most captivating girl in the world, okay? Halfway through his words, Yakuma Azuma realized that he was getting a bit tangled up in his own speech. But an idea had already blossomed in his heart. Kato Megumi blinked her sparkling tuberose eyes. Show me? How? I can't tell you for now. Yakuma Azuma raised his hand to gesture SHH. Kato Megumi nodded slightly. However, within her heart, a feeling of anticipation stirred up like never before. It wasn't the usual kind of interest, like a let's see how it goes curiosity she typically felt when she cared about something. It was a genuine sense of expectation, even a yearning. Her heartbeat began to quicken little by little. Even Yakuma Azuma's hope of proving what he said, she now hoped it would unfold right in front of her within the next 30 seconds. Her other hand, which wasn't held by Yakuma Azuma, instinctively placed itself on her chest. Kato Megumi carefully savored this new feeling. The band practice ended when it was starting to get dark. Ecchi looked at Yakuma Azuma with eyes full of horror, as if looking at a monster. Kita Ikuyo was holding Bachi in a sorrowful embrace, crying loudly. She was still saying things like, what if we bought the wrong one this time? This is actually a bass, right? It's too hard. And similar remarks. Clearly, the practice session didn't go smoothly. But at least they were back with a band. There would be many more practice sessions in the future. The more they practiced, the more skilled they would become, and in the end, they would achieve something. Homoyukama Azuma smiled brightly as he approached Kasumijoka Utaha. Senpai, I want to learn how to write light novels. Kasumijoka Utaha glanced at him. There was something odd about him today, as if he had something up his sleeve. It felt like a mischievous child trying to do something good before their parents noticed, hoping to lessen the punishment later. Though she was a little suspicious, Kasumijoka Utaha still dedicated herself to teaching Yukama Azuma the skills of writing light novels. Yukama Azuma's literary foundation was clear. He wrote just as well as Kasumijoka Utaha. In fact, his writing was arguably a bit better. As for the storyline, there was no need for any guidance. What was needed were the techniques of writing a light novel, such as controlling the pacing and cliffhanger. After hearing the lecture from a genius light novel writer, Yukama Azuma confidently took out his laptop. He started typing. Kasumijoka Utaha turned her head to glance at the content in Yukama Azuma's document. See Shunko Daku Shanan Watori Shuga Uri no Heroine no Yumi o Minai. What a ridiculous title. Kasumijoka Utaha looked at him with a skeptical expression. Yukama Azuma just smiled and said nothing. That evening, Senpai, can we have ribs for dinner tonight? Ribs, is it? Just make soup. Don't eat anything too fatty tonight. Alright, that's fine. The two of them conversed casually. Yukama Azuma placed the defrosted ribs on the cutting board. He pulled out a meat cleaver and started handling the ingredients skillfully. But after only a few cuts, cooking skill maxed out, level increased. Skill, cooking, 6 to 7. Yukama Azuma stopped his hand. He pulled up the system panel. Owner, Yukama Azuma, body, 7 intelligence, 8 charm, 8 skills, language proficiency, level 6, literature, level 6, cooking, level 6 to 7, programming, level 4, shogi, level 8, notes, skills below level 4, i.e. beginner skills, are hidden and not displayed on the panel. Looking at his list of skills, his cooking skill had reached level 7. Yukama Azuma smiled. Finally, he had a skill that had reached master level. At least it was worth the effort of cooking for himself every day. Now, it was time to test it. Was shogi truly special? Or would all skills that reached this level have a special effect? Yukama Azuma closed his eyes. In an instant, his eyes opened again. He casually placed the meat cleaver next to the cutting board. Yukama Azuma placed his hand on the rib on the board. His finger glided over the bone beneath the meat, feeling the contact with the flesh. The moment after, his finger moved slightly. The bone, which normally would require a strong cleaver to cut, simply split into 2 pieces with just a light press from Yukama Azuma. His movements didn't stop. Before long, the rib was broken down into small pieces suitable for cooking. He turned on the faucet. After washing his hands, Yukama Azuma looked at his left thumb joint. He gently pressed his thumb joint with his right hand. Immediately, his left thumb naturally dislocated. With just a slight pull, the dislocated thumb instantly returned to its original position. Yukama Azuma took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. The truth had been confirmed. All skills that reached level 7, the master level, had a special transformation. This allowed Yukama Azuma to possess a supernatural ability related to that skill. The ability that came with shogi allowed him to influence the real world as if it were a chessboard. The ability that came with the cooking skill allowed him to see the entire world of ingredients. As long as the ingredients were within his special line of sight, Yukama Azuma could easily analyze any creature, like a professional butcher. The muscle fibers, the weakness of the bones, how the joints connected. All of these things became transparent in Yukama Azuma's eyes. And he could easily separate them into the shapes he desired. Yukama Azuma took a few deep breaths before dismissing the ingredients vision. Whenever he activated this vision, he always felt the urge to dismantle everything. Cook, cook, cook. Dinner was ready. After taking a sip of the rib soup, Kasumijoka Utaha immediately widened her eyes. Yummy. The sensation was so specific, it was hard to describe with words. Kasumijoka Utaha thought that if this were an anime about food, that bowl of rib soup would be sparkling golden. Then, she would take a sip, and her clothes would automatically explode, plunging into some kind of illusion or something. Huh? Wait a second? You didn't put any aphrodisiacs in the soup, did you? Kasumijoka Utaha asked, wary. Yukama Azuma? Yukama Azuma, do you think I'm the type of person to do something like that? Kasumijoka Utaha, you tell me, why do I feel so stimulated after eating this? Friday. After school. Today was club activity day. So, Ayuri went with Yakama Azuma back to his apartment. Coincidentally, Kato Megumi also wanted to check out Shiramaru, so she came along too. And right in front of Toyogasaki School, Kasumijoka Utaha was clearly waiting for them. Thus, the three beautiful high school girls surrounded Yakama Azuma and walked back to the apartment together. Sounds great, right? However, Utaha's gaze seemed like it could kill. If it had only been Ayuri, Kasumijoka Utaha might have gotten into a fight with her. But today, Kato Megumi was also there. And because she was wary of this dangerous opponent, Kasumijoka Utaha unusually refrained from teasing Ayuri today. As a result, when the three of them arrived at Yakama Azuma's apartment door, they saw a shiny black expensive car parked in front of the door. Yakama Azuma glanced at the license plate. It was definitely Ayuri's family car. And in front of the apartment door, a towering stack of cardboard boxes was piled up. It looked like they were preparing to move. Uja-sama, everything has been moved in. Since we don't have the keys, we could only temporarily leave it in front of the door. The butler of Ayuri's family reported. Sawamura-san, what are you planning to do? Kasumijoka Utaha smiled sweetly, but her tone was so cold it could send a chill down your spine. Ayuri cleared her throat. Ahem, of course, I'm renting a room. I need to finish the illustration work for White Album before Comiket this summer. The deadline is too tight. To save time, I figured I'd directly communicate with Azuma for the most efficient results. So, I'll rent a room here at Azumam House. Whenever I have free time, I'll come over to work. There's no other choice. It's all for the sake of our club's game. Ayuri's words grew more forceful. In the end, she puffed out her chest, trying to appear confident. Kasumijoka Utaha coldly smiled, also puffing her chest out, but exuding a terrifying aura. I disagree. Ayuri felt as though she had been struck a powerful blow. What did Kasumijoka Utaha eat when she was growing up to have such a large chest? However, despite being defeated, Ayuri refused to back down. If you disagree, so what? You're just a tenant. The landlord is Azuma. Besides, why can you rent a room but I can't? It's for the club, after all. Now that the club room is taken by the student council, we need to hold club activities at Azuma's place. Do you expect me to run back and forth every time? Ayuri's reasoning had been carefully thought out long before she heard that the club room was taken over by the student council. Kasumijoka Utaha paused for a moment, unable to immediately rebut. Yakama Azuma took out the key and opened the apartment door. The butler of Ayuri's family began moving Ayuri's belongings in. The boxes mainly contained drawing boards, documents, computers, and other materials. Ayuri's personal belongings took up only a small portion. It seemed that Ayuri was truly here to work. Place it in this room. Ayuri pointed to the empty room next to Yakama Azuma's. Move it to the second floor. Kasumijoka Utaha spoke, setting her limit. The butler of Ayuri's family looked at Yakama Azuma with an awkward expression. He master, Ms. Sayuri, had given him instructions. In addition to obeying the young lady, the butler also had to listen to the orders of Yakama Azuma, the young man. And, Yakama Azuma's orders took precedence over Ayuri's. So, in this awkward situation, the butler decided to look to Yakama Azuma for a final decision. Move it to the second floor. I'll show you the way. Yakama Azuma made his decision. It had to be fair. The butler nodded. Ayuri was left stunned. Why was my family's butler listening to Yakama Azuma like this? Aren't we not even married yet? Chapter 77, Ayuri infiltrates Yakama Mansion. Yakama Azuma led everyone upstairs. He arranged for Ayuri's room to be right next to Kasumijoka Utaha's room. Coincidentally, 2 days ago, Yakama Azuma had bought a batch of nameplates. Now, they could be put to use. Yakama Azuma took a blank nameplate from the box. On it, he wrote the words Sawamura Spencer Ayuri. Then, he hung the nameplate on Ayuri's room door. The katakana is written so badly. Ayuri looked at her nameplate and criticized it. But even though she said that, the corners of her mouth couldn't hide a smile. That smile was even harder to suppress than when using an ATEX recoil grip with large machine gun. It was almost about to stretch to the sky. Yakama Azuma could only feel helpless. He casually took another blank nameplate from the box. Yakama Azuma wrote the words Kasumijoka Utaha and hung it on Kasumijoka's door. Kasumijoka looked at her nameplate. Then, she looked at Yakama Azuma's box of blank nameplates. Without leaving a trace, she pinched Yakama Azuma's side. Yakama Azuma gritted his teeth and endured. There was no other way. Sometimes, you had to pay a small price. Kato Megumi, holding Shiramaru in her arms, stood at a distance and quietly observed this scene. After moving Ayuri's belongings, everyone returned to the living room. The character designs and cover art are here, and 1/3 of the CG art for the game is already completed. Airi laid her works on the table. Yukima Azuma took a quick look. There was basically nothing that needed correction. When designing the characters, Airi had contacted Yukima Azuma via line. The two of them had made a few revisions. With the original character designs in Azuma mind and Airi's outstanding illustration skills, the chances of errors were minimal. The only issue was that the work still seemed a bit rushed. Kasumijoka Utaha also took out a stack of drafts. I've finished the script, but this is the first time I've written a script, so I might not recognize some problems myself. Airi and Yukima Azuma each took a copy and began to read. Kasumijoka's writing was sharp, and her style was unquestionable. However, after reading, Airi furrowed her small brows. I always feel like something's missing. Kasumijoka paid no attention to her. Instead, she looked at Yukima Azuma. At that moment, Yukima Azuma had just finished reading the script. As for the story, it definitely meets the standard, and I would even say it's excellent. But since you're used to writing light novels, you may have accidentally overlooked a few things. For a game script, the details of the story should have many different choices. Through these choices, it will ultimately lead to different endings. This script would work well for a good ending role. Hearing this, Kasumijoka nodded. Indeed, she was used to writing light novels, so she had overlooked this point. This is exactly what I mean. Airi raised her hand high and loudly agreed. You dare to criticize when you haven't finished your own work? Kasumijoka smirked and mocked her. Hey, the workload of an illustrator is huge. The script writing work isn't light either. In the end, it's a human issue. Illustrations and texts are not the same. Then why don't you write the script? You're so annoying. You evil woman in black stockings. The two of them started bickering again. Yukima Azuma sat down next to Kato Megumi, who was standing on the sidelines. Shirotamaru was curled up in Kato Megumi's arms, looking very content. Yukima Azuma reached out and scratched Shirotamaru's chin. Since the cat was in Kato Megumi's lap, he couldn't avoid lightly touching her leg. However, it seemed that Kato Megumi didn't mind at all. Megumi, join the club as a game tester. Yukima Azuma suddenly spoke. This tuberose girl, who was holding the cat and staying out of the argument, looked rather quiet. Moreover, the club really needed someone for real-world testing. Eh? But I don't understand any of this. Kato Megumi seemed rather surprised. It's fine, actually, that's better. Utaha-senpai is a light novel writer, and Airi is an illustrator. When they experience the product, it's hard to avoid them being overly critical of each other's work. And if they use their professional perspectives to evaluate our work, it will lose objectivity in testing. After all, when the game is released, our target audience is the general players, not professionals. Kato Megumi blinked her eyes as if she was pondering. I see, so that's how it is? I can join, but do you think Kasumijoka-senpai and Sawamura-san will agree? At that moment, Kasumijoka and Airi stopped arguing. Both of them looked at Yukima Azuma and Kato Megumi with meaningful expressions. Utaha-senpai, Airi, so, Megumi will be our new member from now on, is that okay? Yukima Azuma clasped his hands in front of his chest, looking as though he was pleading. You've already decided, why are you asking us? Yeah, that's right. It was rare for Kasumijoka and Airi to agree on something like this. However, even though they said that, it was clear they didn't object to Kato Megumi joining. If it had been someone else, they would likely have rejected the idea without hesitation. Although they had only known Kato Megumi since the beginning of the term, somehow, they had already came to consider her a friend. Megumi had a special ability like that. And the fact that Kasumijoka and Airi considered somebody a friend was truly rare. Cheers. To celebrate Megumi joining the club, let's have red bean rice today. Yukima Azuma raised his hand and cheered. Lonely Kun, did you forget something? Kasumijoka Utaha glared at him. What about the programming? Azuma, you're not just urging us to work while doing nothing yourself, are you? Airi also took this opportunity to criticize him. Yukima Azuma shook his head. How could I forget? He opened his laptop and showed the program. It was a pretty complete game system, with the entire framework already built and able to run smoothly. Next, they just needed to add the necessary content. The game could officially enter the internal testing phase. Looking at the game program on Yukima Azuma's laptop, Kasumijoka Utaha furrowed her brows in confusion. Lately, she hadn't seen Yukima Azuma write any code at all. But the level of completion of this program. Even if there were 7 or 8 programmers working together, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to finish. Airi's mouth dropped open in amazement. When did you do this? Impressive. It's like outsourcing the work. Yukima Azuma nodded in agreement. Of course it's like outsourcing, because it actually is outsourcing. Kasumijoka? Ariri? Seeing the confusion on their faces, Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but laugh. A few days ago, I registered a company that specializes in developing our club's game, as well as preparing for future publicity and release. I set up the company, hired a few programmers, and gave them the job of programming the game. After hearing Yakuma Azuma's explanation, the three girls were stunned. Normally, who would open a company just for the result of a school club? Where did this idiot come from? Wait until the game doesn't sell, then we'll see if you stay obedient. Ariri muttered grumpily. But deep down, she had already made up her mind. When the game is released, she'll ask her mother to buy 100 copies. After all, she could give them to her friends in the otaku community for promotion. The more copies she buys, the better. As for Kasumijoka Utaha, her thoughts were much simpler. If the company made a loss, it wouldn't matter. If Yakuma Azuma went bankrupt, she'd just feed him. That night, Yakuma Azuma really did cook red bean rice. In Japan, red bean rice is also called azuki goen, symbolizing celebration. This dish is typically made for special occasions like weddings, birthdays, or when a family gains a new member. It represents care and has a strong symbolic meaning of bonding. In the kitchen, Kato Megumi quietly helped Yakuma Azuma prepare the meal. Ariri was in the living room, playing with Shirotamaru. Come on, come here, Shirotamaru. Ariri waved her hand, calling the cat. Shirotamaru was very clever and could now understand some simple words and respond to his name. Hearing Ariri's call, the little cat elegantly walked over to her. Finally, Shirotamaru jumped up and snuggled into Ariri's arms. His tiny little paws gently scratched her leg, almost as if kneading dough. Ariri tightly hugged Shirotamaru. She looked provocatively at Kasumijoka Utaha. Kasumijoka just glared back at her. That silly Ariri. She didn't even realize the threat from Kato Megumi. And right after that, Shirotamaru jumped out of Ariri's arms. The little cat ran around before leaping and landing in Kasumijoka Utaha's lap. Shirotamaru's tiny paws lightly tapped on Kasumijoka's black tights. Shirotamaru, this time it's the right place. Kasumijoka paused for a moment, then giggled. How dare you? That woman in black tights, you used such lowly tricks to seduce Shirotamaru. Ariri's voice was full of jealousy as she shouted angrily. Is it because Kasumijoka Utaha has bigger a pie than me that Shirotamaru was seduced? Ariri thought to herself. Sawamura-san, read a book for once. This is a natural behavior for kittens, just cat kneading. Shirotamaru choosing me only proves that you, Sawamura-san, really have no charm. Don't blame everything on others, okay? Kasumijoka laughed, her words sharp like a knife. How dare you? Shirotamaru, come back here, don't play with that wicked woman anymore. Ariri grabbed the cat teasing stick nearby, trying to win back Shirotamaru's affection. Shirotamaru hesitated for a moment. Finally, the little cat ran toward the teasing stick. Kasumijoka didn't mind much. She'd just pull out the cat's snacks later and win him back. The atmosphere during dinner was quite odd. The reason was that the food Yakuma Azuma cooked went far beyond the concepts of good or bad. Ariri and Kato Megumi even began to doubt whether Yakuma Azuma had added any strange ingredients. Yakuma Azuma, I would never do something unreasonable like that. After dinner, Ariri hugged her tablet, staying up late to draw illustrations. Kasumijoka also started writing the script for the branches of the main story. Kato Megumi finished washing the dishes and prepared to leave. At the entrance, Yakuma Azuma looked at the sky outside, now dark as ink. Why don't you stay the night? Would that be alright? What's wrong with that? I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go home alone. Well, I'll go buy some pajamas and a towel first. Okay, I'll go with you. What they say is practice makes perfect. Since the last time, when she fell asleep on the couch and conveniently stayed overnight, the idea of staying the night between the two of them had become much more ambiguous. It's already so late, it's not safe to go home, so stay the night. The sun's too hot, you'll get sunburned on your way back, stay the night. Oh, it's still early today, and the weather is pleasant. Shirotamaru misses you, so stay the night. Chapter 78, You Must Be Hayasaka. Given your seniority, you can call me uncle. The weekend. Once again, it was a day when all three girls stayed at Yakuma's house. Yakuma Azuma happily started his morning with a jog. Today, Yakuma woke up very early. He planned to finish his run quickly and get back to cook breakfast for the three girls. Though that was the plan, it seemed that things weren't going as expected. Okanamizu? A corner near Meiji Shrine, a spot not very famous. This is a place that most tourists visiting Tokyo wouldn't stop by. Around it are several well-known universities, such as Meiji University and Tokyo Medical University. The bustling neighborhood creates the largest student area in Japan. At the same time, This area is home to many churches, with the largest bookstore in the country located right here. This has shaped Okanamazu into a unique cultural hub. Being a student district, it was quite quiet in the early morning. Today, Tokyo was also covered with a thin layer of mist in the morning. Although visibility was still around 50 meters, the early morning atmosphere of Tokyo felt as though it was wrapped in a mysterious, tranquil veil. In this early morning scene, as Yakama Azuma was jogging, he happened to pass by an alley. He heard the sound of hurried footsteps echoing from within the alley. At the same time, the sound of a girl panting could be clearly heard. Yakama Azuma lightly slowed his pace. But then he decided to move on. He truly had no intention of interfering in matters like this. Although Yakama Azuma usually behaved politely toward others and was gentle with the girls around him, he wasn't inherently a good person. He wasn't the type to rush in to help whenever he saw something wrong. But just as Yakama Azuma was about to step away, a familiar silhouette in the alley caught his attention, causing him to stop. In the narrow alley, two girls were rushing through. One had black hair, wearing an evening dress. The other girl had blonde hair tied in a side ponytail, dressed in a maid outfit. Yakama Azuma's gaze fixed on the girl in the maid outfit with blonde hair. She had sea blue eyes, skin whiter than the average Japanese person, and looked as if she were of mixed European descent. Her face bore more Western features than Japanese high nose, large eyes seemingly a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western beauty. Yakama Azuma's gaze lingered on her delicate face. It was very familiar. Her face resembled his colleague, or perhaps subordinate, Hayasaka Nao, by about 70 or 80%. That was the real reason Yakama Azuma stopped. Nao-san had once said that she had a daughter around Yakama Azuma's age. Yakama Azuma, of course, knew this, and he also knew about Nao-san's daughter. Her name was Hayasaka Ai. The two girls noticed the figure appearing at the alley's entrance. Clearly, they were very tense. Uja-sama, let me hold him off, you go ahead. The girl in the maid outfit said softly. Then, she charged directly at Yakama Azuma. Her movements were swift, clearly showing she had received professional training. Yakama Azuma didn't want to confront Hayasaka Ai. With just physical strength, his physical stats were only 7, which wouldn't be enough to overpower her. It would be hard to determine the winner in a short amount of time. And if he used cooking vision, Yakama Azuma worried he might hurt Hayasaka Ai. So, suddenly, a terrifying presence emanated from Yakama Azuma, and in an instant, it seemed to materialize. At that moment, standing at the end of the alley, he didn't appear to be a human anymore. Instead, it felt like a massive, over 10-meter-tall polar bear, with claws large enough to fill the entire alleyway, its huge frame sending chills down the spine. The wind rushed into the alley from outside. It felt as if the roar of that terrifying creature was shaking the very earth and sky. Hayasaka Ai, charging toward him, suddenly felt her legs weaken, almost stumbling. Her sea blue eyes widened. What the hell is this? As someone close to the Shinomiya clan, Hayasaka Ai had been professionally trained as a real agent. She had also met real international assassins, people who could kill without blinking an eye. Those people also exuded an overwhelming pressure, making it hard to even look them in the eye. But compared to now, those people were nothing but children. Behind her, the girl in the evening dress also stopped, warily watching Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma retracted his overwhelming presence. He stepped further into the alley. Who are you? How much did those people pay you? I can double it. The girl in the evening dress stared at Yakama Azuma and spoke. Hayasaka Ai quickly pulled the girl in the evening dress behind her. She understood clearly that the person in front of them wasn't someone who could simply be hired with money. With both of their eyes filled with caution, Yakama Azuma walked past them. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps from the alley reached them. From the noise, there must have been at least 20 people. Yakama Azuma took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had subtly shifted. A group of people in black suits, wielding clubs and machetes, were rushing toward them. They appeared to be members of the Yakuza. Sadly, in Japan, the Yakuza were legally recognized. Hayasaka Ai and the girl in the evening dress, suppressed by Yakama Azuma's overwhelming presence, dared not act recklessly. But seeing the group of Yakuza chasing after them, they couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. Hey, brat, this is Yamaguchi Gumi's business, move aside. Stop talking, break his legs and throw him aside. Then it's done. Don't waste time, those two aren't pushovers, hurry up. After several of shouting, a tall man, holding an iron rod, led the charge. He swung the rod down, aiming straight for Yakama Azuma's legs. Yakama Azuma said nothing. He stepped forward in sync with the oncoming man. The large Yakuza clearly hadn't expected Yakama Azuma to not only stay and not run away, but also charge toward him. The iron rod swung through the air. But he didn't care. He retracted the rod and prepared to swing it down at Yakama Azuma's head. However, Yakama Azuma had already closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, Yakama Azuma extended his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. There was no special show of strength. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as the iron rod clattered to the ground. However, Yakama Azuma didn't stop at the sound of his cries. Breaking bones, peeling skin, and cutting flesh, these were all mere moments in Yakama Azuma's hands. The other Yakuza members could only hear their comrades' pig-like screams. Then, he collapsed, limp, onto the ground. Looking down at the ground, no one could help but feel a chill run down their spine. The tall Yakuza, with just one move, now lay on the ground, no longer resembling a human. His arms and legs were twisted at grotesque angles. His body was like a heap of mush sprawled out in the alley. Only the terrifying groans from his mouth remained. Yakama Azuma frowned. He reached out, grabbed the man's chin, and yanked it down. This time, there was no more pitiful scream. Because even his jaw had been dislocated by Yakama Azuma. Hayasaka, witnessing this, instinctively swallowed. This man was terrifying. The professional assassins hired by the Shinomiya clan, or international mercenaries, before this person, they probably wouldn't even last 2 moves. Who was he? A top international assassin? Or legendary hidden master? Why is he here? Is he an enemy or an ally? It's no wonder Hayasaka was overthinking everything. At this moment, Yakama Azuma's position could decide whether she and her mistress lived or died. Yakama Azuma picked up the iron rod that had fallen by his feet and swung it a few times. Cooking vision primarily provided a special kind of sight. Therefore, the specific method was not limited to bare hands. Using an iron rod was perfectly fine. In fact, it was even more effective. The only problem was that the scene would likely be a bit bloody. But since this was a fight in an alley, with a large number of people present, it wasn't the time to worry about appearances. Yakama Azuma gripped the iron rod and walked toward the gang. Over 20 Yakuza, all tall, their bodies covered in tattoos, arms scarred from knives. But when they saw Yakama Azuma advancing, every one of them who dared to step forward took clumsy steps, slowing down and then retreating. It was no surprise they were afraid. This man was terrifying. If Yakama Azuma had just landed a direct blow, and splattered blood everywhere, these Yakuza would definitely not have cared at all. In fact, they might have become more eager to charge in at the sight of blood. But after just one blow, the person he attacked no longer resembled a human. The scene was something even these seasoned Yakuza had never witnessed before. That was true fear. Finally, as Yakama Azuma drew nearer, a few Yakuza clearly found themselves backed into a corner. Fear engulfed them, anger surged from deep within their hearts, and recklessness began to boil over. Long knives were drawn, swinging toward Yakama Azuma as if they aimed to take his life. Yakama Azuma observed their movements carefully. Cooking vision allowed him to see through the muscles and bones of a person, meaning he could also track how their muscles exerted force and how their joints moved. From these observations, he could almost predict their next moves. Thus, Yakama Azuma swung the iron rod in his hand. The rod was at least longer than their knives. Yakama Azuma swung it toward their arms, looking like just an idle's wing. But then, a sickening crack of breaking bones rang out. It wasn't even clear how hard the rod had been swung, but their arms, at the elbows, were twisted almost 90 degrees in a grotesque manner. Painful groans erupted from them simultaneously. Yakama Azuma said nothing, just continued moving forward while swinging the rod. Almost every few steps he took, another Yakuza would collapse, their body crumpled into a pile on the ground. The iron rod seemed like a light tap, yet it effortlessly shattered their bones like tofu. The sound of breaking bones and their pitiful screams echoed through the air, sending chills down anyone who heard them. In just a few minutes, more than 10 gang members had collapsed on the ground. The remaining ones, terrified, turned and fled, abandoning everything they were holding, not daring to look back. Yakama Azuma watched them run away, casually tossing the bloodied rod aside. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a tissue, and wiped the blood from his face. This tissue had originally been meant for wiping sweat, but that was no longer an option. Looking at the bloodstains on the corner of his shirt, Yakama Azuma felt a bit annoyed. If he went back like this, it would surely worry the 3 girls. Moreover, the situation couldn't be explained in just a few sentences. Troublesome. Frowning as he thought about how to handle the situation when he got home, Yakama Azuma looked up and noticed 2 girls trembling at the entrance of the alley. Shaking his head, Yakama Azuma temporarily pushed all other thoughts aside. He walked toward the 2 girls. As Yakama Azuma approached, the 2 girls pressed themselves against the wall of the alley, looking like young girls about to be harassed. However, one sentence from Yakama Azuma made both of them freeze in place. Reaching the 2 girls, Yakuma Azuma raised his hand and gently pinched Hayasaka Ai's cheek. You must be Hayasaka Ai. Given your seniority, you can call me uncle. Chapter 79, Shinomiya Kaguya is very interested in him. When Yakuma Azuma reached out to her, Hayasaka Ai was terrified to the extreme. But she didn't dare to dodge. She was afraid that any careless move would anger the terrifying man in front of her, which could lead to harm to her young mistress. However, what she didn't expect was that Yakuma Azuma did nothing to her. He just gently pinched her cheek. Immediately afterward, the words he spoke made Hayasaka Ai's eyes widen. You must be Hayasaka Ai. Given your seniority, you can call me uncle. Hearing Yakuma Azuma's words, Hayasaka Ai was stunned. Uncle? She had no idea she had any relatives like this young man. Moreover, Yakuma Azuma, with his black hair and eyes typical of an Asian handsome man. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't seem to have any blood relation to the Hayasaka family. For a moment, Hayasaka Ai, who was known as a master of communication and took on the role of wearing thousands of masks, didn't know how to respond. However, Yakuma Azuma didn't wait for her to reply. He continued speaking naturally. A few days ago, I met your mother, Hayasaka Nao. Nao-san even said she misses you a lot. Hayasaka Ai muttered to herself. This sounds fake. Her mother, Hayasaka Nao, had gone overseas not long ago, currently in Wall Street. This was an internal move from the Shinomiya group. So only a few people knew about it. Even she had only learned it not long ago. This guy is really lying without batting an eye. Is he trying to create an identity to approach her and her young mistress? Hayasaka Ai immediately raised her guard to the highest level. However, I didn't expect you'd run into this. You should make a report by phone. If not, Nao-san will be very worried if she hears you were attacked. As Yakuma Azuma spoke, he took out his phone and called Hayasaka Nao. Hayasaka Ai's eyes widened. What is this? She quickly glanced at the number on Yakuma Azuma's phone. And it really was her mother's number. Moreover, it wasn't the business phone number, but a personal one that only very close people knew. Hayasaka Ai's mind quickly started working. Could he be a hacker? Is this number actually faked? But before she could think any further, the phone was connected. On the other end of the line, the familiar voice of Hayasaka Nao could be heard. Although the specific content wasn't clear, it was undoubtedly Hayasaka Nao's voice. Hello? Nao-san. Nah, it's not a work matter. And I'm not asking for money. Of course, I know I have to wait for the schedule. I'm calling you today about something else. Today, I met your daughter, Hayasaka Ai. There was a bit of an issue, but it's already been resolved. Oh, she's right next to me. Okay, I'll let you talk to her. After speaking, Yakuma Azuma handed the phone to Hayasaka Ai. Hayasaka Ai took the phone in a daze. Mom? She tentatively called out. Did you run into a problem? The familiar voice of Hayasaka Nao rang out, completely dispelling any doubts in Hayasaka Ai's mind. So, Hayasaka Ai recounted everything that had happened here to Hayasaka Nao, without missing a detail. In fact, the situation was quite simple. The young mistress beside Hayasaka Ai was none other than the Shinomiya family's young mistress. She was serving Shinomiya Kaguya. Last night, Shinomiya Kaguya attended a high-end dinner party for Tokyo's aristocrats in the Okanamazu area. As a young lady from the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kaguya needed to maintain social connections with certain people. According to the plan, they were supposed to return to the Shinomiya mansion after the party ended. However, due to an invitation from the host of the evening party, mainly because the host of this party was a Japanese Diet member, someone with the potential to run for prime minister in the future. In the end, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Ai spent the night at a mansion in the Okanamazu area. The security work was carried out very strictly last night. As a result, nothing happened. But early this morning, when they were preparing to leave for the Shinomiya mansion, the security personnel, who had been working all night, became a bit lax as the young mistress of Shinomiya was about to leave. As a result, on the way back, the Shinomiya family's car was ambushed and had its tire blown out in the middle of the road. A group of gangsters rushed into attack. Hayasaka Ai hurriedly took Shinomiya Kaguya and fled. The main objective was to buy time. The Shinomiya family's car lost communication. The Shinomiya household staff, who were monitoring, would surely respond quickly and send more people. But while escaping, the two happened to encounter Yakuma Azuma. And that's how things progressed to the current situation. After reporting the situation to Hayasaka Nao, Hayasaka Ai listened to a few more things from her mother, and then the call ended. Hayasaka Ai respectfully handed the phone back to Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma-san, I truly apologize for my behavior earlier. Thank you so much for your help. Yakuma Azuma put the phone away and reached out to pinch Hayasaka Ai's cheek again. You don't need to be so polite. If you don't want to call me uncle, then calling me Ani-san is fine too. In the future, you, your mother, and I can address each other according to our relationship. The corner of Hayasaka Ai's mouth twitched slightly. She had already heard from her mother, Hayasaka Nao. The person named Yakama Azuma was someone her mother had only recently met. He was an incredibly talented individual. Moreover, after being reassigned to work for the Shinomiya family, her mother was now working for this young man. But the so-called uncle. It was actually just a casual way for her mother, Hayasaka Nao, to have her call Yakama Azuma. This man didn't seem to care much about the concept of superior and subordinate, so it didn't matter how one addressed him. In fact, if you looked at their ages, he was actually about the same age as her. The title uncle was clearly just a cruel joke. However, as someone who always obeyed her mother's wishes, Hayasaka Ai couldn't help but follow her mother's instructions. Furthermore, Yakama Azuma had actually saved her and Shinomiya Kaguya's lives. So, despite feeling a bit resentful and embarrassed, Hayasaka Ai still lowered her head and obediently called out, "Yakama Ani-san." Yakama Azuma nodded in satisfaction. From memories of his past life, Yakama Azuma knew that the Hayasaka family was filled with outstanding individuals. Whether it was the current representative of the family, Hayasaka Nao, or the younger generation, Hayasaka Ai, they were all capable hands who could handle anything. It was just that the Hayasaka family had once encountered the head of the Shinomiya family. Under the pressure of the times and the suppression from that family head, the Hayasaka tycoon eventually collapsed. That Shinomiya family head clearly saw the value in the Hayasaka family. As a result, he integrated the Hayasaka family into the Shinomiya financial group. He made the Hayasaka people close servants to the descendants of the Shinomiya family. However, although this family head had foresight, his three sons did not inherit the same vision as him. If they had, Hayasaka Nao would not have been stabbed in the back and ultimately forced to leave the power center of the Shinomiya financial group. Yakama Azuma found the Hayasaka family very interesting. If there was an opportunity, he hoped he could fully take over this family. Such a treasure, if it remained within the Shinomiya family in the future, would only be buried in the dust. At this moment, Shinomiya Kaguya, who was still being protected behind Hayasaka Ai, also stepped forward. She took the hem of her evening gown, gently curtsied, and greeted Yakama Azuma. Despite having just experienced a dangerous morning of fleeing, along with a terrifying battle in the alley just now, Shinomiya Kaguya still maintained her elegance. Her black hair, perfectly flowing down her back, her aura was like a precious gem on a crown. "Hello, I am Shinomiya Kaguya, Hayasaka's sister. If Hayasaka calls you Ani-san, then I will also call you Yakama Ani-san." Shinomiya Kaguya's words were both graceful and charming. With just a few sentences, she smoothly erased any sense of distance between them and quickly closed the gap. Yakama Azuma smiled as he looked at Shinomiya Kaguya. Currently, in her blood-red eyes, there was no trace of the innocent, naive girl. Her gaze seemed capable of seeing through a person's true nature, evaluating their worth. This was Shinomiya Kaguya. The Shinomiya Kaguya before she became innocent and humorous because of love. Shinomiya Kaguya had deeply seen through the value of Yakama Azuma. Not only because Hayasaka Nao held him in high regard, but purely in terms of combat skills, the young man in front of her was enough to make Shinomiya Kaguya want to recruit him to her side. In situations where guns were not used, the skills Yakama Azuma had just displayed were enough to overwhelm any opponent. And in the upper echelons of Japanese society, in fact, gun-related situations were very rare. Because once a gunshot was fired, the nature of the conflict would completely change. Large gangs did own a few guns, however. In Japan, it was almost unheard of to hear about gun-related homicides. "Shinomiya-san, I've heard of you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Although Yakama Azuma replied like this, Shinomiya Kaguya could tell. His attitude toward her was completely different from the way he treated Hayasaka Ai. He treated Hayasaka Ai with true familiarity. Even though the action of pinching her cheek was somewhat rude, it was evidence of their close relationship. But with her, it was just a polite response. This made Shinomiya Kaguya feel a little surprised. Because, until now, very few people had shown no friendliness toward her. Whether because of her status or her beauty, those around Shinomiya Kaguya were usually enthusiastic and flattering. Yakama Azuma's attitude was truly rare. Especially when compared to Hayasaka Ai, who stood beside her. "Yakama Ani-san, you're the benefactor who saved my life. Could I invite you to the Shinomiya estate? So I can repay you in some way?" Shinomiya Kaguya gave a perfectly measured smile. This was a smile carefully researched by the Shinomiya family. By adjusting certain expressions, it could have the greatest impact on others. With the unparalleled beauty of Shinomiya Kaguya, This smile often provided an absolute advantage in negotiations. However, it's fine. I'm just out for a morning jog, I have to go back and prepare breakfast. There's someone waiting for me at home. If you really want to repay me, have someone from your side bring me a set of clothes. Yakuma Azuma tugged at his sleeve. He revealed the bloodstains on his shirt for Shinomiya Kaguya to see. Upon hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya was silent for a moment. Then, she smiled and nodded in agreement. Alright, please wait a moment. I'll have someone prepare the clothes right away. Soon after, people from the Shinomiya estate arrived. A large group of security personnel rushed in, surrounding Shinomiya Kaguya for protection. Shinomiya Kaguya merely waved her hand, signaling for them to disperse, while also taking away the Yamaguchi gang members lying on the ground. Shortly after, another car arrived quickly. A butler stepped out, carrying a set of casual clothes that looked extremely expensive. Yakuma Azuma took the clothes and casually found a nearby store, borrowing their restroom to change. Shinomiya-san, thank you for the clothes. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Yakuma Azuma waved his hand as he bid farewell. Shinomiya Kaguya nodded, giving a graceful goodbye. However, just halfway down the road, Yakuma Azuma suddenly turned back. In the puzzled gaze of Shinomiya Kaguya, Yakuma Azuma walked up to Hayasaka and extended his hand. Give me your phone. Add me online. Since you call me Unii-san, you can just reach out to me whenever you need something. Chapter 80, to Lieutenant, give me your phone. Add me online. Since you call me Unii-san, you can just reach out to me whenever you need something. Yakuma Azuma reached out to Hayasaka, signaling for her phone. Hayasaka, somewhat helpless, took out her personal phone. Then, she and Yakuma Azuma exchanged their line accounts and phone numbers. If it were an ordinary boy talking to her like this, Hayasaka would have kicked him to the ground by now. But the young man before her had superior strength, and she was no match for him. Moreover, from the perspective of their positions, Yakuma Azuma still called Hayasaka Nao's sister Nao. Even though Hayasaka didn't recognize him as her uncle, her attitude toward Yakuma Azuma was unconsciously more familiar. Before leaving, Yakuma Azuma patted Hayasaka's blonde hair. The feeling of his hand wasn't bad. As she watched Yakuma Azuma leave, Shinomiya Kaguya's blood-red eyes stared unblinkingly at Hayasaka. Kaguya-sama, is there something you'd like to ask? Hayasaka asked. What's the deal with him? Shinomiya Kaguya wondered. If she could bring Yakuma Azuma under her wing, her usual actions would become much more convenient. My mother said she met him on Wall Street. He has an investment running there, and he's an outstanding talent. He doesn't seem to be from any tycoon family or clan. It looks like he's made a large amount of money based on his own abilities. As for other details, I'm not too sure. It'll take some time to investigate. Hayasaka shared some of the information. She didn't tell Shinomiya Kaguya that Hayasaka Nao was working for Yakuma Azuma. That was a difficult thing to reveal. Even though Hayasaka Nao was still officially working for the Shinomiya clan, the truth was, Hayasaka Nao had been exiled. Finding another way out was completely normal. But she couldn't expect Shinomiya Kaguya to understand that. Upon hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya fell into deep thought. Does this Nao-san think he's a talent? She once again raised her evaluation of Yakuma Azuma's value. Because of Hayasaka Nao's comments. Earlier, Shinomiya Kaguya had said that she and Hayasaka were sisters. That statement wasn't made casually. Since Shinomiya Kaguya was born, Hayasaka Nao had been her wet nurse, responsible for taking care of and raising her. Hayasaka also grew up with Shinomiya Kaguya. Their bond could indeed be called sisterly. Shinomiya Kaguya naturally understood her wet nurse's sharp eye. Therefore, she became even more curious about Yakuma Azuma. Realizing her mistress's thoughts, Hayasaka opened her mouth, intending to stop her with a few words. Someone like Yakuma Azuma was definitely not someone who could be easily controlled. He had achieved success at a young age, with strong management abilities and frightening power, but all of that was not the most important thing. What was more important was that the way he looked at Shinomiya Kaguya showed no respect for power or money at all. And when he looked at her, in his eyes was an unhidden desire. It wasn't a physical desire, but more like the kind of longing one has when they encounter a talented person. Hayasaka really wanted to say, Mistress, the person you want to recruit not only doesn't care about you but has likely already set his sights on me. However, in the end, Hayasaka did not voice this advice. It was all just her speculation, with no evidence. As a member of the Hayasaka family, there were some things she could not interfere with regarding Shinomiya's decisions. On the other side, after finishing the morning training, Yakuma Azuma returned to the Yakuma residence. Outside the apartment door, Yakuma Azuma saw a familiar face. Real estate agent San? It was quite a surprise to unexpectedly run into the real estate agent San from Chapter 1. The real estate agent smiled awkwardly but politely. She had been working in real estate for 2 years. No, now it was 2.5 years. She had received 2 rental requests today. Both clients were beautiful office ladies just entering society. After sending them available houses to view, the real estate agent didn't expect both clients to request the same house. She looked carefully at the house the clients had chosen. Wasn't this the place where she had completed a transaction during the spring break? The real estate agent clearly remembered introducing a super beautiful girl to this house. There seemed to be some complicated romantic relationship with the handsome landlord. Now, they might be in a conflicted love situation in that very house. The real estate agent felt this transaction would be hard to complete. She tried suggesting other houses to the 2 clients. But both clients firmly rejected them. In the end, early this morning, the real estate agent had no choice but to bring the 2 clients to Yakima Azuma to discuss. Yakima-san, these 2 female clients want to rent your apartment. The real estate agent briefly explained the situation. Yakima Azuma tilted his head, looking behind agent, waving to the 2 successful women. They had different expressions. The real estate agent now had a question mark above her head. Could it be that Yakima-san knows these 2? Yakima Azuma smiled and nodded. Yeah, what a coincidence. Bring the contract here. Once I sign it, you can go ahead and withdraw my rental request. The real estate agent nodded vigorously, then took out 2 contracts from her handbag. Yakima Azuma took the 2 contracts and walked toward the 2 tenants. Girasa-sensei, Yukino Shita-san, what a coincidence. That's right, these 2 successful women were Girasa Mifo and Yukino Shita Yukino. Both of them had rental contracts that were about to expire. This time, Girasa Mifo intended to come and oversee Yakima Azuma's lifestyle. As for Yukino Shita Yukino, she simply liked the environment of Yakima Azuma's house, so she had requested to rent here. However, for some reason, there was a somewhat awkward atmosphere at the scene. Yakima Azuma sensed this. So, he didn't say anything more. He just silently handed the rental contracts to the 2 women. After a moment of hesitation, both signed the contracts. Thus, Yakima Azuma had 2 more tenants. The real estate agent took the contracts and commission, then quickly left. Even though she wanted to watch the drama, she was afraid that she would also be dragged into it. Yakima Azuma began helping them move their belongings. The 3 girls who were staying in the house were all woken up by the noise of the moving, and came out to check. Upon seeing the 2 women standing behind Yakima Azuma, each of them had their own thoughts. Girasa-Mifo was clearly not focused. If she had been, she would have started questioning Yakima Azuma the moment she saw 2 other girls from her class in his house. After moving the things into the rooms on the 2nd floor, Yakima Azuma took out 2 white nameplates. He wrote the names Girasa-Mifo and Yukino Shita Yukino on them and hung them on the doors of their rooms. By the way, do you need help arranging your things? Before leaving, Yakima Azuma casually asked. Both Girasa-Mifo and Yukino Shita Yukino shook their heads. After Yakima Azuma left, neither of them hurried to arrange their things. Yukino Shita Yukino walked into Girasa-Mifo's room, and both sat on opposite sides of the bed with a white sheet. In the room, the air was still for a moment. Finally, it was Yukino Shita Yukino who broke the silence. Mifo-sensei, long time no see. Yeah, Yukino, long time no see. Indeed, the 2 knew each other. The year Yukino Shita Yukino enrolled at Toei Agasaki School was also the first year Girasa-Mifo officially worked there. Yukino was the first student Mifo guided. Mifo's feelings toward this outstanding student, who graduated from Toei Agasaki, were somewhat complex. After a short pause, Mifo asked, "Do you know Yakima Azuma?" Both of them asked in unison. Yukino gestured for Mifo to speak first. "That person is my student." Girasa-Mifo sighed. "He's also a student with issues, just like you." Upon hearing this answer, although Yukino had anticipated it, she was still surprised. During the interview, Yukino had a feeling that Yakima Azuma was young, but she had only thought he seemed younger. His actual age surely meant he had already graduated from high school. He could have started his career after college or been a high school dropout working. But now, looking back, her direct superior turned out to be a legitimate high school student from Toei Agasaki. Was it really reasonable for a high school student to hold control of Laplace Corporation? "Yukino, what about you? How did you came to know him?" Girasa-Mifo asked, curious. In Mifo's eyes, there was no reason why her outstanding student would have any connection with Yakima Azuma. Yukino Shita Yukino felt a bit embarrassed but still answered honestly, "I'm currently working at his company." This unexpected answer left Girasa-Mifo momentarily stunned. Come to think of it, Yakima Azuma had once mentioned starting a company. But, with your abilities, how did you end up at his company? Concern was evident in Mifu's eyes. While teaching Yukino, Mifu had realized that this excellent student had some personality flaws. However, at that time, Mifu thought that as long as Yukino followed her talents, there shouldn't be any issues. Therefore, while she had tried to correct Yukino's personality, she hadn't really paid much attention to it. It wasn't until Yukino graduated that Mifu realized she had missed something. The adolescent years are crucial in shaping a person's character. With Yukino's awkward personality, entering society would certainly bring her many challenges. Recognizing this, Mifu tried to contact Yukino. But she couldn't reach her. Messages seemed to sink into the void. And now, when they met again, Yukino said she was working at Azuma's company. This definitely confirmed Mifu's concerns. A graduate from the University of Tokyo had to go work at a high school student's company. Yukino heard Mifu's worries. At first, she was a bit stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly. Mifu-sensei, I kind of regret not listening to you when I was a student. Remembering nearly a year of being fired 7 or 8 times, Yukino felt nothing but bitterness inside. She almost couldn't survive in Tokyo. Hearing this, Mifu felt even more guilty. Because of her own oversight, a student who should have had a bright future had fallen into difficult circumstances. But before Mifu could say anything, Yukino changed the subject. However, working at his company isn't a failure for me, it's an opportunity. Mifu was taken aback by this statement. Yukino continued, Mifu-sensei, you must have misunderstood him. His company isn't some small place. Laplace Corporation is a multinational company with a registered capital of over 1.5 billion yen. Even a graduate of the University of Tokyo would be eager to work at his company. I've had a year full of hardships in society, but in the end, getting into his company is already a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, Mifu was stunned, a question mark immediately appearing in her mind. 1.5 billion yen? What had that problematic student of hers told her before? He earned some money from making games and wanted to start a company to invest. That problematic student referred to 1.5 billion yen as a small amount? Chapter 81, Yukino develops admiration and Titanic tickets 1.5 billion yen? Mifu was utterly stunned by this terrifying figure. Seeing her teacher's expression, Yukino couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. After all, back when Mifu was her teacher, she always maintained a stoic poker face. Is he the heir of some conglomerate family? Yukino asked curiously. A young man with such outstanding talent. Even the heirs of the Shinomiya or Yukino families likely couldn't compare. But as the topic was brought up, Mifu shook her head seriously. He's just an ordinary person, not part of any conglomerate or supported by any family. He's all on his own. As for Azuma's background, Mifu certainly wouldn't disclose it without permission. But one thing she was determined to make clear was that Azuma was entirely independent. Even if the Yakima family still existed, they wouldn't be worthy of someone like Azuma. Azuma had been alone from start to finish. No family. That's what he said himself. Mifu confirmed it as well. Hearing Mifu's serious explanation, Yukino's eyes slowly widened. He is all alone? He once told me about his company, but I didn't expect it to be on such a massive scale. The money he used to start the company was earned from developing games when he was in middle school. No family support, no one to back him up. From beginning to end, he's always been by himself. Mifu explained solemnly. In Yukino's heart, an unprecedented feeling of shock surged. Previously, she had assumed Azuma came from a conglomerate family, far more exceptional than hers. Although that notion had moved her a little, it didn't go beyond that. Yukino understood herself well. The geniuses nurtured by powerful families like the Shinomiya clan, who held immense influence in Japan, could never be inferior to her. But Azuma was completely alone. He was younger than her. By his own efforts, he had built a place for himself in Tokyo. Not relying on anyone's help meant he wasn't bound by anyone either. Yukino's eyes trembled intensely. From birth until now, for the first time, she felt a sense of admiration. As a girl who had always been more exceptional than her peers, hailed as a genius, and admired by many. When someone like her developed admiration for someone more talented, that emotion was far more intense than an average person's, to the point of being nearly uncontrollable. The conversation ended there for the time being. Yukino returned to her room. Both individuals carried their own thoughts as they began organizing the belongings they had just moved in. Downstairs, Kasumijoka pulled Azuma, and a small group of people gathered. Why is Garasu-sensei staying at Azuma's house? Apparently, her previous rental contract expired. Azuma, it seems more like she's here to supervise us. Utaha? What do you mean by that? Maybe she's just worried about her students running into unexpected trouble. Azuma, stop dodging the question. Let's set Girasu-sensei aside for now. What about Yuki no Shida? Yuki no Shida? Who's that? She seems to be a former top student of Toei Agasaki. Megumi, why do you all know everything? You're just the only clueless one. Yuki no Shida-san also moved here because her rental contract expired. Azuma, the suspicious gazes of the three girls all turned to Azuma. Ahem. Currently, Yuki no Shida-san works at my company, handling HR specifically, recruiting programmers for our team. Azuma added an explanation. Wow. Not just a student-teacher relationship, but even office politics. You're going all out. Kasumijoka Utaha shot Azuma a sharp glance, as piercing as a knife. Azuma raised 3 fingers and swore solemnly. Heaven bear witness they were absolutely innocent. At least for now, they were still innocent. Humphrey, I'll let it slide this time. But no more outsiders casually moving into this house. Kasumijoka Utaha warned. Ariri nodded furiously, completely oblivious to the fact that she had just moved in the night before. I've already asked the agency to withdraw the rental listing. Azuma aligned himself with the two as if they were united in their cause. Thus, after a busy morning, the Yakima household finally sat down for breakfast. Following breakfast, Kasumijoka and Ariri resumed their work on White Album. The entire weekend passed peacefully. The following week unfolded neatly and orderly. After Girasu moved into the house, she mostly kept to herself in her room every day. As for Yukino Shita, she left early in the morning and only returned to the apartment in the evening. Azuma remembered that his company operated on standard business hours 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 5 days a week. So why did Yukino seem so busy? Kasumijoka Utaha was also swamped. Besides writing scripts for novels, she was gearing up to prepare Volume 5 of The Metronome in Love. Outside of school, Azuma's official match had concluded. He secured first place in the tournament with an undefeated record, earning a promotion to 7th Dan professional shogi player, the youngest in history to achieve this milestone. This achievement served as a bold declaration of Azuma's return to the shogi world. Additionally, Azuma confirmed his participation in the Ruru title tournament starting in the summer. This news dominated shogi headlines for quite some time. Meanwhile, at school, Kita Ikuyo seemed to have integrated well with the band and became friends with Bachi. Their band, Kesoka Band, was scheduled to perform their first live show at Starry next week. What a cause for celebration. Toei Agasaki recently held a monthly exam. Azuma maintained his position at the top of the school leaderboard with an unbeatable score. Meanwhile, Ariri scored failing grades in both English and math and received a scolding from Girasu. Ariri's British blood wept in shame. Typically, Ariri's grades were just enough to meet the standard, but lately, she had been neglecting her studies due to being preoccupied with her illustration work. Kato Megumi barely managed to pass the threshold as well. As a result, Girasu specifically sought out Azuma, warning him to supervise the two girls and ensure they studied more seriously. If they failed any subjects in the national exams this summer, they would have to stay back for remedial classes. Azuma nodded repeatedly, promising to help the two of them review during breaks between classes. Amid a busy life, a plan Azuma had prepared for quietly reached its execution date. Titanic had premiered. My mom received 2 movie tickets from a friend, but she didn't want to go, so she gave them to me. If Azuma is free. It's not like I'm insisting you come watch a movie with me, Humphrey. But it'd be a waste not to use the tickets. Ariri handed a movie ticket to Azuma. Azuma took the ticket and glanced at it. It was indeed a ticket to Titanic. As for Ariri's Tsundere-style explanation, Azuma ignored it entirely. What, my mom got it from a friend? She must have bought it herself. Though it was also possible that Sayuri Obasan orchestrated this behind the scenes, acting as a matchmaker trying to pair her daughter with her crush. As expected, Titanic tickets had long been sold out everywhere, a true impossible ticket to find. Even Azuma, as an investor, had only received a few tickets. Carefully tucking the ticket into his chest pocket, he patted it lightly and smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Ariri's face immediately turned bright red. At that moment, Kita Ikuyo happened to walk by. Ariri quickly dragged her into the restroom, making an excuse to flee. Just then, Kato Megumi returned to the classroom and nearly bumped into them. Fortunately, Kato Megumi gently sidestepped and avoided the collision. Witnessing this, Azuma clapped softly. Sasuga Megumi-sama, your dodging skills are impressive. Not only the #1 assassin of Toei Agasaki but also the dodge master of Toei Agasaki. Kato Husan Isaba Megumi, the young girl of the mountain. She always managed to gracefully avoid every collision. Kato Megumi seemed to guess Yakama Azuma's thoughts. She lightly poked his side with her finger. Yakama Azuma instantly straightened up, no longer daring to joke around. Did something good happen with Sawamura-san? Kato Megumi asked. Indeed, Ariri was an open book. Her emotions were always written all over her face. Maybe. Yakama Azuma replied vaguely, quickly changing the subject. He reached into his backpack and pulled out 2 Titanic tickets. Kato Megumi blinked her gentle eyes, like tuberose flowers. Watch a movie? After being ignored by the ticket checker last time, I haven't gone back to the theater since. Lol. Upon hearing this, Yakama Azuma felt that the tropic had taken a slightly heavy turn. He was about to say something comforting. But before he could open his mouth, Kato Megumi snatched the ticket out of his hand. Just kidding, of course I'll get my revenge a bit. I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at Kato Megumi's mischievous smile, Yakama Azuma's heart skipped a beat. Kato Megumi really was the cutest in the world. As for whether Kato Megumi had truly been ignored by a ticket checker before, it might have happened, but now she didn't care at all. No matter what, with Yakama Azuma by her side, she'd never be ignored again. After school, Yakama Azuma returned to the apartment. I'm back. Welcome home. Only Kazumijouka Utaha was at home. After changing his shoes, Yakama Azuma walked over. Shirotamaru was lying on Kazumijouka's lap, bouncing its feet. Yakama Azuma ruthlessly picked it up and threw it onto the sofa next to them. Abandoned. Shirotamaru scratched the sofa a few times in frustration before jumping down and playing by itself. Lonely Kun, back at it again? Kazumijouka crossed her arms over her chest, making her outstanding advantage even more noticeable. If that's the case, senpai, what will you do? Yakama Azuma smiled with hidden meaning. Kazumijouka made a troubled face. Well, resistance probably won't work. Objectively speaking, there's a physical difference between men and women. Maybe I'll report it to the police and have Lonely Kun sent to a reform center, wait a few years and then come pick you up. Kazumijouka said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yakama Azuma immediately put on a pitiful expression, as if on the verge of tears. Faced with that expression, Kazumijouka couldn't stand it anymore and lost her composure completely. She didn't know what to say to comfort him, so she decided to pull Yakama Azuma into her arms. Both of them fell onto the sofa and curled up together. Feeling the softness of her body underneath him, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but be amazed. Kazumijouka Utaha's figure was truly perfect beyond belief. Though Ariri often teased her as being chubby, her waist was actually very slim. It seemed like all the fat was distributed in the most suitable places. After a while of rolling around on the sofa, Yakama Azuma took a slightly crumpled movie ticket out of his pocket. Senpai, let's go watch a movie. Kazumijouka took the ticket and glanced at it. So, you came over just to invite me to a movie? Yakama Azuma nodded honestly. And just like that, he was kicked off the sofa by Kazumijouka. Chapter 82, Titanic Premiere, Investment Settled, and here is our second song, That Band. The performance by the Kasoka Band ended smoothly. This was their first live performance at the Starry Live House. Clearly, the 4 members still had some shortcomings. In particular, the first song could be described as a disaster. However, just before starting the second song, Bocce suddenly exploded with a guitar solo powerful enough to awaken every soul in the room. This solo not only grabbed the attention of the distracted audience in the live house, but also restarted the entire Kasoka Band. After being awakened, the band performed the second song, That Band, with a level of professionalism, both in singing and the coordination of the instruments. When they finished, loud applause erupted from the audience. Yakama Azuma, sitting under the stage, listened to the entire performance, and gave a warm round of applause to the performance of all 4 members. Afterward, when the 4 members of the band returned to the backstage, they saw Yakama Azuma waiting for them there. Azuma-kun! Bocce exclaimed in surprise and joy. Yakama Azuma handed bottles of water to each member of the Kasoka Band. Then, he took a tissue from his pocket and wiped the sweat from Bocce's forehead. With Yakama Azuma taking care of her, Bocce nearly melted from embarrassment. The other 3 members of the band could only look at each other, feeling like they were being treated differently. They also wanted a handsome guy to wipe their sweat. They don't want to eat dog food. But before they could tease Gota Hirori, Bocce, can I borrow you for a moment? Yakama Azuma smiled and said, then pulled Bocce away from the backstage. Only the 3 of them remained, standing in confusion. It wasn't until they left Shimokitazawa that Bocce finally regained her composure.